The action unfolds on the background of the dilapidated palace that burns with fire, where the bloody slaughterhouse broke out in the yard. Mysterious figures in hoods and masks ruthlessly destroy civilians. Among the chaos and death, one of the inhabitants, gathering all their courage, challenges mysterious murderers, opposing the powerful forces of the enemy. With incredible determination, the warrior tries to prevent a deadly blow to the sword, although even an inexperienced look can see that the forces of opponents are radically different. The Ragnar clan is a majestic Dukugian genus that has been favored by the empire on the northern edge of the continent for millennia, settling on an indomitable fortress, the Great Northern Wall. According to ancient legend, the hereditary blood of the first ancestors gave all the descendants of Ragnars incredible magical abilities, incomparable endurance, and innate talent for fencing. They all own these gifts, except for one, the same young man who was now going to withstand ruthless invaders. After another unsuccessful attempt to repel a devastating blow, the mysterious figure in the mask that stands opposite, with an open surprise, contemplates his opponent, not understanding why he has not yet realized the obvious truth about things that were outside his control, as if he did not try. The hero who fell on his knees listens to the words of a mysterious guest, whose voice seems strangely familiar. Deciding to reveal his essence, a person in a mask removes her, opening his face in front of a hero that is barely alive. Below is a gray man with a look filled with ancient bitterness, who ruthlessly announces the young man about his inability to inherit the great gift of Ragnarok. For the first time, the name of the protagonist, Theo, and a young man engulfed in pain and confusion, made a look at the Randall, unable to understand why this terrible betrayal occurred. The thief, smiling cunningly, explains that to see how the protagonist trains every morning, despite the absolute absence of talent, it was unbearably pitiful. It was especially painful to be aware that endless torment and continuous training did not produce any significant result. In the outbreak of February, Randall abused Theo worthless Ragnar, stating that it would be better not to appear in the eyes of people at all to this pathetic, talented failure, to watch his vain efforts to become a little worthy. The protagonist, covered by the unquenchable rage, rises from his knees and shouts loudly, asking, "Did Randall really suggested becoming my fencing mentor, teaching me with these vain tricks of the sword, only to betray the palace of these cursed bastards?" Against the backdrop of the burning palace, the main villain, getting rid of angry exclamations, calmly and coolly cuts off his hand, without even making an effort to finally neutralize it. Randall, full of misunderstanding, looks at his former student, accusing him of the fact that all the events unfolded because of the futility of the main character, which he is not able to realize. With a crazy smile on his face, the attacker grabs the Theo for his head, forcing him to testify how the flame is devoured by his native home and ruthlessly takes away the life of his family. Randall mercilessly attracts the breathless body of the main character's mother to himself, giving him a chance to last her cold, extinct shell. The traitor brutally states, all this could not happen if the protagonist did not prove to be such a worthless Ragnar, because in the clan, where the right of force, he always remains the weakest. In the track of a fierce Theo, the fever breaks out of the iron grip, and firmly squeezing the sword, with a wild roar rushes to the offender, risking a cutting blow. However, at the same moment, the glowing blade drops it through, immediately stopping a desperate attack. It seems that it was the sword of the head of the detachment of the conquerors, who occupied a much higher position than Randall. In annoyance, pointing to Randalla's excessive mischief, he insisted that he finally complete the protracted scene as soon as possible. Randall, leaning his head, humbly apologized to his master, explaining that he was too deep into memories, though he almost completed his speech. Lying in a puddle of his own blood, the protagonist sadly recognizes his failure. He could not save loved ones and achieve anything truly important in his life. Barely closing his eyes, he contemplates everything around the flames, and, releasing his last tear, asks himself, would his fate be different if he had the unique talent that he was always missing? Sinking into the darkness, he suddenly notices a bright radiance. A mysterious message about his inevitable death appears on the screen, which clearly states his name, Theo Ragnar, and notifications about the activation of a unique ability, return to the point of regression. After the next bright outbreak, the main character unexpectedly finds himself in the very workout with the teacher, as if there was no incident. Randall, who still retained his faithfulness to his clan, noticed with the inherent care of the student and proposes to complete today the lesson so that he can finally relax. The protagonist is engulfed in confusion because it would seem that the same person has mercilessly eliminated half of his clan and brutally mocked him, and now he so daily speaks of his scattering and proposes to complete the workout. In confusion, he tries to comprehend what happened. It seemed that he had just died, and all his life had swept before his eyes. However, why was the first memory of this disgusting face, as if death decided to laugh at him in the last moments? However, suddenly, a mysterious message appears in front of him, and against the background of the usual mocking smile of the teacher, he sees the #1 learning task, which orders him to hit Randall in his face. The protagonist, deeply embarrassed by what is happening, cannot realize whether this strange order is really necessary to comply with the question that he unfolds around for an incredible mess. At this point, he realizes that Randall does not pay attention to the mysterious plate at all, and something incredible is unfolding around, though it is not yet clear what the miracle is. Having collected all his will in a fist, and is sure that it is a divine gift that allows you to get rid of the accumulated annoyance before the last farewell to the world, Theo lifts the fist high into the sky. Despite the fact that all this resembles a person's delusions on the threshold of death, he is determined to arrange for his treacherous teacher a real retribution, although the events are imbued with excessive pathos. In reality, everything happens quite differently. The young boy causes a slight blow to the face of his teacher, who, clearly without waiting for such arrogance, remains with a similar custom Ekadom smile. At the same time, the protagonist with a slide realizes that what is happening is truly real, and his blow was stunningly weak. The teacher, not clearly testing that insidiousness, immediately causes the student to a juicy blow with a wooden sword, because he made it clear that the lesson is over. Once 5 meters from his mentor, Theo, sitting on the floor, felt as a surprise a real physical pain and could not understand why he was suffering where only pre-death delusions were previously. Randall, annoyed by the student's actions, thinks about the approaching of the awakening ceremony, realizing that despite all the efforts of the feasibility study, there are no results. But even in these circumstances, he cannot forgive the teacher's attack, especially given that, as a true Ragnar, the student should use the sword, not fists. The teacher, turning to farewell, throws over his shoulder, before the meeting in the next lesson, and at this moment, the rest of the students who trained together with the feasibility study begin to smile and make fun of the main character. In their malicious whispers, they call him worthless, because how he can blame his teacher when he is only a tangent fool. They neglect whether he is able to be called a real Ragnar, because his abilities seem even inadmissible to an extramarital child, and the achievements obtained by years of tireless training are doubtful. The protagonist covers complete confusion because he clearly feels painful physical torment and other bodily experiences that cannot be only death delusions. Sudden awareness covers him. The ritual of awakening took place 10 years ago, which indicates an incredible return to the time when he was only 17. At the time of this stunning revelation, a mysterious panel appears before him, welcomes him on a successful completion of the educational task, and announces that his real Ragnar talent will be awakened as a reward. When a new pop-up window appears on the screen with a proposal to receive the reward, the protagonist, with delight and reverence, raises a trembling finger to the button that opens his long-awaited talent. At the same moment, a dazzling glow unfolds around the main character, and the mysterious scoreboard announces, Theo has won his long-awaited award, and from now on, his ability will grow at simply incredible speed. The Theo, which has never previously encountered a similar sight, watches with surprise how a bright glow wraps the whole space, not realizing that for an incomprehensible event happens. It is at this point that a new task is reported on the screen. The events are transferred to the majestic Court of Roses, where an unfamiliar character is still a relaxed T in Randola Harvey's T, a theological mentor of Theo in the art of fencing. In a calm conversation, Randall, with his sincerity, assures the interlocutor that it is for this reason that he is here, because, as a mentor, he will be able to pass Theo of all the necessary knowledge and make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony no later than 5 months. The picture changes suddenly, opening the true personality of the mysterious interlocutor, the mother of the protagonist, the lady of the Rose Palace, and the proud heir to the Ragnar family, Cecilia. With deep maternal care, she conveys a powerful bag with gold, humbly asking her son to pay a little more attention. On this, he, demonstrating external calmness, assures her that he will tirelessly teach a young man both day and night. There is no anxiety in her heart. She believes her son infinitely. The scene changes, and Randall appears in front of us, which confidently steps a long corridor, barely holding back a smile, saying that he will soon have to work a little. However, he approaches the teaching of this talentless guy with obvious carelessness, because the full absence of talent is not anywhere. With a disgusting smile, he carefully studies gold in the bag, thinking that it is a wonderful reward for the role of the mentor of the direct descendant of the Ragnar clan, though so talentless. For exposing data on the feasibility study and deliberate interference with its development, the mysterious main villain promised the teacher a truly happy future, and now this worthwhile Ragnar is unconsciously becoming his blessing. Continuing his journey along the long corridor, Randall notes the silhouette that he rapidly rushes towards and swells past the feasibility study. The teacher, struck by such agility, threw in the footsteps behind the main character the abusive nickname, Stupid Failure. The picture changes again, and we see how Theo, having reached the mother, raised his voice, calling her, and instantly rushed into her warm embrace. At that moment, she just thought that the guy was too exhausted after today's workout, surprised by the unusual sincerity of his emotions when he greedily pressed against her, covered with tears. In his exhausted consciousness, spooky memories of the past, where he saw his mother without breath and life, suddenly emerge. Now he is firmly aware that the future must change, even if he is weak now and has only his honorable name. If the mysterious message on the plate was really true, then he was able to become truly strong. He swears to become powerful enough to protect his loved ones in the future struggle for the throne and to gain strength to exercise the fair revenge of the Randall traitor. The system, as if responding to his determination, publishes a new task number 2, to bring his body to the limit of opportunities. The scene is transferred to the training arena, where our hero rushes on the verge of strength, radiating the determination that has never been seen before. The thirst for revenge is burning in Randola's heart, but he is well aware that he is not capable of anything with the present weak body. Therefore, first of all, he needs to focus on strengthening his strength. In his memory, the memories of the Black Snow Intelligence Department, where he entered in his past life. Although it was reduced to the information unit due to lack of skills, he never suggested that the knowledge acquired there would once be incredibly valuable. He recalls the legendary potion with special clarity, which extremely exacerbates the body, the elixir of the bloody sword of the Emperor, the true value of which must be revealed in the future by mysterious instructions. Now, when his true talent has finally manifested, extreme training, which he had previously refused because of his initial talent, have become completely new. Looking at the system message, our hero gladly noted that he has already performed 27% of the 100 required to successfully complete this task. The witnesses of his training are delighted with extreme endurance, convinced that now he can not only continuously run, but also skillfully own a sword on a scale that once seemed unthinkable. This time he believes that he will be truly powerful, because the task that stood in front of him is almost completely fulfilled. A few days later, the head of the training ground number 4, Evelyn Norval, watches the protagonist's training, slowly tightening the cigarette. With every minute, she was more and more surprised. He trained tirelessly without a break for a few days in a row, and she could not understand why he was still called a worthless Ragnar, because can a real loser show such incredible purposefulness? While she is thinking about it, the protagonist, realizing that he may die at such a pace, herself tirelessly grinds his body to the limit of opportunities, because the task is almost accomplished. Last night, the almost half-dead main character, stretching on the floor, watched the figure 90 with reverence, a testimony of an almost complete task. To his horror, he did not expect that, only a little back, the indicator of the task would instantly begin to decline. This ruthless system pushes him so much that he cannot stop until the end. Hardly completing the task, he makes a promise to continue training until he is able to recognize every breath. Evelyn watches carefully at the training, as a Theo, covered with passionate enthusiasm, rushes throughout the site. When the progress finally reaches the glowing limit, the system solemnly welcomes it with the successful completion of the second educational task, and at the same moment, the bright light again envelops an exhausted hero that fell to the ground. Having collected the last forces, he barely recognizes the inscription on the scoreboard, which reports that the award will be awakened by the dragon's heart, and for the lightning task, magical forces have accumulated over the past decade. Before the exhausted hero again appears the possibility of receiving the award. Collecting the last forces, he presses the button with a trembling finger, and instantly, through his body, breaks the grand stream of energy, which cannot go unnoticed by Evelyn's close watch. However, she may not notice the energy of energy itself, but clearly stretched her view on how the young man instantly fainted due to absolute exhaustion. After a while, we see a Theo lying on the bed by the window, trying to realize how he was in this place. At this point, Evelyn comes to the room and explains that it is a holiday bed on the 4th training ground, adding that even an exposed Ragnar would not have enough strength if he had forced himself to be such exhaustion. The protagonist, recognizing the arrival, recalls that he faced Evelyn Neville, the head of the 4th training ground, who, seeing him as unconscious this morning, decided to transport him here. He sincerely thanks her for such care. Giving a glass of water, she openly expresses her suspicion, asking whether he knows that in the Ragnar clan, it is strictly forbidden to open a mana to the awakening ceremony. Having received his approval response, she continues, wondering whether he is aware of the consequences of violation of this sacred rule. When the surprised Theo asks what prompted her to ask, she frankly explains that immediately before his fainting, felt the tide of mana, inherent in the moment of opening a chairtog. This statement causes the main character to have a real shock surprise. With a terribly strict facial expression, she directly asks the question, did he open his own mana? This is answered that such an action could do his life. At the same moment, a dazzling glow breaks out of his chest, forcing him to mention the award won, the awakened heart of the dragon, and an additional gift expressed in the magical power accumulated in 10 years. Finally, realizing the events, he barely held back the delight, realizing that now in his possession, the legendary dragon's heart. The heart of the dragon is a unique repository for a mana, the location of which in the dragon heart repeatedly enhances the efficiency of magical energy. Nature arranged everything in such a way that people, without being dragon, are forced to place their own draft in the lower abdomen, because the human heart cannot withstand the power of the mana concentrated there. That is why every warrior, like Ragnarum, dreamed of a dragon heart, the shortest way to incredible force. However, no person has yet been able to overcome the boundaries of their own natural nature. However, now, having received the Dragon Heart Award, Theo found itself in an extremely difficult situation, despite the invaluableness of this gift. Evelyn, who now heads the 4th training platform, was once a famous commander of dragon riders in white armor, gaining such respect that even the legendary demonic dragon's maidmen recognized her skill. She became famous as a person of unwavering principles, for whom there is no difference between status and force, not taking dishonesty and cowardice. It was this unbreakable that once cost her the post of teacher of the protagonist. In other words, if Evelyn knows the presence of a mana in the dragon's heart, he is inevitably waiting for his death. However, the protagonist is convinced of his agility and ability to outwit the former warrior. In his mind, he misdoubt whether she could withstand him, especially if he does not allow himself to catch. With a serious expression of the face, he addresses Evelyn, asking the question, is she really ready to condemn him, following only instant feelings, and is she sure that she can withstand the consequences of such a decision? The Theo coldly reminds that it is a descendant of Ragnar's, and if its accusations are groundless, they can be regarded as disrespect for a large Ragnar family. In these words, she felt her body strain, aware of the correctness of his words, and the main character, exposing a spooky grimace like a nightmare, reminded her that she knew well what punishment was waiting for the humiliation of the Ragnar family. The frightened Evelina pronounces the word treasury, which Theo advises her to first be sure of her suspicion. Despite the surprise because of the change in his behavior, she insists that she undoubtedly felt a powerful wave of mana. In the next moment, she resolutely extends her hand, apologizing and insisting that even the descendant of Ragnar's is no exceptions to the rules. Applying her hand to the female, she was surprised to find that he did not have a mana, and realized her own mistake. At that moment, a cold sweat appeared on her face, and a real fear immediately showed in her eyes. The Theo again demonstrates its terrifying face, constantly increasing the atmosphere of fear. Evelina instantly falls on his knee, recognizing his mistake and promising to atone for sin, giving her, in her opinion, a futile vital essence. The protagonist stands with a smug smile, knowing exactly that, as you should expect, no traces were found. The heart of the dragon is fundamentally different from the ordinary treasury of mana, giving his owner the opportunity to fully control its manifestations. Thanks to the willpower, he skillfully hides his Manhwa. In addition, the discovery of the existence of a dragon heart in a person will wait a few more years, so he will never guess his true nature. At this point, he decides to reassure Evelyn, assuring her that there was no reason to self-indulge. She only fulfilled her duty, because only a little laughing would demand the truth from the descendant of the Ragnars. Evelyn, as one of the strongest, is genuinely helped by the protagonist. After all, the ban on the opening of a mana to the awakening ceremony was introduced solely because of the fear of overflowing this powerful energy. Leaving the room, he sincerely thanks her for the care of her, which warns the possible overflow of his mana. Thanks to the dragon's heart and the storage of mana that have accumulated in 10 years in her previous life, this time he will be able to acquire unprecedented power. The events move a few days ahead, where we see how an angry teacher rages on the main character, condemning his actions and insisting that the sword's blow is directed to the right. It reaches the limit of irritation, reminding that he has repeated the same instructions many times. The protagonist reflects that although he becomes strength every day, seem weak, and the Randola is becoming more and more difficult. He will never be able to forget Randola's crimes from the past, and although he now acts as his mentor, in the thoughts of the feasibility study, he is only a vicious insidious who consciously teaches his strange sword technician. Every day, the feasible is more and more convinced that the betrayal of Randola is much more powerful. The murderer of the protagonist in the previous life, it is the personality that he must undoubtedly reveal. An unexpected illumination covers the main character, opening him a way to realize his plan. At the same moment, he turns to his mentor, but it is cold that it is strictly forbidden to talk during class. Explaining his face into a sinister grimace, the protagonist states that he no longer stands to listen to the wasteful nonsense that the mentor publishes for the lesson, and demonstratively breaks his wooden sword directly in his eyes. With a trichothy irony, Theo asks how this man in general became a fencing officer, given his pathetic level of knowledge, continuing to flood his mentor with images and assuring that he probably would not have coped even with the lowest demonic creature. This is not accidental. The theostomon is that if Randala's task was to become his mentor and watch after him, then he should be forced to leave his post. In case of the threat of failure of the delegated task, the traitor will have to immediately contact the main conspirator for further instructions. The events move to the Camille Palace, where the young man strongly enters the room and turns to a man named Axion. He asked with interest whether the interlocutor heard about the future duel planned for the next week between the worthless Ragnar and his teacher, adding that it seems that the student shifts responsibility for his lack of talent for the mentor. The guy barely had time to finish the idea that after the duel of Theo would become a Kaleka, as a sudden flying glass, like a storm, with incredible force hit him in his head, instantly depriving him of consciousness. The throwing glass asks, "Why should I worry about the fate of some scoundrel?" From this, we will learn that it is an axion of Ragnar, one of the 4 Roods of the North, known under the nickname of the Dark Tiger. Next to him is another warrior, a silver lion, Rangton Narzio. Crossing through the inanimate, ruthless body, another person enters the room, feeling that the situation should cause anxiety, because, weakening vigilance, they run the risk of being completely collapsed. This is Ed Trojvan of 9 Dragons, known as the Celestial Dragon. A little chilled Axion states that it only affects gifted people, and adds that Uncle Ed is too worried, not understanding why he is generally concerned about the fate of this scoundrel. The wise uncle says that even the most incredible can happen to the descendants of their kind, explaining that the flames playing in the wind at any time can both go out and flash with new power. The Axion easily notes that in any case, the excellent news the instructor will take care of everything for them. The events are transferred to a week ahead, and on the 4th training ground students gathered, eagerly waiting for a fierce duel with a Randall. The protagonist stands with his sword in his hands, somewhat thoughtful. His plan to make the teacher go after the next series of humiliation was completely out of control. Now they face to face, with sharp blades, preparing for a fierce duel. But there is no way back, so he decides to take this opportunity to retaliate Randola. It is at this point that he is waiting for a new educational task number 3, to meet in battle with a traitor and win. In the memory of the main character, fresh memories came to life. He mercilessly poured his teacher with dirt and insisted that he immediately disappeared, declaring his release. When the protagonist rotates, getting ready to leave, the incomprehensible teacher shouts loudly that he will not leave it without consequences. The contract is still in force, and 6 months of study is still ahead. Taking into account the events of his past life, Theo buries the desire to immediately deprive the traitor's life. However, by doubting his own capabilities, he first decides to create a distance between each other and an opponent, to carefully gather additional information. Randon realizes that the release thus equates to the failure of the mission. Therefore, he must urgently persuade the Theo, begging the young gentleman to wait and reminiscent of the possibility of appealing to the tribunal. However, the protagonist ignores his words, fully immersed in the task of 3, which provides a meeting with Randall and victory over him. Once in the right place and at the right moment, Evelyn proposes to resolve the dispute as it is typical for real Ragans. When the protagonist asked how to resolve the situation, she immediately replied, "The right of the strong," suggested that you solve everything on the swords. She notes that there is no need to reach the tribunal. It is quite simple to submit to the will of the winner. The teacher, barely holding back joy, accepts the proposal, confident that the protagonist can be considered not just in vain, but hopelessly weak. Evelyn announces that the match will take place in a week, asking the consent of both sides, and Theo, feeling the cold sweat, realizes that Randola is not ready to defeat. A week later, we find ourselves at a stadium crowded to the edges of the tribunes, where the listeners in the whisper say that, according to rumors, the protagonist does not even know how to properly own the sword. Everyone is wondering how this can be for the Ragnar clan. The crowd disdainfully calls him Ragnar's worthless, arguing that he is not able to defeat even the middle-rank sword, which is Randall Harvey. Randall, with overcome confidence, states that if the younger gentleman immediately apologizes, he will erase this incident from his memory because it makes no sense to risk life or pride. Theo coldly states that if he does not seek to become a single sword, it is much better to simply accept the release. At this point, a familiar disgusting smile arises on the teacher's face. Until the last moment, he could silently endure the brazenness of Theo, but now makes a decisive decision to kill him, covering the crime with an accident. He reassures himself that the result of the duel is already determined, so there will be no problems. And perhaps it is even better. Carefully thinking about his plan, he generously proposes the protagonist to strike the first blow, explaining that as a mentor gives the right of the first step. The protagonist instantly rises into the air, holding the sword over the shoulder, almost without fluctuating, because such seductive opportunity was not response. The crowd in the stands froze from surprise, not realizing how such can happen, and instantly convinced his correctness. The protagonist is clearly inferior, demonstrating the complete inability to possess a sword and risking his own life. In the swing of the battle, the mentor is constantly ridiculed by his student, who is not able to withstand the ordinary middle-aged sword, whom he recently expressed his disdain. Randall enjoys the inevitability of consequences in his own thoughts. Although Theo does not belong to Lotto swordsmen and recently gained amazing progress, he still remains hopelessly weak. If only his skills were corresponded to the level of 4 Hounds of Savor, history would have a completely different development. The events return a week ago. The main character goes into the room in Evelyn and asks what she was thinking about while offering her a match. But she replies that he always acted in his favor, emphasizing, if he intends to get rid of Randola, each step should be carefully considered. She also notes that Randala seems to support the influential patron, and the usual release will not decide the situation. It is the surprise of the main character with her deep awareness. Evelyn explains that, having noticed unusual features in the technique of fencing, which Randall demonstrated during the teaching of the feasibility study, she decided to organize the observation of his work. All this time, she watched the training, realizing that Randola's advice was absolute nonsense, and the Theo wondered why she did not pay attention to that in her past life. He thinks whether there is a reason for her unexpected attention to the case of Amana. It presents the results of its investigation. Each trace leading to Randola inevitably directs the Chameleon Palace. In the minds of the protagonist, full of fierce thoughts that all this was caused by a pathetic war for the throne, and he silently curses all participants in the event. However, he notes the wonderful thing. Even learning about the conspirators, he is not yet able to defeat Randola and is interested in Evelyn's plans. She confidently states that the protagonist does not realize all her potential and will soon win. We return to the culminating moment of the deadly duel, where we see Randola's a decisive blow, calling Theo, "If you now get to your knees and start to be pleading, maybe your teacher will forgive you." But in the midst of the fight, Randall begins to feel that something is wrong. The calm face of the protagonist and some successfully reflected attacks cause him increasing anxiety. He is stunned by the sudden growth of the enemy's skills. He is faced with a completely different Theo Ragnar than the one he once knew, and an unconcealed panic is clearly visible on his face. The mysterious person in the hood observing the crowd with surprise notes that the teachers are really attacking, and the Theo seems to be completely controlled by the fight. Evelyn, with a cunning smile, monitors the development of events, clearly satisfied with how everything unfolds. Returning into the past, we hear Evelyn confidently states that if she spends only a week of training with him, he will easily handle someone like Randola. At the same time, she adds that, although it violates the rules to ignore the official teacher, Randall is just an insidious creature, an unworthy title of mentor. The protagonist confesses that he could not predict such a turn of events. Although it was a definitely advantageous step as a debtor, it still does not rest. He openly asks why she helps him, wondering whether this support has a connection with that event. She explains that she supports him on the one hand, but also remembers someone who, no doubt, will like it, because this person is obsessed with the collection of talents. In the midst of a fierce battle, a surprised mentor cannot believe his eyes, as Theo with ease reflects his attack, given that from the very beginning he did not have the slightest drop of talent. Sudden insight struck Randall. It turned out that the student all this time deliberately pretended to be talentless, and the true cause of such behavior is still a mystery to him. During the fierce battle, the Theo directly asks about the patron saint of his teacher. Randall, annoyed and surprised, gives out that he does not understand what patron is about. The protagonist has already grasped the true cause of such a disorderly learning, but the teacher insists on his efforts and continues to deny until Theo puts the direct question about the Camille Palace. The impetus in the form of shock, visible from the expression of Randola, immediately gives his inner vulnerability, and the main character, tired of this game, ominously asks, "Does his opponent familiar with the feeling when his hand detached from the body?" In the next moment, a light sword swing, he cuts off the hand of an unhappy teacher, and the audience is horrified with horror that cut off the limb in the direction of the stand. On his lap, covered with unspeakable shock, Randall is unable to believe in the tragic reality of events, and, burning rage, exclaims how this pathetic freak dared to take away his hand. The protagonist, winged with victory and confident in the growing force, rises above his mentor, firmly squeezing the sword, while the teacher, without realizing how his student reached such height, he still shouts in a confusedly confused manner. In the minds of the Fever, memories from the past life, especially those where the teacher states that the fault lies on him, which causes a true surprise to Randall, who does not understand what he is talking about. In a fierce impulse, the protainment of the main character raises his sword over his head and states that the guilt of the teacher will turn his death now, because in the clan, where the law of power prevails, he was the weakest. The final words of Randola was a desperate post, but the main character, not wanting to endure his nonsense, a lightning compartment of the traitor's head with his hand, and it was at this point that the system welcomes him with the successful performance of the number 3 educational task. The audience froze in amazement, while Evelyn retained immobility, and a mysterious man, whose name remains a secret, looked extremely satisfied. Against the background of the impressive drops of blood flowing around and an elegantly flying head of the former teacher, a systematic notice of receiving an additional reward for exceeding the set goal appears before the main character. The protagonist stands over the oriental body of the former mentor, and the surprised crowd cannot believe in his triumph, because this match united the careless student and an experienced middle-class sword. In the heart of Theo wakes up a neglect. Could his mentor be so weak? Did he really suffer from the hands of a real worthless life? But now everything will change. The system window announces the awakening of the ability to observe, which is the main award, as well as the provision of an additional bonus in the form of magical power, the size of which corresponds to the year of production. The Theo, inspired by the extra magical power gained, is thinking about the essence of observation, when suddenly, at the peak of his triumph, he is suddenly attacked by the same mysterious man who had previously celebrated his victory. The stranger shook the name of the protagonist loudly, and as soon as the halo of incredible force begins to disappear, Tep recognizes in him Julius Ragnar, the legendary commander of the dragon and riders in white armor, known as Demonic Dragon. The main character is enveloped in confusion, without realizing the meaning of the appearance of Julius, and thoughtfully thinks about how much time he watched the events. While everyone is trying to comprehend the unexpected appearance of the commander of the riders in white armor, Evelyn is fed, as if trying to taste sour lemon. This is quite clear. Managing the training ground, it is deeply dissatisfied with the fact that the commander completely destroyed the flooring, although he could just go down like an ordinary person. At this point, the protagonist faces the same machine of death. The commander steps in his direction, which forces Theo literally to bend the horror, looking at the burning eyes of the advancing warrior. Suddenly, the fear recedes when Julius, when he approached the main character, with the raised exclamations, enthusiastically comments on a spectacular duel, calling the feasible a true handsome man. Julius praises the protagonist with delight because the student has surpassed his mentor, but immediately emphasizes that the murder of a teacher is a somewhat disrespectful step. However, from all that he heard, it is evident that Randall really deserved such a fate. After an unsuccessful attempt to express his thoughts witty, the commander again moves to a cry, emphasizing that no formalities are relevant. Strongly clapping the Theo on the shoulder, he invites him to join the ranks of dragon riders in shining white armor. On the face of Evelyn blossoms a satisfied smile, while the audience in the stands literally disappears jaws, and people exclaim from surprise, "How can it be? This is a worthless Ragnar. How can he take it to the ranks of real heroes in shiny white armor, no matter how skilled warrior he was?" At this point, Rangton of Four Hounds, watching the duel closely, addressed the guy sitting nearby with the question, "Do you mention at least one case when a student who has not yet passed the awakening ceremony was in the ranks of white armor?" The guy, being lost and finding words for the answer, confesses that he does not remember anything like that. Rangton strongly confirms, "Of course this has not happened because the true potential of the man whose kingdom remains closed cannot be determined. Even during the demonstration of magical potential, it may be that there is only technique, but not all advantages. And whatever experience Julius Ragnar has, he cannot be convinced of this," says Rangton. However, perhaps the demonic dragon recognized in Theo Ragnari's unique potential and decided to take this opportunity. After thoughtful considerations of the Silver Lion, we return to the main character, who, to the general surprise, is forced to reject the commander's proposal, declaring his decision with adamant peace. Julius does not seem to understand what he heard immediately, and the former thoughtful Silver Lion is for a short time deprived of the ability to think. Evelyn simply cannot believe his own eyes, and the audience in the stands with a breath of breath barely restrained the surprise. All in the heads circulates only one question. What? On the streets of the city, people are quietly discussing gossip. A young Panovets, who is still called worthless, initially distorted, and subsequently deprived the life of their own teacher, leaving everyone in reflections on the normality of these events. Some believe that this testifies to the weakness of his teacher, who really looked quite indistinct. At the same time, the demonic dragon personally tried to attract a young man in the ranks of dragon riders, but he refused, referring to the lack of his skills. People are amazed at such unusual modesty because you really do not meet the modest Ragnar daily. The events are transferred to the Kameli Palace, where Emil Ragnar, a lady of this majestic place, cannot perceive reality. Theo kill Randala. He calms down behind a brother whom we already know as the heavenly dragon Ed Trojan, reminding her, "Isn't you not referred to the protagonist because of his rejected skills?" She says with anxiety that the demonic dragon came to the Theo. In addition, it is rumored that Evelyn has insisted on the duel, so they lose the opportunity to intervene through the establishment of a new mentor. And if he begins to manifest himself, the capture of control over the Rose Palace will be much more complicated. The room enters a share embarrassed by the fact that Emil is so passionately worried because the head of the clan will not even pay attention to it, and their plan will be implemented without any obstacles. Lady tells him, "You need to understand, the only way to seize the Palace of Ross, not a provoking rage of the clan head, is possible only if the feasible is weak. The Dark Tiger, confident in its correctness, states that this worthlessness remains weak and most likely is not capable of significant changes, while the demonic dragon has always shown interest in any failure. At this point, the heavenly dragon only with his harsh look forces the nephew to die. Noticing the excitement of his mother and uncle because of the fate of the feasibility study, the Axion decides to dine a little with him to force the latter to realize his place. After a while, we see how the main character, along with his new mentor, Evelyn, completes training, during which the latter praises his ward for his excellent work. Theo notes that learning with a real teacher, like her, takes a completely different shade, and she in turn says that it would still be better if he joined the ranks of white armor, remaining surprised why he refused. Theo is convinced that if he confessed, he would have been telling a lie, as if he did not regret his refusal, because in his past life it was his most desirable dream. However, joining their ranks will not benefit now, because it makes no sense to limit yourself so early. After thinking about all those privileges waiting for the best after the awakening ceremony, he realizes that the entry into the ranks of dragon riders in white armor does not even approach the promised opportunities. He says that he does not seek to receive special privileges and still consider himself not worthy, adding that he is quite enough for training from her to wake up. She replies, well, but warns that the commander will be upset, and it is at this point that the protagonist first demonstrates his new observation skill. He is currently watching his mentor, revealing her most characteristic features. She is only 24 years old. She is a former deputy commander of dragon riders in white armor and an extremely skilled sword master. Its current state, too, cannot leave indifferent. Fascinated by the modesty and character of the feasibility study, for the first time in a long time, it feels a rush of strength during training, although it misses the service among the dragon's riders in white armor. The protagonist notes the extraordinary value of the ability to observe, realizing that the information collected can become a powerful tool for his own development, especially when he draws attention to the fact that Evelyn misses the dragon riders. Suddenly, a stranger approached the couple who, apologizing to the young master, introduced himself as Sybil Dre. He reports that he has arrived from the Southern Inspectorate and intends to discuss an extremely important issue that causes the protagonist suspicion and alertness to the protagonist. This spooky stranger clearly conceived something. Theo immediately applies his sharp observant skills and is surprised to realize that he faces his first real fan, a guy literally engulfed in competing with him. Sybil's view, filled with fanaticism, almost paralyzes the main character, and at the same moment the system announces the start of the last training task number 4, to get rid of the nickname Worthless Ragnar, the performance of which has already reached 28%. The newly arrived Sybil, seeking to follow the protagonist, confesses that earlier, like everyone else, was ignored by Theo, considering the nickname Worthless Ragnar is absolutely appropriate. At this point, the protagonist, clicking on the sleeve of the sword, was seriously thinking whether it is necessary to cut Sybil, or, conversely, to resort to ritual suicide. However, Sybil does not stop his speech, telling how he diligently watched the workouts every morning, which was given to work with unwavering determination. It was thanks to his perseverance that a striking victory was achieved that Sybil saw with his own eyes. In the memoirs, the images of Sibley, which will be lit by an emotional shout from the podium, Theo became his idol. It was when he lowered his hands after he was nicknamed the Fool from the Southern Inspection Lent, the feasible, inspiring him to new achievements, and now Sybil is burning with the desire to meet him in an honest clash of swords. Initially, Theo doubted the sincerity of the intentions of this strange character, but soon realized that he was talking from a pure heart, which became an unexpected discovery. After the victory over Randall and receiving an invitation from Lord Julius, Theo expected to be a target for those who, covered by his own complexes, buried the desire to challenge him. He did not expect people to appear near him at all, because it testified that at least someone else has the true pride of Ragnar's. He knows deep in his heart To achieve his final goal, to head the Ragnar clan, it is necessary to need devoted and reliable brothers. Theo notes that the last of the educational tasks is associated with the title that he has not been able to get rid of in the previous life. But now, thanks to new opportunities, he finally plans to get rid of him. Having accepted an invitation to a duel, Theo asks Evelyn to initiate a duel, to which she gladly agrees. She invites the participants to show their skills, and soon the fighters take up starting positions, presenting each other. The Theo Ragnar declares himself as a scholarly student of the Rouge Palace, who is looking forward to the awakening ceremony under the close guidance of his mentor Evelyn Neville. Sybil Drea appears as a skilled student martyr of the Southern Inspection Post, who imitated the combat style of the Clan of Chickens and skillfully possesses rapid attacks. With the beginning of the battle, Sybil instantly rushes into a rapid pulling towards the main character, who barely felt the effort blocks the attack. Despite the fact that the enemy was nicknamed the Fool of the Southern Inspectorate, he continues to make lightning blows. Sybil with delight notes the wonderful skills of Mr. the Theo, while the Theo is thoughtfully reflecting on the strange nickname Idiot. In the past life, he would barely be able to cause this opponent at least a few beats. Suddenly, the protagonist moves the enemy's sword and sends his owner with incredible force to a flight for about 5 meters, which ends with a deafening fall. Theo recognizes that the victory came to him easily, but emphasizes that this fight has become an extremely valuable experience for him. Sybil, despite the defeat, sincerely thanks to his idol, and the main character, accidentally noticing his reflection in the sword blade, unexpectedly realizes the possibility of applying his own experience of observation. By activating the observation mode, it carefully analyzes its own characteristics, while the system reports that all parameters will now be displayed by numerical values. His skills are recorded in the talent section, which opens up to get 4 more abilities when performing the following tasks. To his incredible joy, he opens up to check his own characteristics, noting that his magical power is striking through the achievements of past life and a unique dragon heart. However, his attention is attracted by the alarm. The indicator of luck is negative, equal to -49. This makes him think about the possible curse and whether all previous failures are the result of a shortage of this characteristic, which requires immediate search for a way to increase it. While he is immersed in his thoughts, a large number of viewers accumulate around them. Despite its weakness, Randall remains a medium-level sword, and given his last victory, the approval of the commander himself, and the ancient tradition of commemoration of the force in the Ragnar clan, only 2 possible reactions are faced with others. People will either begin to feel envy or sincerely admire his power. On all grounds, the group collected around the group belongs to the second category. It breaks out in the celebration, convinced of the truthfulness of rumors, and many young soldiers already dream of taking the place of Cybele, wishing to try their hand in the steaming of the punches of the sword Theo. A living queue of brave men, ready to challenge the head hero, is spontaneously formed. Theo lightly looked at the crowd with his skill and opted for a boy named Iota Nalen. The Theo is calling to speak forward for a duel, to which the new moon, overflowing with hobby, immediately agrees, stating that it has received great honor. Introducing the third son to perform Nalana and the fencing master to Rise, the EOD immediately rushes to fight the Theo. In the swing of the battle, the system instantly informs the protagonist about a significant improvement in his basic skills in possession of the sword. At the most awesome moment, the guy almost cut the head of the feasibility study, but at the last moment he repelled, and the system immediately announced an increase in the level of skill of the style of the sword, Changing Heart. After the defeat of the young man, the Theo receives his sincere approval, which suddenly increases the level of luck on 1 point. The protagonist is infinitely advised, because it turns out that the parameter of luck directly depends on his reputation. In addition, he gets additional experience. Despite numerous fights, the progress of the task has increased by only 1%. The people who participated were treated from the very beginning. Therefore, for real promotion, you need to deal with much stronger opponents or show your skills in front of a wider audience. One of the witnesses of the crowd, worried, asks the condition of the protagonist and notices the obvious fatigue, but Theo decisively states that he does not intend to stop. The rest will begin only when he becomes really necessary. These words unexpectedly appeared in Reincarnated, a Cerebrian lion, as if he grew out of the air and challenged the feasibility study proposing to meet in battle. The unexpected arrival of such a formidable opponent is stunning both the crowd and the main character. 4 hounds of Sever, Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Rangton Narzio, and Axion Ragnar from the Kameli Palace, the carriers of this title as the most powerful representatives of the modern generation of Ragnar clan, who have passed the rite of awakening. Before the battle, Rangton is solemnly presented, stating that he has arrived in advance to evaluate his own eyes the art of owned by the sword of the young Lord Ragnar, before the rite of awakening. Without spending a minute, the main character uses his skills to observe the Silver Lion, but does not find anything unexpected in his characteristics. The feasible appears with all the regalia. He is the 31st son of a prominent defender of the northern lands, Kyle Ragnar, a student master who skillfully owns a weapon and waits for a wake-up ceremony. The protagonist never expected that meeting with the legendary genius of sword Reincarnated would take place in such unexpected circumstances. But even if the task did not go on his shoulders at all, the opportunity to come together with the outstanding deputy head of the Nazi clan would be the greatest honor. While the lion with excitement anticipates an incredible battle, Theo focused on his chances of winning, watching a powerful mana that acquires the image of a majestic lion around the enemy. The warriors are racing unrestrained towards each other. Their swords merge in a ringing collision, and the system reminds that the task number 4 is to get rid of the nickname Worthless Ragnar, was performed by 30%. The main character's face clearly shows clear anxiety, while Rangton retains a mysterious smile. Unlike us, Evelyn, along with the crowd gathered around her, has already understood the essence of events, taking care of the unexpected turn. With a deafening bell, the fragment of the blade fell to the floor, opening everyone the unpleasant truth. Trying to block a mighty blow, Theo broke his blade. The sword of the famous Silver Lion was much stronger than the usual training blade of our hero. Sibyl cannot accept the defeat of his idol, but someone from the crowd notes that the result was predictable. No matter how the power of a young lord grows up, he is not able to defeat one of the 4 strongest swordsmen of his generation. The faithful Sibyl tirelessly glorifies his hero's fighting spirit when the lion himself declares his defeat, that he instantly puzzles everyone around. Rangton sincerely thanks to the protagonist for the duel, emphasizing that the Theo was too worn, and his exhaustion after past fighting only increased this unsatisfactory. According to him, such circumstances make the defeat of undoubted. In his turn, the Theo was clearly noted that in a real battle, no one stops on the analysis of the state of the enemy. The loss of the sword uniquely indicates his defeat. Opponents exchange wide smiles and press your hands firmly, confidently agreeing that the next meeting will be a duel at full force. Observers are delighted with what he saw. Even the legendary hound has recognized the power of the young owner, and the task is constantly gaining a frantic speed of execution. Theo notes that his opponent has incredible power. Despite the significant strengthening due to the secret leadership and the talents obtained during the tasks, at the time of the clash of swords, the main character felt the lack of strength compared to his past life. Although the match ended ahead of schedule, the feasibility study has gained invaluable experience, increased its luck by 10 points, and significantly improved the reputation, reflecting on new ways of development. While Theo thoughtfully sought new methods of raising his reputation, he was approached by a Silver Lion. Rangton confesses that he came here not just for the duel. His goal is to invite Theo to join the community of the Scales. The jaw literally disappears from these words in Sibyl, and he enthusiastically explains that the Scared Dragon community is a true elite association, which is allowed only at the personal invitation. And it was Reincarnated who invited Theo to join this prestigious society. Theo is surprised to accept an invitation to such a reputable society, doubting whether there is a place for him. The lion easily waved away from all doubts, saying that it was all empty chatter, and the tep no doubt deserves its place. He also added that in fact it is a rather casual company of peers, which look forward to a close ritual of awakening. Others, without hiding envy, carefully monitor the events, dreaming of getting a similar invitation. The main character is well aware that the community of scaly dragon around the Axion creates the ideal conditions for the rapid advancement of the task, and also gives the opportunity to know more deeply both the Axion and the Camelli Palace himself. Finding no reason to doubt, the Technu immediately agrees to an invitation that instantly increases the efficiency of the task by 1% more. His entry into an elite society is a true admiration among the crowd, which enthusiastically perceives this new achievement. Reincarnated expresses his support for this decision, inviting him to contact him with all the questions and reporting that the next meeting will take place in 2 weeks. The scene brings us to the Ra's palace, where the main character's mother suddenly breaks into his room, illuminated with incredible exaltation. At this point, when the protagonist was about to share with his mother several news, he was surprised to see how all the castle staff, residents of neighboring villages, appeared in his room, and possibly half of the continent. Not having time to ask the question, the Theo has already heard the joyful exclamations of the mother, which celebrates his invitation to the community of the Scratched Dragon. Its ranks include such prominent figures as the Axion itself, the Surist Emil Sin, as well as brilliant talents like Reincarnated, which attract the attention of even the council itself. The mother persistently emphasizes that everything, from the style of clothing to behavior, will be subject to careful evaluation. Although she admires her son's perfect etiquette, appearance and manners need special care. With her mother's care, she offers help, remembering that she was once an actress, and now she is happy to share her invaluable experience. The illegitimate son of a Nongoroid man always left the mother the fee of guilt, and in the strict clan Ragnar to have a son who did not possess any gift was especially difficult. Suddenly, she rushes to hug her son, with tears in her eyes, warmly assuring him in the unwavering of her faith in his strength. A gentle smile appears on the face of Theo. He hugs his mother more firmly, quietly assuring her that there is no reason to worry now, while all the staff movedly watches this insightful scene. While having a joy about the entrance of the son to the prestigious society, the feasibility study in his thoughts is already laying a careful plan for the destruction of the community of the Scaly Dragon. 2 weeks later, a majestic carriage appeared in the yard on the night of a grand feast of a Scaly Dragon community, and a silver lion stood near it. To meet him, apparently embarrassed by the excessive attention of servants, under the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd, steps the changed Theo. Reincarnated, wrapped in astonishment, barely recognizes in this elegant young man a former Theo, noting his striking transformations. What is a slight taste of irritation says that even a silver lion now throws jokes. The feasibility study consists with the remark, thanks to a 2-week intense training, it has not only grown, but also significantly acquired muscles. During these 2 weeks, Evelyn came to him daily, and there was a real closeness between them, and new devoted followers appeared. In his memoirs, Evelyn recalls how at first she intended only to teach a young gentleman a little, but was suddenly involved in all this vanity. Now he has to train for a huge number of fans. The idea of these grueling for 2 weeks instantly causes the fever to distort the acidic grimace. The Silver Lion, realizing that this was the first official banquet of the protagonist, he reassuredly advised to prevent panic. He is fully convinced of the ability of the feasibility study, but there is a nuance that instantly causes the main character to alert. Reincarnated warns that his familiar Axion can be quite a complex person. However, it was he who initiated the meeting with the feasibility study and gave an invitation, so he asks not to judge it too strictly. Only now is the feasibility study that the invitation to the club came not from Leo, but from the Axion itself, which organized this banquet exclusively for him. The protagonist's face appears on the face of the protagonist. Events go even better than he hoped, and now he is looking forward to the meeting. At the same time, the Axion, slowly enjoying the suspicious drink of the color of the ice, and with a smile that resembled the fever of the feasibility study, is mocking the main character, already looking forward to entertainment with a new toy. Soon the carriage stopped at the majestic Camelli Castle. The first stepped on the ground Rangton, and behind him, without spending time, the feasibility was moved. Considering the majestic Camellia Castle, he understood. It was here that those who sent Randola to disrupt his training, as well as those who took possession of his mother and castle. Paying attention to the thoughtful and attentive look of the satellite, Rangton realized that the guy was a little confused, because he first found himself here and therefore offered him to enter inside. They paved the path with a beautifully equipped yard, and Rangton explained that his friend Axion would definitely turn out to meet the Theo, so he probably was already waiting for them at the entrance. Rangton wondered why it was the Axion who invited him. Perhaps because the worthless Ragnar suddenly began to show worthy results. Most likely he will try at any cost to prevent or laugh, Rangton thought. However, it only caused a smile on the face of the feasibility study, because he did not come here in vain. His goal was to force the Axion to realize who he was dealing with. Suddenly, his face was surprised when he noticed an unusual blue shine that came out of one of the windows, resembling a glow of his system display. It seemed that inside the Camelli Palace he was waiting for some task. However, he did not even suspect that he was already waiting for an unexpected danger. The giant object inevitably fell directly on the head of the feasibility study, and the frightened Remrington could not prevent the disaster. When the thick fog began to wrap the area, it turned out that the hero had time to dodge. They immediately realized the fell bag was not a stone, but a heavy pack of flour. Rangton immediately realized that it was the fierce of guests who had already arrived at the banquet. Considering the bag, the hero understood that without his wonderful physical form, this blow would definitely harm. In addition, at first the hero suggested that Rangton was in one way or another involved in this situation, but noticing his confused face and high status, realized that it was not true. Moreover, he recognized the true initiators of this greeting and immediately realized that those who resorted to such actions did not appreciate it so much. Rangton could not stand it and, resolutely stood up for a friend, was convinced that those who perceived such actions as a simple greeting or banal courtesy were finally crazy. At this point, the Axion himself appeared in the window, which could not understand why the Silver Lion was so angry. It all started with a casual greeting between brothers. Looking at the guy, the Theo immediately drew attention to his system characteristics. The status testified to the expectation to play with a new toy, and his talents included madness and psychopathy. To the great surprise of the Dark Tiger, the hero, instead of getting angry, met his gaze calmly and thanked for such a greeting. Seeing misunderstanding in his brother, he explained that he could not simply ignore such hospitality. He suggested that it was probably an innocent, friendly joke, so he was looking forward to continuing today's banquet. Initially a little surprised, the Axion smiled more sinister, realizing that his toy became much more interesting after they saw. In the banquet hall, the youth and girls were quietly stitched, trying to solve the concept of the Axion. Although they were aware of the technology of Theo to the main line, such an attitude in the community of the scared dragon was considered incredible boldness and stupidity. However, many surprised that Theo even looked decent. Hearing such conversations, Rangton again felt the need to apologize to the young lady, because he never imagined that the people with whom he had once had a close relationship would suddenly begin to behave so strange. Theo calmly explained that he even felt gratitude to these people. He understood that no matter what they said about him, his every abusive word opened him another reason for their further destruction. In addition, he found a place where the characteristic blue glitter flowed. He was convinced that this light was closely linked to his task, but approaching him could have caused suspicion. Finally, the Axion himself appeared, smiling cunningly, and asked the Theo if he managed to fully enjoy the evening. The hero felt nerves, a typical initial reflex for such a person. However, he quickly gathered not to deviate from his carefully processed plan. Turning with a warm smile to his brother, he sincerely thanked him for the invitation. The Axion even apologized for the previous events, because he probably has really crossed the boundaries. Hugging Theo and looking into his eyes carefully, he decided to find out whether Theo was ready to accept his apology. Observing the development of events, especially the face of the Axion, Reincarnated has engulfed deep anxiety and immediately decided to curb the offensive of the Dark Tiger. However, Theo coped with this guy and, smiling cunningly, emphasized that the Axion did nothing for which it would be necessary to apologize, because according to Theo, he only politely congratulated him. To the great surprise of the hero, these words caused a real smile on the face of the Axion, who patched him on his shoulder. He noted how dramatically changed the Theo that he once knew, and with every moment, the guy became more attractive to him. Other guests of the Scratch Dragon were surprised to watch the events. It seemed that the hero laughed and behaved with dignity, like a real toy of the Axion. It was quite clear for an illegal child deprived of any generic roots, because she could not withstand the greatness of noble blood and innate talents. Everyone was aware that although both belonged to Ragnar, their position was radically different. The ancient noble clan of the East could not be compared with a random woman. The Theo listened to these words, as if they did not affect him at all, while other knights worried why Reincarnated was constantly circling around him. However, they unexpectedly mentioned that Reincarnated himself was actually an extramarital child. They soon stopped the conversation, because they mentioned that this topic was strictly tabooed in their circles. At this point, Theo realized that Reincarnated, apparently offended and humiliated caused by these words, felt true pain. He realized that he no longer wanted to remain an observer, because such passivity has crossed all borders. Turning to his brother, he explained that he seeks to sincerely congratulate his new friends, because he considered this act completely justified. After that, the hero took a bottle of exquisite alcohol and approached one of the participants of the banquet, which was particularly sharply criticized by Reincarnated. The guy decided to smile, looking at Theo without realizing his intention. Suddenly, the Theo grabbed the bottle and smashed it without hesitation against the face of this arrogant and self-confident young man. Hardly recovering after such a blow, he cast a hated look at Theo, trying to understand how such a worthless creature dared to such an act. However, instead of a diplomatic conversation, the hero again struck this guy, this time his foot in his face, and explained that he was clearly worthless for such behavior. He came only to say hello, so it was unclear why this guy began to scold him so sharply and call him many offensive names. At this point, other feast guests were surprised to watch the events, not understanding their essence, and are convinced that the hero had finally gone crazy. However, it was then that his task began to develop rapidly. Observing the events, Reincarnated realized that the young gentleman of the Theo did not belong to those who would do in a similar way, and finally realized that his reaction was dictated by images directed at him. The hero decided to complete this kind of greeting, but he soon had to leave a ball, and he had to say goodbye. And for this, he was already going to break the guy's hand who had to become their farewell sign. He began to rage with a voice, but all his screams were in vain. Almost immediately, his bones suffered a ruthless split, and the progress in the educational task reached 60%. As soon as Theo coped with his rival, he looked at the surrounding crowd, trying to understand whether anyone who wants to greet him is among those present. At this point, the performance reached 88%, when suddenly the hero was surrounded by knights who strongly rushed to him, pressing sharp swords to the throat. They strictly warned that the attack on the young gentleman would have to pay the cost of life. The hero, without showing emotions, calmly asked to tell who this young man, what the posture before him, and as it turned out, he was the third young master of Kanava's clan, named John. Finally, the hero realized why he was in a group, crowded with enemies, which was called the Dragon's Chishuju. He immediately realized that the crippled guy belonged to one of the 6 snow clans supporting Ragnar. Looking at the knights, Theo was absolutely sure that these guys would not stay away when the one whom they despised as worthless would suddenly begin to attract attention. But now he was no longer going to behave as before. With decisive confidence, looking directly at the enemies, he decided to find out how dogs from one of Ragnar's most famous clans dared to demand his death. After blinking against the opponents, he decided to check whether they could be responsible for their words, because he would not suffer such disrespectful attitude towards him. At the same time, the knights felt a strange pressure on their skin and could not believe their own eyes. Did they really have the worthless Ragnar they knew? In addition, they were unexpectedly covered by the awareness. Despite the dirty blood, Theo had the legal right to claim the throne, as did every direct Ragnar heir. In addition, Ragnar is the Lord of the North and Lord, who has 6 snow clans. Therefore, threatening to those who have dragon's blood flowing in veins are usually considered a serious sin that can result in the destruction of the entire clan. At that moment, the knights realized that this law had remained unusable for the feasibility study for too long, but now everything has changed. So, it was necessary to apologize to him immediately, but they never expected that the hero would suddenly issue an order to destroy everyone who threw his swords on him. Immediately after that, the boys were beheaded one by one, and finally, against the background of surprised calls of the crowd, their palace appeared. This palace was none other than Evelyn. She was wondering when the Theo realized that she was watching him, though he knew that it was absolutely obvious. The hero did not know why she decided to follow him, but it was thanks to Evelyn that he was able to turn the situation in his favor. A few days ago, Julius summoned Evelyn to talk, suggested to meet a bottle of alcohol. He knew that the woman had not planned to accept students anymore, but with the introduction of the feasibility study had changed. After that, he was interested in how the teaching of this young man under her mentoring. Evelyn was unclear why the man chose this place for a small correspondence with a glass, because he always stopped on the street before she left a group of riders. The man laughed, realizing that his little joy, including the passion for drinking, did not really rest Evelyn. Therefore, he insisted that she finally answered him. Recognizing that talking to Julius would not bring anything new, Evelyn frankly confessed that Theo has exceeded all her expectations. His character and talent made him the best among everyone she taught. It was surprised even by Julius himself, because he knew that the Cher also studied with Evelyn, and could not understand why she still considered Theo best. Evelyn calmly explained that she takes into account the potential, and is convinced that the ability of the feasibility study far exceeds the possibility of a young Mr. Axion. These words were definitely not empty. Julius just laughed, realizing that, since Evelyn, unlike him, had both eyes, she probably saw the world clearer. The only thing that forced him to think was the question, why did the Theo all the time hid his abilities? After all, a person cannot change so unexpectedly. Evelyn also understood it, but she was interested in why a person who hid her power so much time suddenly decided to show it. From her own experience, she knew that hasty actions were almost always rotating. Throughout the time she watched the hero, she was feeling as if someone was catching him, which made her concern about joining the Chishuju dragon community. Hearing this, Julius realized that the concern caused the appearance of a treacherous Axion, and suggested Evelyn to stay with the feasibility study. If she was worried, then her concern may not have been in vain. However, he felt that something was inevitably approaching. When Wolf, thirsty to the blood, gathered together, they immediately began to establish their own hierarchy. After that, the man pointed to the set of white capes and explained to Evelyn that, given her intention to join the feasibility study, she could subtly hint to her young lord that it was time to join the ranks of dragon riders. In addition, he left 2 sets of clothing and explained that she would also expect a similar fate, because it was mistaken to believe that Julius would leave her alone because she was no longer able to fly to the dragon. He asked her to return and take responsibility for the one she introduced him. The man quietly departed, sincerely thanking Evelyn for the inventive wine, which was not only unsurpassed, but also extremely valuable. Emerging from the memories, the woman realized that the hero had from the very beginning noticed her trace and deliberately planned this situation. She realized that he may have intentionally joined the community of Scaly Dragon, so from the very beginning there was no reason to worry about him. But she sought to find out when it was the hero who caught her presence, because not everyone can master this skill. However, the hero just smiled, as if realizing what questions were tormented by Evelyn. He explained to himself that he felt her presence at the very moment when he took a place in a carriage. After all, the owner of a dragon heart is able to reveal his ability to perceive energy flows, which is often called the 6th feeling. Thanks to this, all the preparations were completed, so the hero calmly approached his teacher. He calmly explained to Evelyn that the majority of those present found disrespect for the candidate for successors and wanted to find out what punishment was imposed for such a violation. Calmly looking at the frightened crowd, she explained that, depending on the laws, immediate execution was one of the possible penalties. Hearing this, the hero only smiled and noted that since all present were children who did not even pass the rite of awakening, such punishment was too harsh. He suggested that Evelyn simply take away each of them on one hand, thus putting an end to this punishment. After the announcement of such a decision by the young master, the hands of the 2nd son of the clan Baran, the 1st son of Red Vera, mercenaries from a number of organizations, the 4th daughter of the trade guild, and others were instantly. At that moment, one of the frightened young men, realizing that his turn would immediately come, carefully approached the Axion, begging him for salvation. However, he made his own look at the guy, not understanding why he would have saved him because he called on such a fate. The punishment of all those present ended, and at one point, the view of the Axion met the eyes of a woman he never expected to be again in such circumstances. After that, calmly inspecting all those present, the Cher realized that Evelyn purposefully chose only those who left comments about the pedigree. In addition, Theo organized everything in such a way that even he, as a candidate in the air, could not stop it. At the same time, saying goodbye, Evelyn told the hero that she had cut off his right hand into 14 people. In addition, if they immediately bring their hands to the priest, they will be able to restore them, but it will inevitably affect their skills of owning weapons. It was at that moment that the Axion realized that not only Evelyn, but also his friend Rangton, Opiana, and the worthless Ragnar from the Rose Palace changed so much that the Axion had a desire to crush him. Finally, the hero informed Evelyn of his intention to return home, and Rangton immediately went after him. But before leaving, the hero, following the politeness norms, said goodbye to the master of the evening and sincerely thanked the Axion for the opportunity to spend this day. At the moment when the face of the Axion broke out the emotion, the hero successfully completed the 4th educational task. From now on, no one is able to call him a worthless Ragnar. The hero was aware that, despite the completion of the tasks, the real payment is only on the threshold. His revenge just began. In addition, he received a wonderful reward, an elixir of experience that allowed to gain 5 increments. Soon, the Axion had to turn to Amila and Ed to report on the events at the Feast of a Scaffold Dragon, a news that apparently struck both. Somewhere at this time, the followers of the hero sat in the pub and celebrated the events that engulfed the community of the scaffolding, an event that, without exaggeration, could be called an incredible debut of a young gentleman in higher circles of society. Everyone gathered around the hero to give him proper respect, and the air was filled with unspeakable warmth and joy. At that moment, the only thought that worried Ed and Emil was that it really happened to this unsaid Theo that changed so radically. At the same time, anger, struck the Axian strongly on the cheek, accusing him not only of inviting him a worthless Ragnar, but also that he allowed him to cut off his people's hands. It was deeply disappointed that the share was so lightly perceived, because it always insisted on a more serious attitude towards business. However, instead of making the boy to conquer, he gave him complete freedom to break away, without interfering for a moment. She warned her son that as soon as this worthless Ragnar will be distinguished from among the crowd, the conquest of the Rose Palace will be much more complicated. The Axian tried to justify and suggest a solution to the situation, but Aimila refused to listen to him and ordered him to think about his actions. He had to think carefully about almost destroyed their brilliant plan, chasing for Vayne. Watching her son came out, the woman was outraged, not understanding why the guy was so impulsive. Ed explained that his behavior was an accurate reflection of the young Aimila. It undoubtedly angered the woman, but Ed urged her to calm down and not to panic, because the events that took place could not be so terrible. Since the Palace of Rose is an integral part of the harem of the leader of the clan, it will be an extremely difficult task. Although the Raz Palace was beyond the priorities of the head of the clan, serving as a shelter for all the cleaners, he still used its support. In view of this, the only thing they need is to find a significant basis for destroying this place. Fortunately, when Theo organized a cruel massacre during the assembly of the dragon community, he gradually gained the status of a representative of the Rose Palace. Therefore, using this incident as a good basis, they will be able to legally destroy the feasibility study and its entire palace. At this point, Aimila realized that she was surprised to perceive the growth of the feasibility study not because of his potential, but because of her own fear. She was afraid that if the leader began to pay attention to him, the Rose Palace would grow to unprecedented heights. But now, if they take advantage of the feasibility study, the Chameleon Palace will be able to legitimately remove it from the game. The palace will not have a different choice than to obey, which will allow you to control it without unnecessary noise. Understanding how ideal this strategy was, Aimila smiled sincerely and seeking to find out in Ed how much time they had to prepare. It turns out that the man has already arranged everything. The next morning, as soon as Aimila wakes up, she will hear the news that will certainly lift her mood. So he suggested Aimali to relax in a warm bathroom and enjoy a sweet sleep. In addition, he prepared a special gift for her: aromatic candles from the volcanic region of the southern Arcana. Hugging Ed, Aimila realized why she always loved her older brother so deeply. He always acted exactly as he was expected from him. The hero was then near Reincarnated, who was still captured by confusion, because he could not think that Theo would be so concerned about him. He still has not disappeared about the events in the community of the scared dragon, because according to Reincarnated, the hero really showed unbreakable stability, despite the numerous images against him. However, it was at the moment when it affected him, the Theo immediately threw everything and did not hesitate to defend, whereas the other could not prevent events. Reincarnated realized that the longer he watched the young gentleman, the more he was amazing impression. Theo has experienced the times when he was looked at him, as if on an illegitimate, talentless child, but he did not break and grew into a strong, decisive personality. He was particularly striking that he challenged the opponent, who had no advantage over, but still won, strongly stretching his sword against the Chameleon Palace, a place that no one dared to challenge. Reincarnated was aware that it was all for him, and he had tears in his eyes. Even his high status testified to how deep he was moved. The feasibility study that the guy clearly perceived something wrong. At this point, Reincarnated realized that his clan instructed him to make strong connections with the Axian, but he had completely different plans. Strongly climbing, he decided to join the ranks of the young Mr. Theo. At this point, other followers, when they heard these words, engulfed joy. Strong recognized the power of the feasibility study because they both glowed with greatness. The hero was going to explain something to Reincarnated, but unexpectedly with him installed a telepathic connection of Evelyn. She explained that this misunderstanding was not the worst possible. and added that the real reason for Rangton's accession was quite simple. Everyone just wanted to get along with him. The hero just smiled, realizing that he is not something extraordinary, and his success is mostly owned by the plates with messages. Looking at the next plate, he thought what it could have been, because his primary representation was significantly different. Looking at extremely detailed plates, he was aware that the situation was developing completely differently than could be assumed. However, it struck a light, almost vague feeling of déjà vu. As a result, after the incident with the community has completed, the level increased significantly. The hero realized that with each level, he receives special points, which allow to improve his characteristics. Therefore, he decided to take this opportunity, distributing them at his own choice. He sought to find out what the future would open before him when he would gain force, but the first step was undoubtedly carefully prepared for the counterattack on the Kameli Palace. So he appealed to Rangton to provide him with support. Given the guy a piece of paper, the hero explained that the confrontation between him and the Axion would soon get a new, even greater sharpness. That is why he turned to Rangton for support, preparing for new challenges. The hero was well aware that in the future, Rangton would become the leader of the Narnzo clan, and their power would be sufficient to challenge the Ragnars. Therefore, he immediately decided to take this opportunity and finally enlist the support of Rangton. The hero with a mullet asked the guy to accept this letter, and he did not refuse to provide him with help. Rangton promised to always be near a young lord and do everything possible to support him in future endeavors. The hero barely had time to enjoy his moment, how unexpectedly to the pab where they sat, armed men broke up. These were real swords of the law. They gave a letter that clearly testified that Theo should be arrested immediately on charges of blackmail, violence, and inciting before the uprising. Evelyn engulfed panic. She did not understand what was happening, but the hero reassured the woman and approached them to get acquainted with the letter carefully. From this he realized that the seal of the warrant was real. Even the ink which was written did not dry yet, so they really hurried with his arrest. The hero calmly agreed to the handcuffs, after which the swords immediately began to remove him. The last thing Evelyn and Rangton saw was a calm smile of the hero. Understanding this, they realized that he was counting on such a development. Immediately after that, Rangton drew attention to the sheet lying in his hands, and immediately realized it was no doubt that he could help the hero. Soon this news reached the Rose Palace, and Cecilia could barely believe that her son was really arrested. After learning about the tribunal, she barely held on her feet, falling on the cold floor. Turning to Dvoritsky, she asked what Theo was accused of, and he answered that he was associated with the events in the Scared Dragon community by inciting. The woman could barely believe her own words because she knew her son like no other. It seemed incredible that they were really going to the tribunal. The Bagretsky explained that Theo has completely destroyed the scaffolding community, so they will probably not allow everything to end so simply. Cecilia has never suggested that the son's invitation to the community could turn so unexpectedly, but she confidently believed in his strength and the ability to cope with any challenges. The glow of the sun's rays that penetrated through the window, Cecilia patiently waited for her son, hoping for his return home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the hero quietly rushed in a carriage surrounded by faithful guards. Finally, the carriage stopped at the castle of the tribunal, and the only thought that did not rest Theo, how much time it passed from his last stay here. Since he has destroyed the community of Scaly Dragon, simple prison will not help here. He will certainly be suggested. The call of Ragnar's heir to the tribunal indicates his intention to carefully check his ability to occupy a hereditary position with dignity. Shortly after his arrival, he began to be removed, and Theo immediately felt that the share was set to finally destroy it this time. However, his attempts caused the boy only a gentle smile. Everything happened under the scenario he had planned carefully, and the expected result was just like that. Finally, the hero faced the impressive doors, and the first to enter were the knights who conveyed the news of the successful delivery of the prisoner Ragnar. The guy was invited to enter, and he confidently looked forward, without the slightest drop of fear, ready to carry out the idea that has ripe for so long in his heart. In order for his design to bloom, he definitely needs a grand arena, just like a tribunal. In addition, looking at all those present, he understood that there were extremely significant personalities here. The familiar face was Julius, the commander of the Dragon Riders, which shone in white armor. Also, there was ED, the head of the Central Intelligence Department. It also stored the Dragons of the Sword from the Palace of Flowering Plum, known under the name of Osa Ragnar, and the latter gathered Drakonivsky Elder, chairman of the council. Considering the audience, the hero realized that all 4 of the 9 dragons guarding Ragnar gathered here. In his past life, he was so embroidered with emotions that he could barely breathe. Wolfgang addressed the first to the hero. He calmly answered the greetings of the chairman of the council, with whom the roads have long been, and sincerely expressed regret because their meeting happened in such sad circumstances. Looking at the man, the hero was aware that as the chairman of the council, he evaluated the lineage with an open disdain for flowers and illegal children like the feasibility study. The expression of his face clearly testified to the frank dislike of such people. After completing the greeting, Wolfgang decided to find out whether the Theo was aware that he was brought here to respond to the crimes committed. Baron Clan, a trade guild, the Red and White Association, mercenary detachments, and even Hanari clan, because of the stupid actions of the Theo, decided to break the links with the main family. Therefore, with pulsating vessels in his eyes, the man shouted, trying to find out whether the hero was able to respond for the harm caused, because he would be responsible for the injury of the honor of the Ragnar clan. The hero calmly listened to all the images and screams that poured in his direction, and without hesitation recognized Wolfgang's right because he was too dishonest. Looking around all those present, he stated that if he could return in time, he would be ordered to cut off these people, not only with his hands, but also his head, because they still belonged to his subjects. The hero reminded all those present that it was their lord that gave these people a majestic honor, and the faithful subjects, having opened their heart and life, chose the path of true knighthood. However, they dared to threaten their gentlemen, demonstrating incredible boldness. Because of this, the young man stated that if he knew in advance about their boldness, he would immediately deprive them of their heads, because such behavior deserves severe punishment, and the true principles of chivalry should be restored. The hero, as an integral part of the Ragnar family, was unable to watch him indifferently. He had trampled his honor for the centuries. Julius was pleased to watch the spectacle. The new moon, as always, proved to be incredibly capable, and from the first moments it was clear that he was waiting for traditional punishment. The head of the council immediately answered these loud statements, not understanding how the young man dared to offend him so frankly with such sophistic. However, carefully listened to his arguments, the wasp agreed with him, because the basis was outlined correctly. However, the dragon sword explained that although the Ragnar clan was really great, it was not an expression of their true grandeur. After all, ignoring the voices of vassals and knights, the clan is inevitably collapsed. The authorities are not based on the tyranny of one, because the world cannot be directed with the power of one hand. The hero assured that he remembers these words. In fact, the hero felt anxiety when meeting with the first wife of the clan chairman, known as the best fencing officer of the North. On his great relief, she did not emit hostility about him. But then the hero had many questions. Why, knowing what happened in the Rose Palace, did not come to their rescue? In addition, the wasp strictly warned the guy that he would soon undergo a well-deserved punishment. Looking around, the hero sought to find out how he was punished. After a short silence, the chairman of the council explained that he should spend 3 months performing the duties of the novice. However, the hero calmly reminded that the awakening ceremony would only take place in 2 months. Wolfgang was angry because of a mockery, but the Wasp calmly explained that the council decided to allow the hero to participate in the waking ceremony that would take place next year. A decision was made, according to which 15 children, crippled, will participate in the ceremony next year. Ed, who watched the events carefully, understood that the hero barely escaped punishment through the intervention of a demonic dragon. However, the deferral of the awakening ceremony has become a real shame for the Ragnar clan, and a similar failure of the Palace of the Rooster Palace gives the Chameleon Palace good grounds for conquest. So the plans will soon begin. Theo is no longer able to do something. If he dares to challenge the decision of the tribunal, he is waiting for a verdict: death. That is why Ed made sure that the guy was not as naive as you might think. However, he was rudely mistaken. The hero was made by the hero at the same time. Hearing this, all the dragons nearby were instantly entered the alertness, which caused Ed's inner smile. He was aware of how much this hero was a real fool, because his overconfidence did not know the limits. The moved Julius finally wanted to find out if the hero was aware of the true meaning of his appeal. The guy was well aware that such actions are usually punished not just 3 months of being among the novices. Therefore, this question was addressed to the hero solely to persuade him to give up such a careless idea. It became apparent that even the seemingly soft punishment of Julius had to make efforts. But the hero calmly explained that in the mighty and proud Klani Ragnar, the expression of objections was equated with the declaration of war, and he was ready to meet all its consequences. He stated with a smile that he knew well, only the winners create the story, so he was looking forward to this opportunity. Soon the system announced him of the start of a new scenario that will open the way to revealing many mysteries and secrets of his own world. The first test of the plot line was the task of the heir, which he had to overcome. Somewhere at the same time, a fierce battle, headed by Evelyn and Renton, broke out in the northern branch of the Trade Guild. Only shortly after the victory, Renton finally discovered that these people were so carefully hidden, and found him in a place which was indicated by the young Mr. Theo. Finally, they realized that with such evidence of Cameli's palaces would not escape the inevitable death. However, the self-pleading Ed, who pleased with pleasure how easily got rid of the enemy and did not suspect at all. Looking at the new moon with misunderstanding, people tried to realize, did he really decide to change 3 months of conquest to war? After all, his superiority did not know the limits. So they were interested in them. Does he really think that he will be able to stand against the troops of 15 clans? However, he calmly assured that he would cope with this task. In a situation where one side's advantage was extremely noticeable, the appeal was resolved through the battle of representatives. Julius realized that this young man is really well versed in the law, because traditional appeal means that only the victory in the battle will be able to determine which side of the right and which is not. However, when it is impossible to outwit the enemy because of a significant difference in force, each side sends its best representatives. Only in a fierce duel, one-on-one on the swords decides who is entitled to victory. Such a battle was called representative. Most likely, he was convinced that the feasibility study would be a representative of the defense, taking into account all the obvious grounds. However, there is a high likelihood that an Axion will be a representative of the prosecution. Fully aware of the skills of both young men, Julius was convinced of the inevitable defeat of the feasibility study. That is why he was surprised why the guy chose this path and what an unexpected trump card he kept in his sleeve. Obviously, it was senseless to expect that someone like him or Evelyn would act as his representative. If he was counting on it, he will be awakened by a terrible disappointment. The hero calmly explained that according to the law, a week will be selected representatives to participate in a representative battle. It was immediately obvious to everyone what strategy this new moon, who planned to convince Julius or Evelyn to become his representatives. However, everyone understood that, taking into account their character, they would never want to do it, so the Theo would have to fight the enemy personally, one-on-one. The first was ED, who finally decided to put on the Axion. In this case, The death of the feasibility study will make the whole Palace of Roses to understand its position. But suddenly, to the surprise of all those present, the doors dissolved widely, and an unknown man realized with a clear surprise that the feasibility was not the senseless boy he once remembered. Finally, Kyle Ragnar appeared in the door, which was stunned by his son's skillfully plans and has changed his last meeting. Immediately, all present in the hall lowered one knee to show their respect for the majestic head. Then Theo himself bowed, greeting his father as the reincarnation of a mighty dragon god. Suddenly, a new task came up to his eyes, which arose after the capture of the Chameleon Palace and the disclosure of his secrets. At this point, the hero finally remembered why, in one of the windows of the palace, he noticed a familiar blue light, which he completely forgot in the fuss. He realized that it was no doubt that something important was hidden, but now it is not the best time to get away from urgent cases. At first, he needed to deal with the case of the tribunal and the unexpected appearance of his father, as there was a new variable that could destroy his plan. The hero sought to find out what prompted him to come, but instead of answering, the man ordered his son to rise. It seemed that the leader heard about his situation on the way here and realized that the guy was in a difficult situation, once appealed through a representative match. However, it was clear that it would be extremely difficult to enter a representative match for him. Looking carefully at the new moon, he sought to find out who he wanted to elect his representative, so that he would participate in the battle instead of Theo. From the very beginning, the hero stated that there was no one who agreed to become his substitute in the battle, so he decided to take the call on his own and speak in the arena. The father was aware that in such a situation, the hero was instantly defeated, but the guy was in no hurry to conclude. He did not even dare to try to test it in practice. Proudly straightened, the guy explained that he was not going to voluntarily succumb to such requirements, and therefore, even if he is forced, he would fight until the last breath. Hearing these words, the man laughed sincerely, because it was his son who said them, and they perfectly conveyed the essence of Ragnarok. In addition, this behavior Theo made a great impression on the leader, who, leaning, sincerely thanked for the praise. However, the hero was aware that all this demonstration battle was only a pathetic provocation. In fact, he did not intend to fight, so he could speak the truth freely, whatever it was, because he had already instructed Rengton and Evelyn to find evidence of betrayal and conspiracy of the Chameleon Palace. Thanks to this information, his victory will come even without the need to enter any clash. Suddenly, the man explained that he wants to give Theo chance because, as the owner of the Ragnars, he intends to test him. He suggested that the guy postpone the trial of the court, because if he can take a single blow, it will help to dispel all the accusations. But the word Ed came suddenly, who turned to the head of the clan, explaining that they could not allow such developments. He understood that Kale's proposal to check whether the feasibility was withstanding his one blow was a kind of recognition of him as a son. And if the hero really stands, everyone will understand that he has already received the approval of the clan chairman. Despite the fact that Ed doubted whether Theo would be able to withstand this test, he had to be safe in order not to give a chance even to the appearance of such. So, with excitement, he explained that vassals and mercenaries were forbidden to doubt the nobility of his son's blood, and therefore all cases should be resolved strictly under the law through a representative battle. The leader glanced at the heavenly dragon and ordered him to remain silent, because if the vassal dared to say so, I would immediately get rid of Ed. After that, Kyle also directed his gaze to the heavenly dragon, and clearly heard this man literally started quietly. Getting out of his place, Julius calmly explained that he had sincerely surprised the behavior of the leader, because he had not shown such a living interest in others for a long time. The man only barely smiled with the words of a friend, after which he completely paid attention to his son, deciding to check if he could withstand one blow. At this point, the hero realized that his plan was completely collapsed. An unexpected variable can be a serious obstacle. However, this change seemed to the boy purely on his hand, so he could barely hide his smile. He explained that he would not be able to withstand this blow because to compare a full-scale war with the vassal riots with at least one blow of the leader, absurd. Kyle has already suggested that the hero would refuse his proposal, but the latter only noted that it would be somewhat unfair. When the task has become such seriousness, the compensation for the feasibility study should increase accordingly. Kyle was tuned to listen carefully that his son desires, and, smiling in Ed, suggested that the Chameleon Palace was compensating for him. Wolfgang was frightened by hearing these nonsense from the hero, and was shocked by his courage to offer such ideas to the supervisor himself. It was clear to everyone that Theo, as a semi-grain, is uncertain-oriented in its social status, because such arrangements are made only between equal parties. To the surprise of all, Kyle agreed with the requirements of his son, realizing that in order to become an heir, he really needs a sandstone like the Chameleon Palace. Looking at Ed, he decided to find out if he had any objection. However, he was not able to express any remarks to the owner, which was owned by the entire Ragnar clan. When the objections were not heard, the man immediately stood up and asked to equip the platform so that he could test the feasibility study here and now. Soon everyone gathered near the playground, and it was obvious that Ed was in high tension, because the space that was to become a trap turned into an arena for its uplift. However, he understood that there was no reason for serious concern. Even if this creature had increased, it would not withstand a powerful blow to the head. After all, such a task was complicated even for experienced high-rank swordsmen. Therefore, Ed was aware that the guy would probably die right here and now. The hero was clearly aware of what Ed thought, but unfortunately this would not happen. He was well aware of what award to wait for the training, so without hesitation he agreed to the proposal of his leader. Even Kyle noticed that the young man seemed to accept some charming elixir, which suddenly changed his strength. But even in this case, the manager was indifferent to his son received extra power. The hero immediately realized how careful the leader was, because even 9 dragons did not know about changes in his personality. However, it seems that the leader did not worry the small subtleties. He was aware that no elixir would be able to replace the inner force if a person has no nature, so he suggested that the hero immediately start action. He explained that he was accustomed to using a two-handed sword, but because the hero had not yet mastered the power of mana, temporarily offered him a regular steel sword. Obviously, this choice did not raise any doubt, so, without waste of time, Kyle began to release all his strength with a smile, and then decisively rushed into the attack. The hero instantly felt the powerful influence of the fighting passion, which literally filled the space around. In addition, he was amazed by the fact that, despite all the tension, the new moon was calmly able to stay on his feet. These words caused a smile on the boy's face. His strength almost returned, because the well-deserved award for successful completion of training filled him with energy. It is the same elixir of experience, the use of which has added 5 levels. He directed all the characteristics obtained to strengthen his own strength. Now that he looked closely at his achievements, the guy felt that there is now the moment when it was possible to leave a simple daily life and join the kingdom of Incredible. Moreover, thanks to this force, he will even be able to repel his father's attack. Finally moving to a combat position, he clearly identified the trajectory of a hostile blow and carefully tightened every muscle of his body. As a result, his body withstood a mighty blow. Although clothing and sword could not resist such pressure, he finally proved his power. The father only said a smile, confessing that he had been looking for a worthy among his sons for a long time. At this point, he appealed to all those present, stating that the feasible Ragnar finally proved his innocence, and thus his trial ended. As he successfully coped with an unexpected task, how the reward received inventory and mysterious blue key. Shortly after a fierce battle, the hero looked sharply in his own bed. A frightened mother sat next to him, who waited patiently until her son came to her after he fainted in the arena. She told the terrible condition, hearing that after the stroke of the leader of the clan, he was fainted, and how tireless she tried to find out if everything was fine with the boy. But here, looking around, he could not understand where he got, and Julius came to the rescue. He decided to explain to the guy that according to the order of the head of the clan, the former lady of the palace, Camellia Axion, together with the director of the intelligence department, released the palace. The hero, overflowing with surprise, realized the essence of the situation, and Julius confirmed his assumption with his light smile. Now the whole palace of Camellia belonged only to him. At the same moment, the system announced him that the task was already completed by 50%. He successfully seized the palace. The only thing left for him was to reveal the secret. At that time, Emil was outraged, not understanding how Camellia, the mistress of the palace, was forced to abandon her property. The servants tried to reassure the lady, encouraging her to take her hands, but all their efforts were in vain, and she constantly plunged into a mess of thoughts. At first glance, it seemed that her brother mastered his emotions better than her sister, but at the same moment, he gave an order to eliminate Theo at any cost. As it turned out, the guy had a completely different idea of depriving him of his hands during the awakening ceremony, but it was no longer acceptable for Ed. He sought that the guy without delay gave his head the Theo directly above the target, and all this, in the eyes of everyone. Somewhere at this time, the hero admired the grandeur of the palace, enjoying an unexpected walk. Although the events were completely different than he planned, the final result exceeded all his expectations. The palace was in his possession, all this without the use of the main trump card. In addition, he now had another extraordinary device: inventory. To test the system, he put an apple in one of the cells of the inventory, which he subsequently pulled successfully. And although this unusual technique surprised him, he could not deny her extraordinary usefulness. In addition, he decided to find a special blue key among his things, because this rare object, although used only once, could open the necessary gates in the dungeon. As soon as the hero got the key, it became clear to him that he was inherently connected with the Camellia Palace. In addition, his view stopped at one of the door, which opened directly in front of him. A wonderful magical ornament was carved on it. When the key turned and the door opened slowly, a great cave was opened in front of him. As a reward for the first opening of the dungeon, he received the doubling of his experience. The hero was surprised by how the cave was in the heart of the palace, but realized that it was undoubtedly another intricate task. No matter what, the young man had no reason to ignore the system. He carefully intended to clean the dungeon in order not to lose the chance to gain double experience. Suddenly, he remembered that to go into battle with empty hands is a mistake, especially when his inventory was already in full swing. Soon, when the inventory was literally turned into a space overflowing with weapons, he finally realized that he was completely ready for the future battle. After a short traveling with dark dungeons, the first in his way was a huge wolf of white wool, whose eyes were burning from rage, glittering like fiery torches. The guy immediately acknowledged that the size of this wolf was really impressed. He was clearly so huge that he could be considered a real demonic beast. Soon this demonic wolf was clearly tired of waiting, and he immediately rushed to the hero attack. His salvation was a truly strong shield that was always with him. Finally, he realized all the power of his opponent, but was convinced that even such animals would not give way to force. After these words, a fierce battle broke out. Only with the first counter blows did the hero realize that the skin of this beast was extremely strong. However, the monster turned out to be extremely fast. If the hero does not speak with all power, he will not even be able to harm him. It was obvious that an unusual wolf opposed him. After all, even if this creature did not belong to demonic creatures, its power caused true surprise. He must possess a power that is not inferior to the power of demonic animals behind the north wall. This is what, without unnecessary effort, explains his incredible power and the cause why it is so difficult to cope with him in battle. The hero hoped only for one thing, that in battle with the enemy, he would again see the same ray of light that glowed during a clash with his father when his task was to repel a single attack. And so, before his eyes, a fascinating arc of pure glow unfolded through which he could survive. When the hero remembered the duel with his father, it was suddenly clear to him why a man chose only one blow. Even he was enough to kill a weak opponent. Then the hero realized that the only way to victory was to put a powerful blow to his essence. Rejecting the shield, he decided to improve his sword possession and master the mysterious art of speed that his mentor once handed him. Thanks to the skillful application of the speed of speed, he approached the wolf on a critical twin distance and accurately hit his eye, making the creature vulnerable. After such a minor victory, the hero was filled with confidence and, acquired by the charge of energy, rushed into a new battle. 2 months have passed since then, and the numerous mass of people gathered on the 4th training ground. The training ground was crowded, and I had to look for extra space for classes. After all, as soon as the rumors came that the Theo withstand the blow, numerous interested people immediately hurried to organize sparring with him. Sibylle, Henry turned to Sibylle, interested in when his festival will finally take place, because 2 months have passed since his last appearance, although he never missed training. Henry even believed that Theo was a coward, who decided to disappear as soon as his far-fetched story began to create excessive attention. Henry was aware that the words of the hero could have a drop of truth, because he was able to avoid punishment. However, since there were no witnesses, it was likely to be just an exaggeration, and rumors about the destruction of the draconian scales community remained only rumors. He could no longer stand the slander of his master Sibylle, and therefore strongly struck the boy with a powerful blow to his cheeks. Comrades, Henry engulfed panic and misunderstanding like someone like Sibylle, a smile to hit him in his face. But as soon as these words sounded, hundreds of fierce eyes instantly drew their view of Henry, barely holding back the outbreak of anger so as not to reach a physical attack. Sibylle explained that such freaks as Henry and his associates, even relatives, do not deserve to participate near his young master. He could not forgive them how they always behaved, as if real undergrowths, but also dared to come here to humiliate his master, who was absent at that moment. So Sibylle took over the role of a leader and ordered his people to prepare the swords, because it was time to start a real war against these arrogant failures. At the moment when it seemed that the fight was no longer avoided, an unfamiliar girl suddenly appeared, who stopped the opponents on both sides with her lingual force. Everyone immediately recognized this girl by her unique tactics of attack. She belonged to 4 dogs of the north, and she was known as the Ice Sword Ray Ragnar. Soon the girl appeared a black bear Halkus from a group of 4 hounds, could not understand why he was decided not to invite him to this festive spectacle. Suddenly, a man appeared, looking sadly on the gathered crowd, and asked where to find a brilliant tiger. No one even imagined who he was looking for a Chalkus, but as it turned out, he aimed at a brilliant tiger, the leader of this training arena, which was what Theo called. Somewhere at that moment, the hero sat on the body of another defeated beast. By this point, the hero has already destroyed 170 demonic creatures, which significantly increased his level. Now he remained with one single target, the last living monster he still has to find. By this point, the indicators of the guy, who reached the 15th level, have improved significantly. This undoubtedly justified all the efforts and time spent on the conquest of this dungeon. Soon, in order to continue cleaning the dungeon, the hero took a healing meal for beginners from his inventory, which has repeatedly taken it from death. Looking at the work done, the hero was aware that although at first the battles with the beasts were extremely difficult, with increasing levels everything became much easier. Since the last beast remains, there is no other way out of the hero than to complete the dungeon, because now the main boss is waiting for him. As he climbed the stairs, he realized that his sword had been broken for a long time and lost all his power, which makes him absolutely useless. Throwing off unnecessary little things, the hero moved to the inventory for new weapons. He chose the last of the swords available, ceremonial, which he received from his mother for his birthday. Looking at the weapon, the hero remembered how in his past life he and Cecilia often argued. Without hesitation, he threw the sword, letting him rust in the corner of the room. However, only now did he realize that this sword is a truly excellent weapon, forged from white steel. As a result of this thought, the guy plunged into sadness, and before his eyes the memories of the last birthday came to life. It was at midnight that his joyous mother, together with his servants, came to the room to greet him and scatter his gifts. However, outraged by the world, the hero only asked his mother not to interfere with him. Soon the awakening ceremony had to begin, and he could not waste time on gifts. In addition, he was well aware that the mother would certainly know that even the best equipment could not change his ancestry. That is why he asked Cecilia to leave. Only now did the hero realize, whatever the fate for him and what difficulties in his path, he will never repeat the mistakes of the past. Suddenly, he received a message from the system that reported him that he entered the boss room, where the strongest demonic beast was hidden. Then he noticed a sleeping creature. To his great surprise, it was no longer a wolf, but a real dragon. He was surprised why the final task was related to the dragons. In addition, considering that the Ragans, descendants of dragons, the final boss inherently had some connection with them. Although the hero hesitated whether this coincidence was accidental, but his vocation required to overcome this monster, because only this could be completed and revealed the mystery of the Camellia Palace. Despite his unbreakable sustainability and determined confidence, the hero felt deep in his heart whether he could overcome because the dragon opposed him. Despite the insignificant rank, the guy first decided to use the flashing technique, which he repeatedly improved, training on wolves during his journey here. Although the hero was aware that he had not achieved the level of dragon flashing inherent in his father, the head of the clan, he still hoped with some hope of success, at least as possible. He hoped that, revealing the potential of his dragon's heart, would be able to cause serious injuries. As he calculated, the plan worked. However, the dragon that woke up in a timely manner did not intend to give his life so easily into the hands of a stranger. He immediately rushed into the counterattack, decisively striking his mighty tail. The hero realized that his attempt to harm the brain of the dragon was unsuccessful because the blow did not penetrate the right depth. Now, looking at the February dragon, which clearly lost control, he saw the opportunity to win. The first thing that came to mind is to apply the secret technique, Steps of Death. With her help, he could move lightly, causing extremely accurate cut blows to the enemy's body. The hero developed a tricky plan, first to distract the dragon with a regular attack, and then to stress a decisive blow to his vulnerable place. However, a deafening roar created an atmosphere of true fear, breaking his plan. The hero put a state of fear, which significantly reduced his speed, and that is why he was defenseless against the final attack. Although it was not possible to avoid the impact, the guy was able to at least partially reduce the damage due to his blade. Despite this, he was waiting for serious injuries, which clearly testified, to delay the battle for a long time does not make sense. Again, rising on his feet, the young man challenged the dragon, studying his weakness closely to quickly put an end to the battle. It was then that he noticed a unique place on the neck, which seemed the most vulnerable. It was called the reverse scales. When the hero's sword aimed at the dragon, his cunning strategy brought the results. A dragon covered with a loud roar weakened his grip, but was not defeated, and therefore their battle had to continue. Somewhere at this point, the followers of the February, still holding the frozen swords in their hands, listened carefully to the fervent discussion between Ray and Holkus. They could not agree who would be the first of those who rushed into the fight against Theo, and Ray persistently commanded their choice, especially given that the Halkus had once been defeated by her. This remark has deeply affected the guy. His defeat took place 3 years ago, but since then his skill has been steadily growing daily, and he has long reduced the difference between each other and a rival. However, this did not refute the fact that he once gave way to her, and so she was not strongly about to retreat. Dissatisfied with the girl's choice, Halkus sent a sword to her side and offered a new duel to finally determine the winner in 3 years. who would get a chance to meet in a match with the Tenya. Only in a moment, despite the unexpected attack, Rei managed to neutralize the attack of her opponent. The witnesses of the events were embarrassed and could not understand what was happening, but soon the battle stopped due to Rangton's intervention, who suggested that his comrades have a clash in another, more adapted place. He recalled that they are currently in the possession of the young master of the February, so he could not allow them to arrange such troubles in his absence. However, Halkus did not pay attention to Rangton's words and gladly stated that the guy appeared on time because he also dreamed of meeting a duel. Suddenly, all three stopped and paused when they felt their bodies imposing murderous pressure. Looking at, they realized that the feasible is its source. Rangton did not even imagine what could happen to the guy during his closed 2-month training because his strength increased incredibly quickly. It seems that Halkus did not even show fear. On the contrary, he was encouraged by the joy of finally met his opponent. It was at this point that the opponent activated his ability to intimidate the lower drake, which immediately divorced throughout the field. Shortly, when the hero finally was able to strike a dragon, the latter fell on the ground, and the battle became successful. The Theo, despite the circumstances, watched closely at his opponent, who, after struck on the reverse Lusky, began to return to the mess uncontrollably, rushing to such force that the hero barely held back the idea of inevitable death. Finally, he decided to lie down on the scaly body of the dragon and afford a lightweight exhalation, enjoying the idea that the dragon eventually weakened, and his scales turned out to be a truly vulnerable place. The system did not allow the guy to enjoy the rest, immediately announcing him about obtaining 2 objects, a tooth of a smaller drill and a claw of a smaller drill. Both materials were used to improve weapons. The tooth increased its strength while the claw, considering his weapon, the hero decided to repair the sword given by his mother, as a fierce battle with the dragon left him considerable wear. In addition, the unexpectedly acquired skill of intimidation of the lower drake opened him the opportunity to reproduce the force of influence that the dragon himself owned. As soon as he got acquainted with his characteristics, realized that he could now apply such pressure. This was incredibly aroused by the boy, because he knew that such ability was only accessible to individual. He did not even dream that fate would give him such a unique opportunity. Hiding all the necessary materials for his inventory, the hero went to meet the exit from the dungeon. He still considered a new skill, not realizing what benefit he can bring in the Ragnar clan. He should have been prepared for the fact that many prominent personalities can take part in the battle. Soon the door of the dungeon closed. The hero managed to take possession of the Chameleon Palace and to reveal his ancient secret. Of course, he was waiting for a prize, which this time was extremely original: the Dragon Nest Compass. He did not know how to use this unusual device properly, but I am sure that he was definitely connected with his next task. Probably at first he decided to add this device to his inventory and then return to the room for a well-deserved rest, because for 2 months of hard work he exhausted his strength. However, luck did not smile at him. Meeting the maid, she saw the young master immediately explained that she had an urgent message. A moved maid reported that there was a confusion on the 4th training ground, which quickly turned into a serious fight. The hero obviously could not leave such news unattended. Shortly afterwards, he went to his unknown guests and immediately, using his power, completely surrounded Henry and his supporters. He ordered them to run as far as possible because he was extremely tired and sought a well-deserved rest. However, Halkus did not puzzle these words. Only feeling stunning, devastating pressure, he instantly decided to attack the hero to have fun and experience the power of the enemy. Despite all the efforts of Halkus, his blow hero instantly and easily repelled. With such ease, it was difficult to believe not only a Chalkus, but also to all other hunters, including even the feasibility of the machine. The black bear did not intend to stop. He was always considered the weakest of the 4 hounds of Sever, because he never renewed his arsenal and had unique skills. However, as the son of an ancient clan, he possessed such a force with which no one could compare. However, the hero was clearly aware of his vulnerability, so he easily parked a blow to the enemy's sword and managed to respond with a lightning counterattack. All this was made possible by the fact that its level was increased to 16. After such an attack, the Chalcus instantly struck the ground, completely devoid of strength, and the hero even covered panic, filled with the question whether his actions were caused by the death of a young man. After all, he inadvertently used all his power when struck without even realizing it. Only the idea of the unbreakable endurance of his opponent gave him rest. Suddenly, to the surprise of the hero, immediately after the victory, his subordinates began the tuberous applause, magnifying the power of a young owner who overcame the black bear and dumped one of the hunters of the north with one blow. But at the moment when the young man tried to reassure the crowd mode, he did not notice how his already worn sword received a crack and then completely broke up. The guy, although his feelings went unnoticed to others, encompassed real panic fear, because this sword was an invaluable gift from his mother. Meanwhile, everyone else was convinced that the power of his master was so powerful that he could break his weapons with one blow. Throughout the time, the insightful view of Rei has been following the feasibility study, simultaneously immersed in the maelstrom of deep memories. It turns out that they have already crossed as a child. It was then that the Theo, meeting Rei, was surprised how she could have so easily lined in the fierce cold. He turned a bright red scarf around her neck, hoping to warm it up a little, but knew that it would not be enough to repel the fierce cold. Taking the girl by the hand, he invited her to spend time in his house, at least until the snowfall subsides. As soon as the snow stops, he promised to take her home. Looking at the guy, Rei was unable to hold back a gentle smile. Then she turned and left quietly, left unnoticed. The only one who caught his mood was Theo, because he knew that Rei belonged to those who almost never allowed himself a smile. Shortly thereafter, all the servants gathered to congratulate the young gentleman to receive the title of Brilliant Tiger. For all, this has become an incredible achievement. The parishes were well aware of how much a young gentleman has made throughout these months and asked him not to stop there, but to continue training until the solemn waking ceremony. It was at this moment that Cecilia visited, which prepared a unique obolon dish for her son. These were rare mollusks, which were found in the Idrian Sea and slowly fried in oil produced exclusively on the farms of the Fugai Mountains. The woman began to feed her son, giving him a delicate meat of a rare poultry, which was fed only by nuts. The hero could not refuse a mother who planned to greet him and feed him with great pleasure. He remembered his past, reflecting on how he repelled Cecilia, though she loved him until his last breath. Therefore, instead of being angry, the hero only smiled gently and thanked her mother for specifically cooking this holiday for him. Soon the moment came to recognize her mother about the fate of her gift. Having pulled a broken sword, he began to sincerely apologize to the fact that her invaluable treasure had been destroyed. However, the mother was not indignant at her son. Her rage was directed at the woman who sold her this blade. After all, the hostess of the workshop confidently assured her that once the sword was made of white steel and ebonite steel tree, so he will be indomitable. Even the hero could not hide his astonishment, hearing about the ebonite steel tree from the southern jungle. Cecilia explained that this sword should be created only from rare and precious materials. Such a statement was clearly false, otherwise the sword would not break so easily. The hero was immediately concerned about hearing what invaluable value his sword has. After all, ebonite steel tree is a rare plant whose roots wrap iron, so that the material receives the flexibility of the tree and the steel. Although the hero knew that his blade is impeccably qualitative, he never suspected what incredible value this artifact hides. He was wondering where his mother got him, but the woman strongly stated that she would not suffer such, and went to demand explanations, and this time she would definitely get the perfect sword for her son. The hero tried to prove that it was possible to choose alternative means, but Cecilia adequately defended her position. After all, when people finally realized what his son really worthy, they had to act with maximum scrupulousness. Moreover, less than a week remained before the awakening ceremony, and she could not allow her son to appear in the west with a dim steel blade. Since the situation was extraordinary, she immediately decided to go for a new sword. As it turned out, the woman clearly knew the place where the best workshop of the capital was. It was a Basque workshop. The Basque workshop was part of the 3 leading armory shops of the snow capital. The glory of this workshop is related to its tremendous size, reminiscent of factory scale, as well as with exceptional features of her mistress. Her personality was included in the list of persons of special rank according to intelligence management. She was a blacksmith with the title of craftsman who belonged to only 2 more artisans of the Ragnar clan. It was also called the elfine embodiment of capitalism, because it acted under the name of the demonic artisan of Curson. Searson noticed the unexpected arrival of the guests and surprised to shake them with a close look. The hero could not even imagine that he would meet such a magnate, and did not understand how his mother met a demonic artisan. Cecilia immediately congratulated her mother, outraged by the fact that she still smokes, despite her promises to quit this habit. Searson was disappointed with this attitude, and decisively reminded of Cecilia's that their family ties stopped on the day of her escape. The hero still could not believe that his mother, which he imagined as a lonely orphan without a family, had a family connection with a demonic artisan. He suggested that she could be the daughter of a half-elfie. Thus, Theo, in part imitating the elfes, probably radiated the same charm. Searson decided to find out the cause of the rare visit of Cecilia after so much time. Rejecting the sword, she replied that she wanted to return the poor product. Similar statements about her creation were angry with Curson, because no one dared to claim that the sword, which was beaten by her own, was poor quality. However, when she tried to get a sword from the Naj, his handle remained reliably in her hands. Cecilia explained that she considers the breakdown of this blade as a simple defect, but Curson felt that the reason was hiding deeper, so she decided to meet the owner of this sword personally. She realized that it was the same Theo, the son of Cecilia. The woman described her son as a true genius, who, without a doubt, would be headed by the entire Ragnar clan one day. He was fascinated by the meeting. The new moon was a little confused, but soon leaned, introduced himself, and sincerely admitted that he was extremely honored for him to get acquainted with the famous hostess Basque. After answering the greeting, Curson confessed that she had repeatedly heard the prominent glory of Theo, and expressed his gratitude to Cecilia for raising her son so that he always demonstrated wonderful manners. The only point that interests it was whether Theo really used this sword. As soon as the hero confirmed her assumption in her own words, Cecilia explained that that is why she considered the blade unreliable. Curson realized that the real cause was hiding in another, so she decided that they were waiting for a long conversation and started them in the smithy. While the demonic artisan was escorting guests, the hero decided to find out from her mother why she never confessed that she was the daughter of this demonic artisan. Looking at both of them, it was difficult to find a family connection. Cecile, seeing the embarrassment of the hero, realized that she really missed many important moments from her past. With a smile directed to Curson, she explained that for 6 months, a half, Alphine took on the role of her foster mother and tirelessly took care of her. The reason was that her mother loved everything that had beauty: jewelry, musical tunes, theatrical performances, and even illusions. That is why Curson decided to accept her in her family as an adopted daughter. Hearing these considerations, the woman asked to stop a meaningless chat about the past. Cecilia, who knew the woman well, just laughed, because she could confidently claim that she did not perceive her words as an empty chat. Soon the hero wanted to find out what reason his mother left this place, but the answer was given by Curson. She explained that she fled because she sought to become the wife of the head of the clan. Recalling that day, Curson could not understand why she voluntarily set out on this pathetic path, because only to survive it was already a great achievement. The dreamy nature of Cecilia only smiled gently, explaining his choice how attractive was the head of the Ragnar clan. He radiated beauty, fearlessness, and determination, and also sincerely burned with love for her. Not paying attention to the explanation of Cecilia, Curson remembered the moment when, despite the escape, her daughter she thought a year ago, she came to eroke the sword for her son, a request which, in her opinion, was a real shamelessness. In such words, Cecilia asked her mother to refrain from discussing such topics in the presence of her son, after which a friendly discussion broke out between them. It did not scare the hero at all. Watching their dialogue and disputes, he realized that he first saw his mother in this form. In addition, he was deeply concerned about the fact that he did not know anything about his mother throughout his life, and because of this, he felt unrecognizable son, excessively absorbed by his own thoughts and obsessive. The hero noticed that, despite the old images, Curson sincerely took care of his mother. He was concerned about why she did not take any measures when she was threatened with danger. Finally, a demonic artisan stopped in front of the huge door of the office. Cecilia could not understand why, for the sake of an ordinary conversation, they were so far inside, so she just asked that the woman gave them her best, ever-dyed blade. However, Curson did not listen. Instead, she immediately grabbed her son, dragged him to her office, and ordered Cecilia to wait outside. As soon as they were indoors, the woman cast a shrewd look at the boy, and was her only question, whether he possesses the relic of the original dragon. Without unnecessary omen, the guy only surprised a woman, not understanding why she recalls the ancestor of the dragon defender who guarded their clan. Throughout his life, the hero has heard only one legend. The founder of the Ragnar clan has distributed the treasures of the original dragon throughout the snow, leaving them as an inheritance to his descendants. From his words, Curson was infinitely offended, because it was obvious that the guy pretended to be unexpected. His words were absolutely meaningless. If he did not have any relics, then it is impossible to turn a sword created by it with all devotion and passion into a similar bread. She was absolutely confident in her products, and knew that the sword could not break from ordinary training. Suddenly, the woman called the boy to herself and introduced him a box closed with strong and reliable chains. Only one view of the box was to see a mysterious blue glow, inseparably related to the task. He saw a similar glow at the door of the Chameleon Palace, which led to the dungeon. Seeing such an unusual expression of the boy's face, Curson immediately realized that he had noticed something exactly, although she did not feel anything strange. As it turned out, she repeatedly tried to free the chains to reveal the secret that hid inside this chest, but all attempts were in vain. So, putting the box right in front of the hero, she explained that it was most likely that the relic of the original dragon was stored here, which first appeared in the era of the MIF. Then the pristine dragon took one of his sharp fangs and, skillfully switching it, created a sword, a majestic work known as a blade of white moonlight. For this reason, she suggested a favorable agreement. If he manages to break the chains and release him, she will give him a blade of white moonlight. However, she immediately warned the boy that the task promises not so simple. In the process of removing the sword, he can even sacrifice his life. She wanted to know if he was ready to take such risk. Immediately after these words, a cunning smile appeared on the hero's face. He already sought to take possession of this sword, and the obtained task from the system became a confirmation that he chose the right path. From the past life, the hero knew perfectly well that this sword belonged to the leader of Black Snow and was a weapon of one of the 9 dragons, known as a black dragon. However, very few saw his sword, because almost everyone who has met or spoke about him at least once disappeared or death. From the pure accident in his past life, the hero met the black dragon, which enabled him to get acquainted with the true appearance of the white moonlight blade. After this meeting, the hero led many questions. Why did the man leave him the only alive? The hero was aware. If there was a blade of white moonlight black dragon and it was really an original sword, luck smiled to him. The fact that the meeting with the black dragon is planned 4 years later testified that the sword had been in the reliable hands of Curson. In addition, the hero was aware that the story was repeated. Before him, the same hole for the key emerged again as in the Camellia Palace. That is why the blue key should be its most important assistant. As soon as the hero introduced the key into the squat and turned him, the chains were instantly weakened, freeing the sealed fortune from which the glow immediately spilled, proof of the incredible power of this blade. However, it was only the beginning of the trial for the hero. Along with the glow from the blade, a dark haze broke out, which eventually fully enveloped his body. No matter how hard Curson tried, her efforts could not blunt the power that had absorbed him. Opening his eyes, the hero was in a familiar situation. Randall forced him to contemplate his late mother's body, demonstrating how incredibly he was. To prevent this, he needed as much force as possible, the one that would allow Randala to defeat and demolish the Camellia Palace. But even when he was still in the most terrible minute of his life, he noticed how a bird whose intention was to attack him was approaching. Closing her beak, he sharply cut off for the attempt to take possession of his mind. Then he realized that she aimed to use his own insatiable thirst for power against him, and finally realized why the sword was called the monster. The bird was outraged that a guy immediately recognized her plan, but the hero calmly explained that she had not been able to capture his body, because for a long time the fear that the sword tried to impose on him. He could not believe his ears. Did the bird really think that he could buy his influence with pathetic grains of power when he had already had a certain purpose? In addition, the hero clearly noted that this creature was significantly different from the griffin, whom Theo has met earlier. He reached a height of 10 meters, and now his size was practically equal to his own. Probably, such a change is caused by prolonged imprisonment of the griffin in a blade. However, it played a hero's hand, because he could defeat the opponent and finally earn a blade of white moonlight. Seeing the hero's determination, Griffin suggested that his master solve the situation in a civilized conversation, avoiding the use of force. Throughout this time, Cecilia tried to wake her son, while anxiety by addressing his mother, looking for answers to the question of what happened to the boy in his absence and why he is in such a terrible state. After all, everything she asked was to cast a new sword for him, and instead, Curson did something like that. Not at her own fear, the woman focused on another. She felt the amazing energy of the monster, which invisibly intertwined with the pulsating power of the hero, and never previously encountered a similar phenomenon. In fact, despite the reservation, she was sure that the guy would cope, because he had already owned a relic. At that moment, despite his tears, Cecilia gained determination and swore that she would never forgive her mother if something evil happens to her son. It was clearly frightened by Curson, but soon the boy began to flow and release a horrific power that turned immediately, merging with his heart, completely absorbed by his body. At this point, the hero finally opened his eyes, and immediately he was wrapping his child, and she had been bitter tears, because he was afraid that he could never return to consciousness. After answering the arms of the agitated mother, the hero calmly explained that this test could not harm him, and asked her not to worry. The system welcomed him on the successful completion of the griffin hunt. Now the blade of white moonlight belonged to him completely. However, the achievement is mostly associated with luck. Griffin was weakened due to prolonged detention, so it was extremely easy to win. In addition, the psychological attack did not affect the hero. Suddenly, the system announced it again. With the help of a blade of white moonlight, its magical power increased by 30 units. Now his magical power has exceeded the threshold into 20 units, so that it acquires divine qualities. Then the hero finally realized that he has suddenly increased his level for himself, and now his magical force corresponds to the status of a high-ranking sword. He was sorry that he could not reveal the full power of his magic, because he had to restrain himself at the solemn waking ceremony. Make sure that the guy was safe, Curson sincerely congratulated him with a successful task, and gave a word that would certainly fulfill, because the elves always tell the truth. Suddenly, the hero noted that his blade shakes gently. He worriedly worried, because the sword still did not agree to recognize him as his owner. However, Curson realized that the essence of the case was completely different. The blade remained for too long, and now, when he finally found himself in their world, he sought to release accumulated annoyance. After that, she paid the boy's attention to the wall covered with deep scratches and frozen dents, and suggested to check the power of his blade, causing a mighty blow to it. The hero could not understand why Curson did not deny, because such actions could turn into large-scale destruction. However, she was aware that even if the blade of the white moonlight was in the hands of the hero, he still remained a boy who had not passed the ritual of awakening, and therefore could not harm the wall of her workshop. Such an attitude annoyed him a little, because having the opportunity to hide his dragon heart at his own request, he decided to take the chance to feel the entire power of the blade of white moonlight. Strongly engulfing the sword's sleeve, the hero apologized in advance, warning of the possibility of unpredictable leakage of events. After all, when preparing for the attack, he intended not only to use his power, but also to combine it with the magical energy of the blade himself. Immediately afterwards, the system announced him that he activated the power of the monumental sword, mastered by the griffin, the true power of the dragon. In the next moment, the wall was completely destroyed by one powerful blow of the hero, and the crack that stretched through all the summary became a clear testimony to its incredible power. While Curson tried to recover after the surviving, the hero realized how dangerous power was hiding his weapon. The sword began to absorb his magical energy to ensure such an incredible power. Since all the magical potential of the hero was completely absorbed, the demonic artisan, quickly approaching his ability, did not find any manifestation of magic in it. She could not understand how he achieved this effect only due to the sharpness of the blade, because it literally contradicted all the laws of logic. The only conclusion that the woman came to was that the guy was a true genius before her. And given that this genius was her grandson, she had many opportunities to use his glory for her own benefit. So she immediately grabbed the boy by her shoulder and assured that he would become his patron. In exchange for her care, he should undoubtedly straighten his wings and impress the whole world with incredible skills. Searson was aware that such a person would become a real live advertising of Basque Workshop, which will benefit both parties. Despite the admiration of the feasible idea, Cecilia quickly realized that her mother's look was completely blinded by thoughts about money, and therefore her slight cunning immediately managed to expose. Soon the carriage was taken home, while Curson was alone with 2 clicks of Drake. Theo voluntarily handed her these clicks as compensation for the wall destroyed by him. Curson realized that the guy got a trophy from Drake along with Reliquia, and it is obvious that her daughter raised an incredible son. Suddenly, the ELN heard a familiar voice who congratulated the demonic artisan. Turning, she met in the eyes of a familiar wound and decided to find out what her old friend was in this place. 5 days have passed since the events, and the day of awakening was finally. The hero immediately proceeded to the skillful honing of his techniques under the close supervision of his mentor. Evelyn instantly felt the growth of the strength of her student. His fencing technique gained incredible agility and power. The hero was not surprised at all, because it was his indispensable mentor. Even in the midst of a fierce battle, the woman did not leave the idea of how many in the last 6 months and how the feasibility was changed. Now he has achieved such a force that it can withstand her, and by waking his magical power, will become literally invincible. So this day can be called the true birthday of the true monster. Finally, when the clash ended, Evelyn expressed her sincere praise for the wonderful work he did and assured him that he had every chance to become the best at the awakening ceremony. She believed in his success, and the hero felt it, so he was incredibly grateful. Moreover, the guy promised to mention the name of his teacher when he would be the best at the ceremony. Immediately after his words, a large number of followers gathered around the hero, each of whom dreamed of honor to be named after his name, which caused only a barely noticeable smile on his face. He soon had to leave the place of training to go to the main residence, where a solemn ritual of awakening took place every year. Together with his mother, lies in an impressive parade form that perfectly suits this event, the hero from the court of Camellia appeared before the majestic gate. Looking at the assembly, he realized why people were so exciting. Because the awakening ceremony is the most important event of the year for every Ragnar. Each participant sought a glowing performance at the awakening ceremony, because it was there that, for the first time, showing themselves as the swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, they could gain a well-deserved recognition and respect. It is especially worth noting that all members of the clan will be closely monitored by their actions, including the head, Kyle Ragnar. In addition, even 9 dragons and former clans heads should be present in the West. It was the former chairman of the Hilda Ragnar clan that was interested in the hero because its appearance did not testify to its half a century of life. In addition, a wonderful relationship was found between the hero and Hilda, so he was sincerely happy about her appearance in these circumstances. Finally, the judge of the Dragon Gate, the Ragnar Bath, responsible for the previous exam, addressed all the collected. During this test, the participants had to pull the swords killed in the arena and leave their sign on the top of the steel wall mounted on the platform. The man warned that this wall is made of white steel, so ordinary swords do not even leave scratches on it. The real transformation came only when the sword is filled with magic, so each participant will be presented with a special dust. One such dust contained a magical power equivalent to the reserves accumulated over the decades. It is a real elixir that would allow each participant to open their own mana. They had to take dust and open the mana in Dantian. Only after that, they will be able to punch a wall of white steel with ordinary swords. In addition, the depth of the section itself will be carefully measured and evaluated by a specific point system. After all participants get acquainted with the rules of the annual awakening, the baths explained that the participants whom it will name should be approached, pick up their pill, and climb the platform. The number 1 participant was the Feig Ragnar, who immediately, without knowing fear and doubt, confidently went forward. After the hero effortlessly pulled the sword out of the arena, he headed to the platform, remembering that last time the Axian deservedly became the best graduate. But in this life, he was determined to change everything, because he simply did not have the choice. His task actually forced him to become the winner of this awakening ceremony. Looking at the boy, Hilda's former head of Hilda immediately realized that most likely this baby was the one that Kyle told her. The man also noted that his son undoubtedly attracted the attention of the woman. However, this is not surprising because after the captain's words, she wanted to see how he could handle the task. She was convinced that this exam would be a real talent for the descendant of the Ragnar clan. Before struggling, the hero decided to knead and calm down. He remembered the awakening ceremony from the past life and realized how much he was worried. Finally, the bath came, telling the guy that it was time to take dust. The hero did not mind, but mentioned that in his previous life he could not master the full control over the mana obtained after receiving dust. In the end, this was further weakened by his Dantian. However, as soon as he swallowed this pill, all his doubts disappeared instantly. He realized that the scenario of past life would no longer happen again. Mana, as if invisible streams, began to wrap his body, giving a new power. The bath even came to the conclusion that the hero was a real madman because he caused such powerful streams of mana that it was questioning his ability to own them. Everyone knew well that when swallowing the dust, it was necessary to use the magical power to be carefully used to allow the Chertigists to become properly fixed to the Dantian. It is known that the most talented Rans had an extremely large Manu. If they were not able to control it, the consequences were immediate and devastating. They were disabled. It seemed that this guy was solved, but the bath quickly withdrawn his words. The hero not only withstood the flow of mana, but also completely accumulated him in his body. So he not only took possession of the dragon's heart, but also mastered the charts of mana, which significantly increased his strength. Despite the success, the hero felt a slight frustration. Unlike a long-standing life, the task was to be accomplished with such ease that even he did not expect it himself. In any case, in the current circumstances, it was no longer important, because from that moment he was able to officially use Manu. After receiving dust, his mana stocks have increased significantly, so everything that had to be done now is to concentrate all the accumulated force in one powerful blow. This blow proved to be so destructive that after the smoke from the attack he dispelled, it became clear to everyone at once. He did not just cope with the test, but did it with a great success. Observers have been stunned. Since the young Mr. Torkel, they saw nothing like that, and it seemed incredible that such a brilliant result was achieved by someone who first applied Manu. After that, the hero received the approval of the observers. His luck, which previously worn by the minus shade, finally reached 0. Thus, the curse of failures, which accompanied it for a long time, finally lost its strength, and glory began to spread around the world. The hero was unspeakably happy because he finally reached the milestone from which everyone else started his way. It became a grand achievement for him. In addition, the system warned the hero that his extraordinary talent was attracted by many interested persons. Even Osa Ragnar sought to make him his student, which caused great discontent Julius because of excessive attention given to the hero. In addition, even Robert began to feel some alertness about him, and Hilda Ragnar showed an extreme interest in the boy. Watching all these reports, the hero was aware that although the unexpected interest of the Black Dragon and the Dragon Sword was surprised, the only person he really directed his attention was Hilda. That is why this message really pleased him. His admiration was caused by the ability of Hilda to own the heart of Garuda, and if the hero manages to take possession, he will become invincible. Soon the moment of testing of his own forces, Sibila was struck, which he did not impress with too much entertainment, but was powerful enough to pass the test. After Sibylle, 3 of the 4 hounds of Sever came into the arena, each of which showed stunning results. Despite all their power, none of them managed to achieve the result, although remotely reminding of the success of a young gentleman. By this point, only one student, the Ragnar Axion, did not show his skills, so he was invited to go forward. Many observers and participants felt that a real confrontation between a brilliant tiger and a dark tiger would begin. Despite the fact that many believed that even the Share would not be able to achieve such a stunning result, the ability of a brilliant tiger really impressed all those present. Listening to the passionate words of his hated brother, the Share was immersed in an unprecedented rage. After swallowing the pill, the guy literally went crazy and struck with great force on the wall, as if imitating Theo. The chief judge, fascinated by watching the events, could not believe that the participants were able to amaze until the last moment. The trail left by the Axion was barely different from the fact that the feasibility was left, so no one could predict who of them would win. The only way to establish a true result could be a careful assessment of accuracy. That is why, dissatisfied with its own achievements, the Axion decided to finally disappear from the stage. Finally, after careful analysis and evaluation of all results, the Baths sincerely congratulated the participants on the successful passage of the first stage of the awakening ceremony, noting their striking achievements. Everyone who has successfully passed the first stage should immediately prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which will take place in 4 days. Soon, the expected grades will be announced, and everyone is looking forward to the answer to the question, who will take the first place in the first stage, the feasibility study, or perhaps the Axion? Finally, after a short waiting period, the results were announced. The winner was the Theo Ragnar, who won the perfect 10 out of 10 points thanks to outstanding equipment, magical power, and unsurpassed speed control. In addition, the depth of the trail from his sword, was on the same level with the record of the young Mr. Tarkle, and when he heard about it, no one could believe that Theo really reached such legendary heights. After all, Tarkel Ragnar was one of the 5 leading candidates, who were considered the most promising heirs. The second place was taken by Axion Ragnar, who also won the maximum 10 points in all categories. However, his follows of the sword was shorter than the Theo, which led to his position. Rengton Naratsov won the 3rd place, after which Ray Ragnar, Halkus Lang, and others followed the list. After all the results were announced, the Bath decided to inform those present about the second stage of the awakening ceremony. 4 days later, all 87 participants who have been selected should appear in the Winter Mountains with full readiness. Thus, the first stage was finally completed and all sent home. Returning home, the hero met his friends who were enthusiastically celebrated the achievements of Theo and Rengton, taking 1st and 3rd places. This success clearly demonstrated the true power of the 4th training ground. The boys sincerely thanked all the followers for the support provided, but the hero emphasized that it was only the beginning. His purpose was to make each of them successfully past the second stage. In addition, he warmly hugged Rengton by his shoulder and solemnly assured the audience that he and his friend would become the last valedictorians and salutatorians. After such a demanding statement, both boys were met with ovations. Finally, Evelyn came, greeted the boys, and wanted to make sure that the hero was really convinced that they would cope, although the answer was obvious long before. Rengton decided not to delay and to greet the young gentleman separately on the striking achievement, because it was extremely nice to see that his tireless work finally had fruits. However, he was engulfed by a deep disappointment because he so much gave way to the hero and, after all, took only 3rd place. However, the warmth of the Theo instantly reassured Rengton. He explained the guy that this time luck was on his side, and even more so, considering them true friends, the result did not even worry him. These words really inspired the young sword, so he sincerely thanked his owner for the warm words that helped to dispel doubts and streamline thoughts. He suggested that the feasibility study with all energy and in the next stage, wishing that the achievements would go beyond the boldest expectations. Soon the hero went to the Winter Mountains, and looking at the snow-covered peaks, realized that even dreaming of getting the 1st place at the awakening ceremony was too far. Although he would not be able to overcome the Axion in a personal fight, it was difficult for him to believe that all this was not only a delusions, but his new reality. However, at the very beginning of the journey, it was not necessary to be too smart, because Randola's stop was only the 1st step. He remained only the executor, because the fare of the main character was the share and the celestial dragon. Therefore, he had to put all his strength to finally pay off for the events of his past life. In addition, he got out of his pocket his compass nest, which led him tirelessly to the Winter Mountains. It became obvious that during the 2nd stage, he would be able to reveal the secret of this mysterious nest. Suddenly, the spy that pursued the hero noticed how his target disappeared instantly and decided to follow her immediately. However, the feasible maneuver was only a cunning distraction. He found himself in just 1 step from the spy, and sending the sword to his neck, hardly demanded to introduce himself. The nervous young man raised his hands in a sign of surrender, and without spending time, introduced himself. He said that he served as a platoon of storm swords, and the captain sent him to watch a heroic performance at the awakening ceremony. As it turned out, the captain gave the hero the opportunity to take an introductory qualification test. The hero surprised the unexpected offer. Instead of simple joining, he was offered a test. However, the spy explained that even a chance to try his hand at their headquarters was considered a true blessing. Suddenly, another mysterious swordsman appeared, who strongly condemned a detachment of storm swords for their stupid behavior, comparing them with a group of idiots. This swordsman was represented by a girl who explained to the young lord that she belongs to the Black Dose Cavalry, who seeks to greet the hero in her ranks. She held the post of deputy commander of this army and was known under the nickname Fire Goblin, and called her Ayan. Immediately after the appearance of this girl, a few more than those who wanted to attract the feasibility study. Among them were representatives of the detachment of the Black Sword, who promised to move him to the leader within 3 years of service, as well as members of the Swords of the Law and the Security Bureau. After that, a real altercation broke out between the Fire Goblin and the rest that sought to dial the guy. All of them were clearly not in turn, intending to seize such an invaluable candidate. The hero only left awkwardly watching the events, realizing that it is best to escape until these guys began to be bored. However, the lady of the palace, Blooming Plum, the dragon sword of Osa Ragnar, appeared unexpectedly. She realized that many could accuse her of greed, but intended to risk a small loss of reputation, because the conquest of such a talented sword seemed to her invaluable achievement. Many immediately embraced interest. What prompted the first woman to appear here? But she calmly explained that, like the rest, she came again to meet the Theo Ragnar. Somewhere at the same time, when the hero gained ovation and recognition, the Axion, overflowing with the restless thirst for revenge, brutally eradicated his sparring partners one by one, trying to get rid of the anger caused by such humiliation. In order to quench his nephew, Ed came to the stage, but the Axion, fully covered by the uncontrollable rage, resolutely rushed into battle against his own uncle. However, this attack was not difficult for the Heavenly Dragon, which only criticized the Axion for his pettiness, because the unexpected outbreaks of the fierce latter clearly did not produce any results. Rejecting his nephew's sword, Ed suggested that he come together with his thoughts and develop a successful strategy to eliminate the obstacle. He calmly invited the nephew to a conversation, during which he explained in detail how to turn the second phase into real funerals for the Tenya Ragnar. History brings us to the hero. Despite the surprise of many from the appearance of the Lady of Blooming Plum, she created her own space, which wasolated it and the feasible from others, preventing anyone from interfering with their conversation. It was clear to everyone, if the Wasp resorted to such serious equipment, it is most likely that it aimed to share with the feasibility study of their unique techniques of struggle. After that, the characters were closed in their own, only amazing space. Barely throwing his eye on him, the main character instantly recognized the legendary technique of Lady Flowering Plum, which creates a completely isolated dimension between the inner and outside world. Despite the fact that he possessed knowledge of this technique, to see her live, what he could only hear about, it turned out to be an incredible experience, and he finally understood the scale of his popularity. At the same time, the Wasp just laughed at the reaction of the young sword, imagining how the demonic dragon was angry, learning that she came here for a personal meeting with the hero. However, she was set to make him a gift, and even the demonic dragon could not stop it. The hero was genuinely interested in what surprise the language went. The Wasp calmly pulled out its sword, at the same time explaining that the skill of the captain of the clan in fencing was striking. This resembled a dragonfire that broke from the sky, sniffing everything in its path. However, she, his first Supra, was significantly different from Kyle. She skillfully used an innumerable palette of sword techniques, because she tirelessly sought to resist the dragon, which in one breath embodied boundless variability. When demonstrating her technique, she explained that to give her such a name, Rain of Heavenly Colors, meant the creation of the first reception for full coverage and flowering of plum. The hero with a wide-open mouth inseparably watched the amazing sight. What appeared before his eyes was really incredible. During one continuous movement, 120 circular maneuvers and their variations were performed. Therefore, rumors that the Wasp in pure fencing exceeds the head of the clan has proved true. The hero was already aware that he was waiting for him if he had managed to concentrate the acquired knowledge in one mighty blow, but doubted his dignity. The Wasp was really Poland because the hero sincerely appreciated her demonstration. Having dispelled her own space, she invited Theo to meet her at the end of the ritual of awakening because she saw in it a great potential and dreamed of making it a fresh impulse in this corner of the world. In a moment, When the wasp disappeared, it did not exist. The hero realized that he received an extremely profitable offer, so it was impossible not to express her sincere gratitude. In addition, the guy immediately realized that he would become a student of the Lady of Blooming Plum. While serving dragons, it would be extremely difficult. However, it is advisable to postpone these reflections until the end of the second stage. Finally, 3 days floated, and the hero went to the snow-covered mountains to pass the second stage of the Rite of Awakening. Winter Mountains stretched a huge distance from the house of Theo in the Snezhnaya to the shores of the demonic sea. For thousands of years, Ragnars have tirelessly protected humanity from damned lands behind the Great Northern Wall and the demonic sea, which will boil innumerable demons. Responsible for the organization of the second stage of Jackie Ragnar, explained that everyone is waiting for such an honorary opportunity in the future. That is why the Snow Mountains are selected as the place of the second phase of the ceremony. Since they were still students and were not ready to go to the Sea of Demons, the second phase was limited only by the inner spaces of the mountains. So they need to act as carefully as possible so that they do not accidentally be in the Sea of Demons. Their task was that they were given exactly 15 days to overthrow the demonic animals that settled in the Winter Mountains. In addition, it was necessary to turn the bells that decorated their neck. The bells are painted in one of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. In this case, each subsequent bell is rated for more points than the previous one. It is clear that the most expensive bells are attached to the most powerful creatures, and this is especially true of purple bells, the acquisition of which is an extremely difficult task. Such bells were located in creatures that no student could cope with, but even an attempt to conquer them brought a lot of points. In addition, each student had the opportunity to choose their own hunting method. Regardless of the method, the main task was to return with the bells to the end of the exam. The hero was aware that these words unambiguously indicated the possibility of seizing other people's prey or bells, which, no doubt, could sow the seeds of discord among their ranks. However, this did not surprise him, because he was perfectly aware of which family was born. In the kingdom where the Ragnar law of the jungle prevails. At the end, Jackie noted that totems were installed throughout the mountain, who drove away any unclean creatures. Within these safe areas, stocks were also hidden, which they could use freely at will. Finally, the second stage of the awakening ceremony came, so Jackie suggested that students go hunting. Many people understood that since the test will last as much as 15 days, the availability of stocks will become crucial. So first, they went to get them and then helped the young gentleman. The Axian also moved to the battle, remembering the words of his uncle and a strict order to act according to his plan, because only so the Winter Mountains will turn into the last grave for the feasibility study. When the hero was going to go, he suddenly stopped Reincarnated, seeking to see if Theo's he considers him as his friend. Within 3 days, he constantly reflected on their friendship and realized that he perceived the feasibility study not only as a close friend, but also as a worthy rival at the same time. Because of this, it has only intensified the desire to reach such a level as soon as possible to truly surpass the young gentleman. The hero did not plunge into sadness through the words heard. The memories of the fight with Reincarnated convinced him that they were completely similar. He was familiar with this feeling, because Reincarnated was not just a rival, but a true friend. The awareness of this allowed the guy to relax, getting rid of fear that his feelings could be unrequited. After that, smiling, Reincarnated assured that he would make every effort to surpass the hero in the second stage, while the Theo sincerely wished him good luck. After that, Reincarnated immediately disappeared, leaving the hero with exciting experiences from what he declared him his goal. He now has an even more powerful incentive to become someone truly strong. Finally, having received a compass, the hero decided to start his actions to search for a dragon nest, because it was his most important task. After some time, he reached the outskirts of the Winter Mountains. The compass clearly confirmed that it was where it was needed, and the arrow confidently directed it down. Despite the absolute emptiness around, the hero felt that he should probably move down to find where his compass was tirelessly pointed out. He realized that forgotten the shovel was a mistake, because it did not belong to him to use the blade of a white moonlight to clear snow. However, the hero understood that the compass categorically was not going to change his mind, so he got his sword, and thanks to him cleared not only the snow, but also the land, and closer to the unraveling of a secret, carefully hidden by a compass. Immediately afterwards, the hero ordered the hiding spies to go to the surface. At first, the movements were not visible, but soon 3 guys, realizing that their noise had already caused suspicion, they emerged from the shelter. In addition, they were concerned that the feasible will be harder than they could assume. There was no option. The boys were 3 permafrost from Mount Van, hide, KO, and run. The permafrost from the mountain mercilessly eliminated civilians, masking their crimes under the guise of random incidents during tasks. Such groups flourished due to the dominant in the Ragnar-Klainar doctrine. The hero could not forget the bloody massacre arranged in the village of Van when he was still working in black snow. He came behind their heads because he knew their horrors like no other. According to official data, 716 people were killed as a result of their actions, and another 220 disappeared. However, no body could be identified because all the heads were completely destroyed. The hero believed that their terrible nature could ever become hindering, so he intended to finally deal with this problem. And the fact that they decided to go to the surface on their own, he perceived as a significant relief of the task. The hero guessed that they could have been sending the share, but they smiled, stated that they would not obey anyone who belongs to their age. It turned out that they were sent by one of the highest echelons, and the hero should meet a real test, trying to prove his involvement. For him, the chairman of the council became an obvious customer, and all 3 instantly shuddered because of his assumption, without realizing how the feasibility study so easily recognized them. However, he calmly explained that, taking into account their words, ancestry, and inheritance, they clearly acted with someone, and since the person responsible for conducting the trials did not appear with them, agreed with someone else. The boys began to worry that the hero's achievements could lead to serious troubles in the future. Their leader was already convinced that the guy could be considered dead. Smiling and getting his sword, he laughed, imagining how she would be pleased to break his attractive face and promised to crush him beyond recognition. Once the hero got his sword, it immediately became obvious how meaningless their words and assumptions were. Using the art of 3-dragon, the hero undoubtedly defeated his opponents. Since the guy refused to imitate their path, he chose the exact opposite tactic, leaving only his heads whole, and he broke up into small pieces. The guy himself, looking at the place of lightning fight, realized that these 3 were not threatened. They were too young. In addition, he was greatly helped by the rain of heavenly flowers, which Lady Blooming Plums skillfully presented him. After 3 days of continuous classes and practices of this style, he has already been able to perform a sequential 3-time hunting using circular movements. To create elegant curved lines, the Tep has mastered a variety of variants and transformation. However, the path to mastery of a striking series of 120 beats, which was skillfully demonstrated by Wasp, remained very far away. Finally, the hero had only to get rid of the last enemies and think again about how to penetrate underground. However, unexpectedly, when he was about to leave a place, his attention attracted a bright shine that pulled out of the breakage where he had just thrown his head. After his head fell here, an invisible staircase was suddenly opened before him, which he has not noticed yet, and the mysterious system of the system urged him to immerse himself in the mystery of the blue cave. Without spending time on reflection, the hero immediately directed down, overflowing with the joy of finding the exit, and did not even have to use the sword to dig the soil. Somewhere at this point, the first results were read, and among all who passed the initial stage, the first place won the Axion, taking 41 demonic bells as part of a team of 21 participants, and the second, Ray. Julius was curious about how Theo Ragnar copes, because this guy was extremely high. According to them, until the boy had neither bells nor a team, they came to the conclusion that he either moved unnoticed or seatly in an ambush. The WASP realized that this assumption indicates only one thing. Those who organized the test are not able to predict the final result. The word was taken by Wolfgang, who was convinced that the brilliant results of the feasibility study in the first stage did not promise success on the second. His heart may be unprepared for a true battle. Smiling, he realized that it was probably due to the fact that he was only bastard, and in his soul was filled with joy that his mercenaries had coped with the task much better than he was expert. Ed immediately drew attention to such a cheerful leader, and, using telepathy, expressed his hope that the chairman of the council was in no way related to the feasibility study. The chairman of the council immediately realized that he had forgotten to warn Ed in advance of his intentions, but knew that it was no longer important now. His plan was successful. Ed was sincerely regretted that old fool was unauthorized at his war. The situation was composed by the fact that after the capture of the Camille Palace, he immediately bypassed his every corner, but he did not reveal the relic of the original dragon. So, Theo knows exactly where to look for this relic, and the intention of getting all the known information from the boy before putting an end to his life. When contacting his assistant, the man persistently ordered him to notify the Axion to accelerate the fulfillment of the plan. The WASP clearly noticed that the chairman of the council and the director of the Central Intelligence Administration were conceived, so she immediately warned Julius about the need to be vigilant. Julius was convinced that when Theo would face a similar danger, he would be able to cope on his own, and therefore there is no point in interfering with his test. In addition, he could not ignore the fact that the WASP was so fervently interested in Theo that he had already noticed that he even decided to meet him behind his back. At the same time, the hero finally stepped into the dungeon, where he was met by a spooky picture. Many maids, who were silent witnesses to death, extended his cold, dead hands to him. The hero instantly realized that he was trapped, where they used a mighty mental attack, which resulted in the majority of victims. However, having been tested by the white moonlight blade, you will no longer be able to overcome it with such means. The only thing that did not rest the hero was a mystery. Why did the compass nest bring him here? That is why, touching the walls, he tried to strengthen his feelings to scan the territory. Finally, he understood what way he should move and found the den. He was convinced that in exactly 3 years, Black Snow would have to destroy the dragon and take possession of the legendary objects that it protected. He apologized to the Black Snow in advance, with which he once cooperated in his previous life, because he was destined to get legendary artifacts. As soon as the hero entered, his face was surprised. He realized that he was not in the cubs, but in the center of a true ancient dragon. In this case, it was almost impossible to win him for the sake of treasure, which significantly complicated the situation of the hero. Although he sought to master the grimoire, such confrontation meant to him inevitable death. The hero was tormented by the question, why did the adult dragon be here, not just hatched? He suspected that Black Snow consciously manipulated information, or because he arrived 3 years earlier, the dragon has not left its cave. In any case, despite the various assumptions, the hero had to be rescued immediately. He was aware that he would have to return when Black Snow would find this place. However, his luck left him. The dragon had already come to her senses, and quietly watching the hero was surprised that he was not visible in this place for so long. His name was the Lobby. Carefully looking at the hero, she explained that he was once the ruler of the Winter Mountains. That's how Ragnar's inhabitants called the Dragon Defender. As soon as the hero realized the unprecedented grandeur of the dragon who appeared before him, he immediately fell on his knee, respectfully turning to the great dragon ancestor. The forehead was stunned by such an appeal, but Theo explained that he perceives it as the other half of their ancestor, Lord Sigurd, as well as the mother of the second chapter clan. The forehead was only surprised to hear Friedleif's name, and explained that this damn Balashun spread full nonsense. Although it and Sigur were very close, Their connection was based on the mutual respect of two intelligent personalities, which entered into an alliance of spiritual understanding, not on a romantic relationship. In addition, she could not understand how Theo logically perceived the possibility of reproduction between the dragon and man. At this point, the hero realized that the stories of dragon blood in their veins were only a political interpretation, although the lobby categorically rejected such assumptions. Thanks to the pact enclosed with Sigurd, she really shared her dragon blood with him. The forehead decided to put an end to the extra courtesy and immediately began to fulfill its sacred duty, to become a dragon defender of the Chosen One. She, following the original promise, gave the Chosen One who overcame the test the opportunity to ask 3 questions. The hero clearly comforted that in addition to avoiding the fight, he got a chance to ask a question. After all, his goal is to climb to the top of the Ragnar clan, and for this he needed to study his clan deeply. He decided to take this opportunity to gather the maximum of useful information. Somewhere at this time, the Axion overcame another monster, getting a green bell from him, which he immediately handed over to one of the members of his group. It was already a 57th bell on the account of the Axion, and he was still not in the account of Theo, because he was hiding somewhere. The Axion lackey, leaving, suggested that meeting with the real works of chaos scared the feasibility study, because it was almost impossible to overcome the creature of the highest class. The only one who could cope with this task was the share itself that went beyond everything smart. Lakey understood that it was necessary to do everything possible to maintain a harmonious relationship, so the guy explained. Although the hero gained considerable power, he remained for too long Ragnar, and such trials are unattainable for him. The angry Axion rushed to choke the guy, realizing how weak he was, which was manifested in his cowardice. A real person with power never feels fear. That is why all his stories about the fears of Theo seem to be a continuous nonsense, because no doubt he thought skillfully. At this point, the Axion's assistant to transmit a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Administration. The man ordered the plan to start immediately, so getting rid of the leafy toy, the Axion asked to pass to his uncle that a hurry was a vanity. No one sought the destruction of the hero as much as he himself, and he would stop Theo at the same moment as he appeared. At this point, not knowing anything about the insidious intrigues, the hero stood and thoughtfully considered the questions he was about to ask. Finally, the first question was the reason why the lobby was imprisoned in this place. She immediately realized that this issue was crucial for gathering as much detail as possible, so she was genuinely praised by Theo. She explained that the reason lies in the monster, which is on the other side of the demonic sea, at the very edge of the world. He was named as Nameless, and for 1,000 years it remained here, connected by a sacred duty to protect the world from this monster. Winter Mountains served only as an advanced pledge. The hero could barely believe his eyes. During the story, he really noticed how in the lobby the fear flashed. The nameless ruler, whose Theo has never heard, was immediately a creature of true power, capable of imposing fear even in an ancient dragon, which more than 1,000 years ago ruled the world of dragons. Now the hero has many questions left, and he would like to learn more about this ruler, but was forced to focus on other aspects. He sought to find out what the lobby of the relict of the original dragon knew. She was surprised by the guy's question, although he had 3 relics. Undoubtedly, luck smiled at him, because he managed to get them. The hero did not even suspect that his possession was such a numerous collection of relics. The first was hidden in the classified dungeons of the Camley Palace, the second, the brilliant sword of the moonlight, and the latter. His essence remained for the hero a real mystery. The forehead calmly explained that the relics of the original dragon act as an effective response to the threat that the nameless lord is. The original dragon Fafnir, dividing his soul by 31 fragment, created them to protect humanity. Each relic is unique. It can be both specific artifacts and unforgettable experiences or even amazing phenomena. Finally, the hero realized that the third relic, which was in his possession, was in fact a phenomenon, which made him returned 10 years into the past. This phenomenon of regression, in other words, meant that it became that relic. Everything finally finds its place. Every event that surrounds it is the embodiment of the design of the original dragon. It was strange to him why the dragon guarded every relic, because during his recourse, such protection was not revealed. The hero is one last question. He already suspected that all the wonder was caused by his election, so he decided to find out why even the lobby recognized him to be elected. He guessed that his vocation was a confrontation with a nameless ruler, but was convinced that his talents and strength were too limited for such a large-scale mission. The lobby was convinced that to answer the feasible question, she should ask the counter. It was unclear why the guy spoke as if he was the only one, chosen as a pristine dragon. At that moment, the hero understood the whole truth. Both the Share and the Black Dragon knew about the relics and tirelessly sought a way to gather them. If they are selected by the relics, it will indicate their ability to perceive the same messages as the hero. In addition, they may act as regressors. He approached the truth of this world, but the situation became incredibly confusing. After all, the nameless ruler is a mysterious creature, from which even the ancient dragon trembles, which significantly increases the likelihood of other regressors. Finally, ask the hero all your 3 questions, and now, when the task is accomplished, it is time for a well-deserved reward. The guy remembered that he came here for Grimoire Amon, but his desire had changed. Now he was looking for something much majestic, something that could not be compared to any other thing. The system message marked for him a chance to obtain all the jewelry of the original dragon. The lobby explained that her hiding place was filled with invaluable treasures from all over the world, precious stones, elixirs, mysterious manuscripts, and weapons. No matter what choice the character will make, the chosen object will become a symbol of unsurpassed value. She was ready to give him any object from her asylum, and asked Theo to name what he wanted to get. However, the hero, with the radiation of joy, vigorously stated that it was the lobby that attracts his attention. The dragon just laughed, realizing that her glory is eternal, and referring to a joke, suggested that the hero choose a true reward. However, he insisted on his own. When the forehead realized that the case was not a joke at all, she was instantly angry. She raised a true dragon's fear against this cheese. The forehead could not believe that he really dared to strive to take away all her wisdom and invaluable treasures. The hero was aware that the intimidation of a dragon defender exceeded any pressure he had encountered before, but he had to stand confident. To do this, he took advantage of his ability to intimidate the lower drake, which in some way maintained his physical strength. However, the lobby perceived it as empty nonsense. It was sure that the intimidation of the lower drake would not help to overcome it. The hero, who was barely maintained, not to fall through unrestrained bleeding throughout his body, firmly stated, according to Lobok, he had the right to take away any valuable heritage from Logov, because no one indicated that the lobby himself did not deserve to consider it. Although the hero was aware that he was involved in a risky adventure, which could take his life, the result justified all the dangers, because the lobby, the dragon defender, together with his ancestor, founded the Ragnar clan. There is no more impressive confirmation of legality than its own approach. Realizing that the story could be repeated, the hero could not afford to miss such a unique opportunity. So, the hero insisted that the lobby would fulfill the promise given to her divine word, and joined him. At this point, the forehead saw in a weak boy an echo of ancient memories of Sigurd, who had once addressed her. Finally, he obtained her consent, and dressed in a feminine appearance, she acknowledged that the guy was really able to interest her, so she agreed to give him a chance. Considering the expression of the hero's face, she realized that he was stunned by her beauty, but warned that she was over 2,000. However, his true interest was caused by the breast of a powerful dragon defender. Then she said that half a century ago, she lost her heart, and since then, she was quietly waiting for her last breath, because under the best conditions, only 3 years of life remained. Because of this, she could not leave her den. That is, she could not come to the aid of the hero directly. So she decided to find out again whether he intended to choose it as a reward. However, his answer remained unchanged. She considered this step unreasonable, but realized that apparently for the chosen behavior was familiar. The hero assured Lobrock that he would certainly enrich his strength to reveal even more relics of the original dragon. He would do it for the sake of Drakonitsa, having obtained a remedy for a lost heart, because even the Drakonitsa herself was sure that there would certainly be able to find something capable of it among all the relics. The hero was aware that he should do something prominent in order to earn the title of a close dragon defender. Smiling, the forehead hoped that the hero would take care of her as his new other half. She warned that she would not be able to leave this place, and so until the guy finds a way out of her situation, she will remain in a state of sleep. In addition, she appealed to the hero to ask for a real connection of souls. He had to get acquainted with the book and awaken the gates of the mind. Thanks to this, he will be able to complete the task in a month, because near Logov is presented a variety of food, which will allow him to fully focus on the reading. The hero was aware that the obtained object was the Grimoire Amon himself. Although it has caused him a great joy, the month of hard effort seemed too long. She explained that it took so much time to awaken the gates of the mind, and could not believe that the hero had really more urgent things than establishing the connection of their souls. He explained with excitement that he was in the process of passing the second stage of the Rite of Awakening. The test lasts only 15 days, and it has less than a crescent. That is why he asked for a deferral to return after the test was completed. Even realizing the possibility of such a turn of events, the lobby still denied the hero in his request. She could let him go, but this solution seemed too banal to her. So she suggested that he cope with the test before the end of the second stage, strictly forbidden to leave his own logo. The hero was aware that until the end of the second stage was only 13 days, or 310 hours if he refuses to sleep. The events were delayed 3 days before the beginning of the second stage in the Central Intelligence Administration. There, ED explained in detail the axiom that they were able to create a protective zone. It arose due to the fact that there was a pattern to the totem to call demons. The increased energy of monsters imprisoned in this stone did not allow other creatures to approach. However, by destroying this marble, it is possible to call at any time the same creature he has already demonstrated. Ed explained that since the task of the second stage involved the destruction of monsters and a set of points, Theo was expected to become a hunter for the monster. Uncle planned to make the Axion surround him with this marble. Although from a certain point of view, the Axion was right, the key point was that it is impossible to simply lure the hero and kill him, because in this way, you can lose all the traces that lead to the relic of the Rose Palace. The guy was not aware of what was the essence of the extortion in the feasibility study of all the necessary information before his murder. Ed was disappointed that he did not grasp the depth of the problem. After all, everyone, including himself, had to realize that the difference in the skills between the Axion and Theo was not too significant, so it would not be easy to catch it and to torture it. However, the hero showed great sentimentality, which even his followers could be returned against him. It was easy to choose any of those weaknesses that gathered on the fourth training ground. It will be easier for the Axion to take them and then require information about Relict. Then the Axion realized the real idea of his uncle. Although the plan has been put into operation, it has never been thought that instead of hunting, the feasible is hidden and will only appear directly at the end of the test. It was only 12 hours for the rest of the time, and in the meantime, it held the first place, scoring 860 points. The Axion was wondering why the Theo was so in vain waste time, although they even pierced several people from his uncle's team who watched carefully at the course of the exam. One of the assistants of the Axion even wondered that one of the Trinity, sent by the chairman of the council, was caught by Theo, because otherwise it is impossible to understand why he has not yet appeared. The guy who suggested this idea was a sword, a student of the Palace of Blooming Plum, which took the 7th place in the second stage. The Axion was very annoyed that even this outstanding talent of the Palace of Blossoming Plum possessed such disgustingly acute pervasiveness. It was clear why the inhabitants of the Palace of Blooming Plum were so interested in the feasible. Their way of thinking did it quite natural. After such a remark, the guy felt humiliated, because all this time he sincerely tried to help the Axion to catch Theo, and now he was brazenly mocking him. In any case, the Axion stopped waste of his time and, knowing that Theo did not plan to do anything, decided to do everything possible to make him appear. He turned to the Clees of Pure Dragon and the Plum Palace, announcing the time of hunting, and until the feasibility study, they will decisively destroy the cuts from the 4th training platform. All this conversation was carefully listened to by Ray, which won 3rd place in the 2nd stage. At the same moment, the followers of the Theo successfully won the Ice Lizard, the middle-class monster, and got a yellow bell from it. At the moment, Sybil took 68th place. The EOD won the 53rd position thanks to 52 points, and Bend took 62nd place. Sibylla continued to worry that until the end of the 2nd phase, only 12 hours remained, and the young owner still did not appear. However, the EOD was convinced that the feasibility study is far from large-scale affairs. Its task is clearly far from the banal collection of points for the exam. Sybil was aware that the main purpose was to survive, so the location was of secondary importance. However, EOD would be glad if the young gentleman again headed the rating. Suddenly, at the same time, the body of Sibylla suddenly suffered a pronunciation. The lead hit him directly into his chest. The EOD could not fully understand the importance of this gesture, and how it is necessary to perceive such a sign from the community of Scratch Pure Dragon. These guys calmly told that they were in fact just victims of sheep, with which they planned to call the owner, because they were extremely drawn to the feasibility study as soon as possible. At the same time, the hero finally managed to reveal the gate of the mind, reaching this in just less than a crescent. The forehead was overflowing with joy, because the data heard in her past life proved to be absolutely true. Not only the quantity, but also the quality of magical power was the most important factor in the study of Amon. Since he owned both the temples of Mana and the Dragon Heart, it is natural that his training developed twice as much as ordinary people. Since the hero's indicators were too low, the basic skill, synchronization of the young, was formed, free manipulation and reading of residual thoughts that settled on subjects with the help of psychokinesis. The lobby realized that it was already enough for it to recognize the Theo for its close person. Now that he has mastered the foundations, everything else will have to master his own efforts through persistent workouts. Having achieved a high level of skill in this technique, he will be able to hear her voice. In addition, the hero will be able to use their power, an incredible opportunity that he did not even dream of. However, the lobby warned that for the sake of the force she represents, the restoration of her condition should be his main task, and reminded that at best, she had only 3 years. The hero assured that he would no doubt, and the lobby, satisfied with his words and results, decided to complete all the preparatory events. After that, she imposed a spell on the hero, thus announcing the implementation of the first called testament. She will expect their next meeting, covered by the hope that a new close, which appeared for the first time in 1,000 years, will bring success. Immediately afterwards, the hero came out of the cave, overflowing with the joy of the successful conclusion of the agreement, although attempts to carry out the awakening ceremony did not produce any results. In addition, only 12 hours remained, so he needed to catch up with the lag from other participants in such a short period of time. If he now chooses the usual way of hunting for creatures, the first place is not sure to him. So there was only one option, to abduct the bells from others. Since the hero knew that in his past life the first place belonged to the Axion, the current result has hardly changed. In other words, to regain yourself the championship, it is enough for the hero to defeat the Axion, though it would be difficult to overcome this guy. Unexpectedly, turning around, the hero saw Ray, a very wounded and covered, who all this time searched him tirelessly. The guy immediately approached, trying to find out what happened to her, and what a terrible creature could cause her such trouble because he knew that she was a great warrior. However, he soon noted that a wound was on her chest, a sword was applied, and therefore no creature could do such harm. She explained that she would tell in detail later, and now he urgently needs to go to the west. However, Ray could not pronounce anything and eventually lost consciousness in the gentle embrace of the hero. Thanks to the use of the synchronization of the baby technology, he was able to read the thoughts left into the sword and began to absorb the memories of his owner. In the vision of Ray, she was ambushed, listening closely to each sound made by the hunters. They have already successfully curbed the followers of the feasibility study, so they confidently counted on its appearance at any moment. They left numerous traces on the fourth field of training and carefully placed the traps to drive the hero into the corner. Looking at the work done, the Axion could not understand these people. There were too many of them, because to achieve the goal, only a few live hostages would be enough. Therefore, he decided to get rid of them. It was then that Ray joined these people, warning the Axion that he had long crossed all the borders. However, the guy warned her it was necessary to go and not get into other people's affairs. When Ray insisted on the liberation of the feasibility study, the Cher realized that it also interfered with this worthwhile act. After that, it was no longer possible to avoid the battle. The latter that the hero recorded in his memoirs was a fierce confrontation that ended in the way Ray was injured by a terrible monster. Due to the extremely low characteristics, the hero could no longer read any memories. Barely bringing the girl to her senses, he immediately began to find out what was happening and why, from the first moments, the Axions sought to seize him. Since there were no traces of his traces, he decided to take his friends in hostages. This news suddenly turned the world of the hero from his feet. It turned out that Ray all this time was in a hurry to warn the hero in advance. He, in turn, was fervently indignant through everything that had managed to overcome Ed and Axion. He realized that these people would not deviate from him even in a new life, but he was no longer one who immediately seems and falls worthless. So he addressed Ray to the question, where is the insignificant Axios now? Finally, after long searches, the supporters of the Axion discovered the feasibility study on the northern slope. They were undoubtedly convinced that it was him, because his conversation with Ra Ragnar testified about approaching. He would soon appear among them. Then the Axion realized that he had a great opportunity in front of him. Finally, he could show everyone that such worthlessness would never be able to surpass. Suddenly, with the help of telepathy, a stranger appeared who reminded the guy that the direct confrontation was unnecessary. Their task was only to clarify the details about the relics, and later they would take on its liquidation. Then the Axion stated that there was absolutely no reason for concern. Thanks to the mummy conscription, it would divert the attention of observers, and the rest of the case will cope with much stronger comrades. As it turned out, by the end of the ray, Theo persistently refused, because she realized that if he went to the Axion, he would inevitably kill him. In addition, she was aware that representatives of the Central Reconnaissance Department were standing in this case, and he simply would not be able to overcome them. She was aware that it was not just a competition or test, but a solid slaughterhouse, in which a trap was prepared for the murder of the hero, so he could not go there. She suggested calling the examiners to help them, but the guy was aware that they just won't have enough time for it. Having expressed her sincere gratitude for her support, he still decided to go there to save the hostages, because no one can predict what the Cher can do with them, taking into account his unpredictable character. Despite everything, Ray could not understand how the hero could be so reckless. He would undoubtedly die. It seemed to her that there was no point in giving her life right now, when it is much wiser to act more cautiously than to lose her head in uneven battle, especially for the sake of several people. However, the hero strongly stopped the girl and emphasized that no longer suffered losses among his people, at least for the second time. The hero was aware that their purpose was to ensure that each of them reached the second stage alive. It was such a promise to his people and could not break it. Everyone had to gather in the bar again to celebrate the victory. However, despite all Ray's attempts to plunge into a conversation with the boy, he only quietly stopped the girl, explaining that she actively participated in the events. Recalling his past, all his own weaknesses and related losses, he explained that he no longer wants to be on the side of the defeat, because he is not one of those who waste themselves, so it will definitely not repeat their old mistakes. Therefore, demonstrating adamant harshness, he looked intently at Ray and asked her to tell exactly where the Axion was. Shortly thereafter, Rengon, together with the other 4 of the 4 cardinals, found stocks collected by some participants, as well as thrown bell towers and traces of blood, which undoubtedly indicated that something went wrong. Despite the awareness of Rangton's fact that Halkus and Erica were probably not desired to interfere, he still turned to them for help. His goal was to understand a situation that clearly exceeded the framework of a typical check and could have serious consequences for all involved. Shortly after this conversation, the hero immediately went to the aid of his friends. In his way, as it was called, the monsters were enough, but the hero did not have time for long fighting. He instantly destroyed the enemies, not delaying to collect the falling bells, and immediately rushed. He was aware that Sybil and the rest of the hostages were probably safe, because at the wheel of the Axion, no doubt is Ed. He, without a doubt, planned everything to the smallest detail, to eliminate only the main character without unnecessary noise. This was confirmed by inspectors from the Bureau who were on duty with the Axion. When 5 more monsters attacked the hero, he instantly activated the 3 claws of the dragon. It was only in a moment to deal with the enemies. He continued his journey without hesitation. Reflecting on the inspectors placed for its elimination, he realized that these people will inevitably monitor the actions of the Axion, so he will not definitely create unnecessary noise. However, the hero had to act instantly. The Axion was indeed unpredictable, and it was this uncertainty as an iron key that had opened the opportunity to catch it. At the same time, Ray directed her gaze to the direction where the Theo headed and realized that the efforts to refuse him was Neil, because since childhood, he showed such a character that could be guessed from the first meeting. Recalling how he helped her as a child, she decided that he had to somehow regain his kindness, so she would help him this time. Somewhere at the same time, when Sybil, barely in the last forces, fought for his survival and tried to get out of the trap, approached him an Axion, who struck him in his face with a powerful blow to his face, forcing the boy to fall on the ground. After that, he began to pull his katana, strictly reminding that he promised to kill him if he did not remain silent. However, at the same moment, observers, using television, contacted the guy and reminded the director's instructions because he was forbidden to create an extra noise. Therefore, the guy had to give up his attempt's unintentional execution, and everything left to just sit down and wait for his main purpose. In addition, the guy was aware that the 4 senior bureau inspectors designed to eliminate the hero could undoubtedly be able to cope with the task. However, he could not understand why his uncle finally allowed others to eliminate this pathetic scum. Finally, the Theo himself appeared in the eyes of all, and his comrades felt true anxiety seeing him. They were heartfelt about what could happen to the hero after a fierce meeting with the Axion and his people. Finally, the Axion noticed the emergence of the feasibility study and warmly congratulated the arriving, albeit a delayed, Tegnar. The hero did not pay attention to the words of this horrific creature, fully concentrating his attention on the people being killed. He then directed his view on the Axion's comrades, and later on the Axion himself, who all this time majestically saddled his most devoted follower of Sybil, like a throne. The Axion was disappointed that the hero made him wait, but much more worried about the appearance of Sybil, which looked incredibly exhausted and lost too much blood that threatened his life. It was so angry with the hero that his claws began to sprout from his anger. At the same time, when the Axion felt the approach of aggression from the hero, he was already going to pull out his weapon, but the warders immediately intervened and stopped him. So, realizing his position, the Axion calmly explained, Since the hero is likely to be well aware of all the events, it is worth going to the case immediately. If Theo really sought to save his friends, he already had to do something. However, the hero could not understand why the Axion suddenly threw everything and resorted to negotiation, as if covered by fear. Arrogant words stirred up the Axion, so he asked the hero about his true content, giving him the opportunity to defend himself. However, the Theo, with a gentle smile on the face, decided to ask, "Axion, did you scare you what could be defeated?" It was even more angry with a guy who did not understand what was talking about, because the hero did not find another way to explain the situation. Such a pathetic hostage capture and brilliant views aimed only at him. In addition, he believed that all these actions were done only because of his fear of him. This was certainly a big seat for the strongest in the North 4th District. If Theo was mistaken in his assumptions, the Axion could simply challenge him in the Ragnarok-style match, and Theo hoped that he would accept his challenge if he had at least a drop of dignity. Only in this way could they resolve their conflict with dignity, as is the true warriors of the Ragnar clan. The hero promised that in the event of defeat, he would give his head and everything he wants the Axion, and if he wins, the hostages will be released. However, the Axion barely restrained laughter at such a proposal, because some worthless Ragnar boldly challenged him, the boundaries of whose arrogance seemed endless. Almost trembling from rage, Axion sought to find out only one thing: whether Theo really thinks that he was afraid of him. At this point, with the help of Tekinez, they tried to warn the guy so that he would not be trapped in provocation, because from the very beginning, he could destroy their whole idea. However, the Axion immediately ordered them to remain silent. He was no longer ready to endure such humiliation and decided to challenge the head hero. At this point, all the mercenaries, collected in the distance, realized that the things were not planned and did not know how to proceed because the situation came out of control. If Mr. Axion begins to lose, they will have to return to the starting plan, otherwise their moves can be exposed. At this point, the Axion explained that since it was a proud Ragnar match until it is completed, no one should interfere. Even hostages cannot be affected until the final defeat of the feasibility study. After his words, both instantly rushed into a fierce battle. The first blow was directed against Theo, and the Axion was barely prevented by the lightning reaction. After the attack, the hero only thanked the Axion for going to action immediately, instead of waste time. After that, they seriously met in a fierce battle, where the leader was the feasible. Even the Axion was unable to hide his surprise. He skillfully evaded and struck, but firmly stated that the hero's victory was unattainable. Applying the reception of Heavenly Dragon, he wanted to show the Theo that the real power of Ragnarok is far from the rescue residues inherent in Bastard. Although at first this attack scared the feasibility study, he took his hands in time and declared a counterattack to dispel the enemy with his 3 dragons' claws. As a result, the technique was completely destroyed and dissected into many small debris. While the Axion, covered with surprise, tried to understand what trick the Phoebus used, the hero calmly asked, "Will you have the strength to teach you?" The observer was Hanabi, an officer of the Church Order of the Dragons, who took 14th place in the second stage. He was struck by what he saw. After the first ceremony, he hesitated about the intentions of Theo, but now he finally realized that he really had incredible force. The situation came out of control because the Axion could even defeat it. So the guy seriously thought about the betrayal of the Axion and the move to the side of the feasibility study until he still managed to avoid the inevitable consequences. After all of what he saw, he realized that only the Axion was deprived of doubts about his own correctness. However, it is the presence of inspectors of the Bureau who still acted in their favor, which kept it from betrayal, because they will cope with all the problems. Everything he intended to distract other observers. Turning, he ordered all the Knights of the Dragon to disperse and refrain from intervention, completely hoping for the force of the Axion. Events turn us a few decades ago when the Axion was still a very young boy. It was at that time that Ed, along with his mother, Aimila, tirelessly convinced him that he should become the sole heir to the throne of Ragnar, for the benefit of his mother, uncle, and to ensure the benefits of Trojvan clan. After all, Ragnar's name was only an empty shell. In fact, he belonged to the Trojvani, and he had to remember it. After these memories, the battle exacerbated even more. But despite all the efforts of the Axion and its maximum devotion, Theo still skillfully evaded the blows, smiling. The hero understood that he was extremely lucky. The Axion acted exactly as he predicted, that he greatly facilitated his task. Soon everyone was reported that the Tegnar finally appeared and met with the Axion. This was extremely pleased with Julius because the fact that the guy appeared testified that he was safe and was not harmful. Meanwhile, the chairman of the council was unspeakably disappointed because they did not cope with the task. Even Ed exhaled with relief, realizing, if the guy is alive, you can relieve tension. Although it remained a secret that he was doing all this time, now everything would go according to his scheme. As soon as his nephew finds the key to religion, he is waiting for either ruthless murder or deprivation of the head. However, a new message has unexpectedly received. The Tep and Axion Ragnar challenged each other. This event contradicted all Ed's plans and undoubtedly scared him. Continuing the battle with the enemy who has already mastered the technique of Mogomnishnik's movements, the Axion finally realized the full power of his enemy. The progress of the enemy deserved respect, but he still believed that the guy did not have enough force to win him. At some point, he was able to unravel the opponent's maneuvers and, having prepared for the attack, threw his katana directly into his face. This unexpected blow really scared the hero, who first noted that his opponent was using paired blades. In addition, Katana's throw caused his spooky memories of the past, where a similar attack of his life was stopped. Without waiting for the result of his attack, the Axion only explained that magical fencing by pre-established formula easily reveals the future course of the enemy. However, Theo could easily stop this throw with his bare hands, and finally realized who the same enemy was from his past life was. Then that man ordered Randall to stop the empty space and put an end to the quarrels. Theo no longer saw a continuation because he was in death, but after his death, the Cher finally removed the face bandage and suggested Randall to complete the unfinished case and dramatically change the Rose Palace. Now the hero has no reason to pardon the scoundrel who completely destroyed his past. It was on the day of his death that the hero had to leave this world, and without learning who burned the maze Rose. He felt powerless, but Randall took off his mask and opened his true personality. With a thorough investigation, Evelyn found that he was closely linked to the Trojan and the Camelli Palace. It turns out that it is logical to assume it was the result of one of the Truvan. In their clan, there was only one warrior who immediately rushed into battle with a couple of blades, Axion Ragnar. Only such an arrogant scoundrel as he will not be worried about losing weapons during the battle. However, the hero attracted doubts until he made his own eyes perfected in the perfection of his technique. Now he had no drop in doubt. Crushing the blade with his own hands, the hero decided to find out from the guy that made him so burning his death. However, the answer did not worry, because fate promised a completely different turn. He, together with his comrades, would certainly survive everything that awaits ahead. With these thoughts, the hero rushed into the battle, however, analyzing the trajectories of his movements. The Cher immediately realized that the guy was clearly not aiming at the place. It was only a pathetic parody on his attack with weapons, but the hero knew that it was not at all. After that, he unfolded his power. His aura swept the whole battlefield, and he felt a wild thirst for blood. However, this thirst was not simple, which showed, all this time, even during their duel, Theo hid the true scale of its power. In addition, approaching the guy, Theo completely moved to the melee. Nothing more restrained him. Armed with a new blade, he received additional power that eliminated any chance of defeat. The only thing that was worried was the question when the share will finally show him the true power of Ragnar. Angry because of such a remark, the share firmly grabbed the young man's hand and, raising his blade, intended to pierce his face. However, at the moment when it seemed that it was impossible to avoid a blow, the hero had time to evade, and the weapon found only his shoulder. After that, both swords met in a fierce duel again, and finally the hero managed to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. The last thing he wanted to know from the Axion: does the one knows how the body is felt when he is pierced by the sword through? Without waiting for the answer, he immediately rushed into the attack, aiming directly at the rival's chest. The leader of the draconian Chashuya community, the orientation of Gardner, took 14th place, scoring 179 points. Having completed the first stage, he begins to doubt, and looking at the enemy, wonders, does he really have such force? The orientation felt that the situation could get out of control. If the Axion is defeated, is it time to turn away from him and join the power? However, the idea quickly disappeared. There are control observers who unnoticed every detail. It is better to concentrate on the distraction of other examiners. Returning to his comrades, he ordered to diverge immediately. They are forbidden to interfere with the chaos. This is the task assigned to the Axion. The little boy stood confidently, holding a wooden sword firmly. It was an Axion. His parents watched him with trembling, and his father strongly stated he should take the throne of Ragnar for the sake of his mother, uncle, and prosperity of the Troivan clan. He noted that the name Ragnar is only used as a shell. It was at that moment that the Axion realized the truth. It is a true representative of the Troivan clan. Already as an adult, he remembered those words that instantly covered him with a powerful impression. The enemy with which he competed at this moment impressed with his unusual force. Meanwhile, his opponent felt full pleasure, because all the events took place in his clear scenario. The massive wooden table was discussing the emergency news. Finally, Theo Ragnar has established a connection with the Axion. The one-eyed warrior broke out with joy, because he patiently waited for the moment when Theo finally made his move. However, the man felt a slight surprise. It seemed that these abominations had already got rid of him. Another man sighed with relief. The fact that he was alive removed a heavy burden from his soul, as if a stone had fallen from his soul. It is impossible to say exactly what he conceived, but now it's time to implement the plan. As soon as the Axion learns about the relic, the selected sword will immediately arrange it. It was this cower plan that managed this insidious scum. Suddenly, he heard a loud conversation behind his back. Two men were seriously discussing. Their words were called with two names, Theo Ragnar and the Axion. Then the most important message came. The two now entered a fierce confrontation in a duel. Herd struck him to the depths of his soul, and his forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. Meanwhile, the Axion and the feasibility study were brutally fought, revealing all their skills using the secret technique Shutha steps. Both warriors recognized the power of their opponent. However, the Axion noted that the speed of the feasibility study leaves much to be desired. His movements turned out to be predictable, and suddenly the Axion threw the sword right in the direction of the enemy. It was a unique metal sword technique that Theo did not expect to see. At the same moment, other warriors sat nearby. Their hands were unbroken, and their faces were buried, which left only the mystery of their appearance. They were merciless beatings. The Axion returned his view to the feasibility study and warned, "A secret technique with a fixed sequence of movements is a solid trap. It does not help him, but, on the contrary, allows his opponent to clearly calculate the next move." The blood flowed slowly from the sword blade. It was not just the blood of the wounded body. The sword did not reach the brain, but cut his hand, because the Theo managed to grasp his bare palm. Exactly at that moment before his eyes, memories broke out, and he immediately realized it was an Axion. It was he whose actions during the bloody battle brought innumerable disasters. The feasible determination broke in the feasibility study. He was full of intention to finally complete this duel. On the day of his death, the hero remained doomed. Even the last moments did not answer the mystery, who set fire to the palace. Theo hurried forward, squeezing his sword in his palms. At that moment, he felt that all his forces had disappeared, leaving him completely defenseless. However, fate smiled to him. Randon himself removed his mask. The investigation conducted by Evelyn Theo found a close connection of Randon with the Kamali Palace. It is logical to believe that the murder was done by the Troivan clan. Among them is a warrior who impresses the unique skill of throwing a sword. At this point, everything was logical. The warrior was an Axian Ragnar. There is a great confidence to apply a technique that deprives you of basic weapons. At this point, Theo undoubtedly realized who his current rival is. Once upon a time, his doubts were taking a mountain, but now, after all, there is no place for uncertainty. He squeezed a broken sword in his hand, despite the blood that he was constantly flowing from his fingers, and fiercely turned to these scums. "Why do you so hard to destroy me?" The Axian was confused. How did Theo manage to break the sword using only his own hands? Past events have already left behind. They cannot be repeated. At this crucial moment, Theo has unambiguously made the decision. He is not going to give his life again. He will save not only himself, but also those comrades whom the Axian still holds in captivity. Squeezing a fragment of a sword with incredible force, he strongly threw it back. The scattered blade steadily rushed directly in the direction of the Axian. However, he just smiled with mockery, considering this technique as a pathetic imitation. Suddenly the earth trembled. Theo has finally rejected the restraint of its power. It was no longer the intention of killing. It was a crazy, uncontrolled mana. The Axian plunged into the reflection for a moment. Did he hide this insidious scum of his true skills during the initial phase? He barely managed to blink as Theo appeared in just a few steps, waving his sword. The powerful explosive wave of his blow was instantly swept through the whole forest. The Axian barely managed to set the sword to stop the offensive. However, Theo had no doubt to stop. One powerful blow was constantly changing the next. "When will you finally find your true power?" he asked without stopping the offensive. However, the Axian replied contemptuously, "You are a pathetic bitch, son." Having gained all the strength in one hand, he gave the feasibility of the wrist lightly. However, Theo managed to evade. His sword flashed in several millimeters from the Axian's neck. A powerful shock wave spread both warriors in opposite directions. Now the distance between them has fallen to just 5 meters. However, none of them intended to concede. Instantly the Axian realized, before him, no one. The feasible disappeared. It was useless to assume another. It just appeared on the side. There was only a blow. The sword escaped from the hands of the Axian at such a frantic speed that its speed in the air released a piercing whistle. Theo dreamed of only one thing, that the Axian would plunge into this unforgettable feeling. Feeling as if a sharp blade ruthlessly punches your stomach. The sharp blade, which was in his hands, raced at the direction of the abdomen of the Axian, almost touching his chest. There were bloody traces in the snow, but they were not left for children. Some man rolled behind them. White-haired was convinced that only the Axian could laugh at such a brazen step. However, he could not understand. What was it necessary for? After all, he heads. Does he seek even more bells? In order to lure the young master of the February, the Axian stole his comrades. Obviously, his goal is to deprive the guy's life in the second stage. Grunge immediately exclaimed that it was a fair competition, and what can be called an Axian by a coward. However, the girl offered her explanation. She noted that it was a ritual of awakening Ragnars, because such events are not rare. "So, that's why I'm not a supporter of the Ragnars. They profess the principle of the right of the strong, but it is already infinitely transmitted," said Blondin. The girl predetermined him, noting that his words carry an extremely risky shade. The white-haired purpose had a clear goal, to save comrades, because he was convinced that such an act would be chosen by the young owner of Theo in his place. "If you want to help, at least benefit," he said strongly, squeezing his fist. Immediately, he was heard that it was time to go. However, the sister remained completely indifferent to it. She followed Blondin in the hope of finding Theo Ragnar, but it was not visible anywhere. At the same time, she treated the weakness with deep disdain, and the lack of her desire to rescue someone left doubt that her interests were lying in a different plane. The brother from the first moment came to the conclusion that she was a scum, and his words like a sharp knife touched her soul. Blondin turned to Erica, expressing his understanding of the reasons why she so passionately seeks to meet the young master of Theo. She stopped to carefully listen to his continuation. "So I assure that if you help, your goal will become much attainable," he said. In just a few minutes, the boys escaped at a frantic speed. However, suddenly an unexpected surprise appeared on their route. A dozen armed abomination appeared in front of them. Blondin immediately recognized them. It was a group that is known as a scratch dragon. "They have not seen you for a long time, Renton. From the time you turned away from us for the sake of this worthless," said one of them with mockery, and then added, "Do you still continue to communicate with these clumsy bears?" Herbling barely restrained his anger after these words. White-haired only politely asked them to retreat. He did not intend to fight with the former brothers. However, in response, he heard only a barely audible, cold refusal. There was no other to choose, so he grabbed the sword. He took the first step into the battle, and immediately behind him his bear. At the same moment, the tied young man squeezed the sword between his knees, trying to pull him to his stomach. At the same time, Theo continued the desperate struggle, putting all his forces. He gave all his power to break through the dense defense of the Axion. However, his sharp blade, like an arrow, flashed past. Only at this point did the young man realize that the owner, the Theo, specifically gave him the opportunity to cut the rope. Despite the disadvantage, the guy immediately took advantage of the opportunity provided. Meanwhile, White, haired together with the bearings, entered the fierce clash. Arian and Theo led a fierce duel when another fighter appeared among them. Theo was eagerly expected when his rivals would finally take action. However, this insidious abomination was limited to apologies to the young owner of the Axion. After that, he promised that immediately after the ceremony, the awakening humbly admitted his guilt and would accept punishment. This scoundrel was a test observer, high earliest swordsman Liam Trojvan. He immediately ordered everyone to watch the young owner closely. When a group of his dogs gathered behind the Axion's back, these people were called. Liam immediately rushed into a fierce battle against Theo. They even turned the sword that was once torn from the Axion. Now he felt considerable relief. However, the expression on his face was barely noticeable. Theo felt an incredible tension. He could barely resist the fierce strokes of the sword. He was forced to make great efforts to be cleverly evading. The moment has come not just to keep the defense, but also to strike and eliminate opponents. The first blow that breaks the air with a formidable whistle appears instantly, but the skilled sword manifests its agility, evading it. In fact, more precisely, instead of evasion, he just skillfully substitutes his sword. Their blades are constantly encountered, cutting the air with bright sparks. In fact, this fight is really impressive in its spectacle. The Axion notes that Theo has a great force. It is able to go out at the level of fighting not only with it, but also with a sword that recently gained a high rank. However, he was convinced that Theo did not act at its level. There were no other witnesses nearby. This was what gave him the only chance. "I am convinced that all the events happen for the Troyan clan," the observer swept the sword. Theo could not look, watching the sharp blade slowly rising directly above his head. But what important decision will he make at this crucial moment? In his eyes, they flicked like bloody splashes that were flying in the air. However, this blood did not belong to him. She was the blood of a real sword. He died, grinding and spitting red blood clots. The most amazing is that his fate was decided at one moment. The sword of the Axion brought him death, and he never realized what happened. The Axion repeated its previous words coldly. No one has the right to interfere. That is why he ruthlessly deprived the life of the observer. As if every second stretched eternity, he slowly sank to his knees. There were exclamations behind the moon. "The young owner of the Axion, what did you think? He only intervened because I decided that I was defeated? This is a candid mockery from the heir to the throne," said the Axion with contempt. Meanwhile, the hero, watching the events from afar, realized that the Axion was finally crazy because he killed his own subordinate. After a few seconds of silence, the Axion finally said, "Okay, the feasible Ragnar, you're strong." It was obvious that he did not recognize the slack. However, from the very beginning, the Axion showed great talent. As a child, he was taught, beat, get opponents, and climb to the highest peaks. Only you can sit on the throne of Ragnars. He was covered by a fierce anger. He could not accept the opinion that Theo showed weakness to him. For him, this path seemed quite logical, to become the most powerful force and seize the throne. The defeat for him was absolutely unacceptable. He was ready to destroy anyone who was able to interfere with his plans. After receiving the warning, he immediately rushed to the feasibility study, starting a new flurry of attacks. Theo instantly captured every detail of his movements with his close look. He saw the land in front of him instantly flew in all directions. The Axion, as if lightning, rapidly rising into the air after struck on the ground. In the air, he again causes a powerful blow to the sword. But it inevitably happens. The blade immediately flies into two parts. Meanwhile, Liam crawls on his knees, and his support instantly coincides with him, hurriedly asking if everything is fine. However, the sword does not realize what his satellites do. After all, he orders them to forget about him and immediately support the owner in the task, to destroy the feasibility study. However, they remain unable to act because the Axion strongly opposes any external intervention. However, Liam insists that they should go and eliminate the feasibility study because the death of the Axion will lead to the inevitable end of their existence. At this point, the Axion explodes with a powerful cry. He risks everyone and boldly rushes to a new attack. The incredibility of what is happening was just astonished. In his mind, ancient words swept again. Warnings that with the descendants of Ragnar can happen both unexpected and simply incredible events. The fire that dances in the wind can extinguish in an instant, or conversely, lighting, shine even brighter. It was at this point that the Axion could not accept the faith that unfolded before his eyes. He remembered, as before, surrounded by interlocutors, discussed Theo. He called him a talentless worm, which could be wrapped and stopped with waste, setting his place. This is exactly what his plan was. He was convinced that there was an endless gap between him and the feasibility study, because his strength far exceeds the enemy's strength. However, it was now obvious that the case is quite different. And again, the Axion was not hesitating loudly, confidently proclaiming his true essence. It is he who is chosen to become the patron saint of the North and the heir to the throne of Ragnar. The female figure of the dragon appeared before the feasibility study. Throne? Forget about him. Your damn ambitions have taken away the lives of so many innocent people. If you do not give up your insatiable greed, I will make you surrender, said the Theo, squeezing the sword. These were words filled with unwavering pride and determination. He possessed the unique force that was given to him. At the very moment, he summoned a mighty blue dragon, directing him directly to the Axion. He gathered all his strength to activate the powerful triple dragon's claw. The Axion did not expect such an incredible turn of events. Theo was standing on the verge of achieving such an incredible power that he could destroy anyone who crossed his way. And that's what he started to do. Others lifted their eyes and watched the battle focused. Their view recorded only one moment, as the Axion shouted sharply and loudly. Only a few last steps separated it from completion. Theo quickly performed them, clearly crowned their attack. A powerful splash of energy immediately led that the mana had crumbled through the forest, swinging ahead. The knees with a deft blow crashed into the snow, and under them the blood immediately spilled. The blood of the Axion continuously flowed from the body, and soon it has fallen inevitably. His head flew into the air, turning endlessly. However, after a moment, it inevitably fell on the snow canvas. On the clean white surface, a long bloody footprint stretched from head to beheaded body. To break the viscous sadness and hopelessness, Theo strongly hit his feet on the head. He stood proudly over his body like a real winner. This battle required him incredible effort. In the swordsman's look, life completely extinguished. In the last moment, losing everything, both his life and the life of the young owner of the Axion, he shouted his name loudly. At the same time, the rest of the insidious ones, standing on the side of the Axion, dug into the attack. To be frank, it was a real lottery. Even in the best form, to fight against 4 experienced swordsmen would be an absolute impossibility for Theo. And now, when his forces are barely holding, and the stocks of mana are completely exhausted after the preliminary pressure, suddenly, like a rescuer of fate, a character with shiny white hair appeared, confidently reflecting attacks. Immediately behind him rushed into the Battle of the Bear. Theo, Ray Sudby, Rema, Erica, Halkus, and the rest of the heroes. However, he could not understand why they appeared and exploded. Blondin calmly replied, "To save the brothers who are in trouble is a natural matter." Theo carefully listened to every word. Erica, considering him closer, noted that in reality, he looks even more attractive than it was obvious at first glance. Meanwhile, Halkus did not hide his admiration. He never met such strong power before he had struck him so much. The new moon listened carefully to the voice of his loyalty. She insisted that he should support the master of the feasibility study, because it could not afford to become a burden. And again, their swords are strongly faced with blades of enemies. The interference of observers is absolutely forbidden, and even more so any attacks on the test participants, the white-haired, referring to these scums. He did not give them a chance to choose. At the same moment, the sword barely managed to reflect the flurry of burning blows. Other abomination behind him was asked what was worth doing, because the situation was completely out of control. The leader of these scums suddenly rose, confusedly silently, not knowing what to answer. He was aware of one thing: now they were in a critical position. Let's analyze the situation. We have never received any information about the relic of the palace, and Theo remains alive. What are our further steps? And it is not necessary to talk about it. They were not only caught on hot, but also caused the tragic death of the young owner of the Axion. Now it is worth considering whether there is a way to fix everything. But unfortunately, there is no such way. People have repeatedly turned to Liam. He understood that in such circumstances the only way out was to destroy everyone. He came to the conclusion that the best step would be to eliminate all witnesses, and later, to declare that a wonderful demonic creature from Chad appeared on the case, which destroyed all the test participants. Make sure that this is the only way out, he got the bag. In addition, it was necessary to carefully tie all the traces that could indicate the participation of the Trojan clan in this case. He began to teach all the details constantly, saying, 20 of the 5th grade. He was convinced that this was enough to eliminate the problem. According to him, he acted in the name of the glory of the Trojan clan, at least, so he assured. However, as soon as he lifted the sword, everything changed. Dragon riders in white armor. Observer Salford Gardner. They watched the events with understanding, unable to understand what was really going on. Soon, 2 more observers joined them, Natasha Kopel and Sally Hartner. At the same moment, something heavy fell to the ground. Salford, while keeping calm, ordered 3 to stay in place and move with him if they seek to survive. When he suggested that the case in the duel, if they wanted to finish everything like Liam, the expressions on their faces immediately testified that they did not like this option. Observers without delay aimed at these scums. The feasible greeted them with joy, and a light, gentle smile flashed on his face. It brought true relief. But what feelings covered his body at this moment? The answer was obvious. It denied further work. The forces were exhausted, and soon it began to fall. Holding on his feet, he only thanked the white-haired forces with the last forces. However, he firmly believed that this case was purely in vain and did not justify such casualties. Eyewitnesses instantly linked all the abomination responsible for the crime and took them to a well-deserved punishment. At the same time, white-haired tirelessly turned to the feasibility study, again and again emphasizing that danger. Erin reminded that she also participated in assistance and did not want her contribution to it unnoticed. They all went to incredible sacrifices for the young master of Theo, and even when their end comes, no drops of repentance will arise in them. Listening to these words, Theo inadvertently swayed and fell directly on the shoulder of the white. It was at that moment that he realized what important role these people play in his life. The white-haired look at all present. His power lies in these people. He smiled and, with a slight irony, asked Theo if he was ready to give him his bells because he seeks to lead the benches. He heard only a quiet silence, the value of which remained uncarnated. It took some time. The man could barely believe what he just heard. At a huge wooden table, this news was proclaimed. The man in the ripple cautiously unfolded the letter, and the first word he read was the name Axion. And here was a decisive message. He died. The results of the second stage of the test. Everyone gathered. Everyone is looking forward to an important ad. Finally, he came closer to the group, expressing his sincere praise to everyone for his excellent contribution. He then solemnly announced the successful completion of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. This wise old man was part of 9 dragons, known as Zenita Dragon, Faryu Ragnar. Not everyone was aware of why he appeared here, because his public speaking is extremely rare. Meanwhile, he continued to announce the results. 45 people were successfully successful. This is a striking figure that, without exaggeration, indicates that we are really the most talented generation. He was particularly impressed with the number of points scored by the winner. Theo was looking forward to the following words. I am sure that each of you knows. Those who have overcome this stage increase their status from a sword student to the lower sword. Be proud of yourself, he continued. From now on, you have the right to participate in prominent events as worthy Ragnar swords. Each of you deserve this title. Finally, the moment of presentation of the second stage of tests has come. In the first place rose again, Theo Ragnar, mot ngin mot tram, hai moi mot gm. His name was again on the top of the list, causing surprise to all present. How did he do? Until the finale, the score of his points remained absolutely 0. The second place was taken by Rangton Nardzio with a result of 926 points, and the third position was Erika Lanka, which scored 843 points. Ray won the fourth place with the result of 789 points, while the Halkas took the fifth stage. Isla Lyman took 45th place, scoring 28 points. Faryu noted the high level of efforts of everyone, but stressed that the awakening ceremony has not yet been completed. Ahead of the third and last stage. Anyone who was entitled to participate in the third stage, I ask now to raise their hands. And finally, the participants confidently raised their hands, signaling their readiness for the next stage. The palms of every real hero confidently rose up. He was much attention noted by Theo, who won the first place. The secret component of the test was to master the technique of elementary breathing. To do this, the participants had to find and decipher the text fragments randomly placed on the inside of the bells. Finding them turned out to be incredibly difficult, but even more trials encountered their essence. Only those who successfully mastered this technique were able to give their Manhu an emblem of one of the elements and to gain the right to participate in the third stage. In his past life, Theo could not reveal the content of this text. However, in this world, it has acquired a unique ability to synchronize, which opened the opportunity to read the memory of objects. Thanks to this, he was able to see the text in the form of visual images, which dramatically changed everything. This enabled him to immediately understand the essence of each word. Even one contender was an important event, but Faryu noticed that 4 participants were ready for the competition, each of whom boldly raised their hand. In their past life, Theo, Ray, and Rangton could not master the basic breathing techniques. However, perhaps the spectacular chain reaction has become a catalyst for changes, the reaction that he just realized. The old man suggested that each of them in turn shared his unique find. He suggested that the feasibility study was the first. There will be a noticeable transformation without an axion, but it is not necessary to be afraid, he said. Moving forward, Theo has been convinced that the future blossoms brighter glow than ever. Stepping on the ground, he immediately began a story about his find. It's an incredible force, he proclaimed, watching it, as it is impressive in the air. Then he admired his find. This is a thunderpipe. And at the same time, the sky exploded by a thunderstorm, symbolizing the pouring, embodiment, control, expansion, and release of aura. Initially, he combined the Manhu with the attribute. Further action was extremely simple. Then the moment came to embody this process: pouring, transformation, control, expansion, and release of aura. Others were fascinated. It was difficult for them to believe that he was not only able to combine the Manhu with the element, but also put them into reality. As it could be expected, the words were heard from the young master of Theo. Many would stop here without trying to move on. However, not Theo. In his chest, the incomparable energy was throbbing, like an indomitable fire. Then he moved to a new stage, the establishment of control. Even for an experienced warrior, it was impressive. Think only, during such a laconic time he has already established control. However, the next was even more striking. The same energy tirelessly flashed with an unrestrained glow. Even the soil that surrounded the feasibility study began to open immediately. It was a truly incredible fireworks. His gaze gained even more confidence. Artifact that embodies thunderous light. Only a few confident sword swings were enough. Suddenly, a thunder dragon, wrapped in a bright golden glow, appeared. After fully monitoring, the expansion stage has come. Is he attacking? This thought swept through the consciousness of all, when the dragon immediately rushed straight to the old one. The old man, embarrassed by the capture, quietly pronounced his nose. Ho ho. Have you passed to the stage of expansion? He just raised his hand. In a moment, he tamed the dragon, applying the attribute of the water flow, the water blade. He acknowledged that Theo really gained this right, and directly asked him. Theo replied only with a smile similar to the one that marked the face of the old man. And in all other faces, the mouths were frozen, revealed from incredible surprise. Great work. The old man appreciated him, generously counting another 1,000 points. As expected from the Zenith Dragon, he always generously celebrates those who are burning in the spirit of competition. The first place is ranked by Ragnar with the reach of 2,121 points, while Rangton Nazio won the second position with 1,426 points, and so on. More than 2,000 points? This result made an incredible impression. After that, the experienced old man turned to the other three, asking, what did they find? Rangton Nazio scored 500 points, which marked its transition to the stage of control. Ray Ragnar won plus 300 points, which was a signal of its transition to the stage of embodiment. Erica Lang scored plus 300 points, which allowed her to move to the stage of embodiment. The old man was simply fascinated by their talent. Usually only 1,000 points are enough to get the first place. However, these four turned out to be real ACA, exceeding all the hopes. Now the first won 2,121 points, the second, 1,426, the third, 1,143, and the fourth, 1,089. Their work deserved for the sincere recognition. Those who did not go to the third stage were received permission to return home and could begin preparation for the nominations scheduled for the next week. Only 4 performed in front of him. Finally, he was ready to voice the next step. His view was inseparably directed to the majestic top of the mountain. The atmosphere around was pierced by deeper and more relentless tension. And so the old man eventually announced, "It is time to start the third stage of the awakening ceremony." "What's the devil? Why?" Theo remained in amazement, not realizing what reason he had the energy of Lodbrok, a powerful creature that hid behind the top of the mountain. The third stage of awakening is a meeting with the head of the clan. No one can predict what happens, because the result depends solely on its decision. During this assembly, it will also be determined which of the clans will participate in the prestigious and at the same time risky tournament. All 5 candidates have gained their reputation by participating in the previous tournament. Getting into this prestigious list indicates recognition of them as powerful rivals. The Theo did not know. At the top, he was already waiting for the head of the clan, It was indisputable. Even from afar, there was a mysterious aura Rodbrock, hanging over a mountain like a dark storm of storm. Suddenly, he was pierced by a sparkling insight, which whispered, "Is it?" Did she take her? At the very decisive moment, the elder statement, "It all begins," and ordered to go through the burning flame of the dragon to stand before the head. Everyone was intense. At this point, the mana thickened around, as a defenseless storm, penetrating into every cell of the body. Erin could not imagine how to climb in this state. Her forces disappear radically on the approach. Theo thought cold-blooded advised not to resort to a hopeless attempt to break through. It was necessary to reconcile the power of magical waves. Only then would the path open through a cruel flame. Rankton noted that it is necessary to create an anti-phase wave that can eliminate the impact of energy. If you do not have the skill to control magical forces, even the idea of meeting the head remains an unattainable dream for you. Erin thought about these words. Anti-phase wave? Interference? What is this unfamiliar language? The white-haired unfolded explained that magic is a wave with an oscillating nature, similar to the energy of the head of the clan. To neutralize it, you need to create a wave in the opposite phase. In simple words, you need to cause the opposite wave that can stand against this shit magic. Why not explain so immediately? Erin thought, feeling growing irritation. She came to the point that she called a white-haired botanist, without holding back a light smile. But was it now time for such reflections? Circumstances became increasingly intense. The atmosphere around became incredibly tense, as if the air itself was vibrating from magical energy. All views are inseparably chained to a Theo, which slowly began to release its powerful energy. He warned everyone, if you dream of heading the clan, you must be prepared for numerous tests. His words were forced to stop and think. Only a moment, as someone planned to say the word, he had already rushed forward. Only when he sighed, the old man warned others. It is not necessary to delay, because every moment can turn against them. Arrival time is crucial, because it depends on the final assessment, so do not spend time and act quickly. Only a moment ago the old man had no soul left, all disappeared in a hell. He smiled quietly. Despite its maturity, his calm soul sought to accept the student. It seemed funny, but at the same time promised warmth. Meanwhile, in the majestic Camellia Palace, the girl was rushing through the corridor, looking carefully at every room that appeared in her way. Seeing her, the maids were enthusiastically called, "Oh, the master of the smithy here again." Since the young Theo has begun to reach new heights, the atmosphere in the palace has changed dramatically. The graceful girl was silently in the middle of the room, immersed in thought, as if in her mind a somewhat important idea was scrupulous. Suddenly, a crazy woman broke into the room, shouting, "Here you are, where, daughter?" I intended to remind my mom that there was a certain dignity in the palace, the girl thought. But how can you talk about decency when you will soon be among the incredibly rich? But the daughter calmly noted that she was already well provided. But my mother gently hugged her daughter and proudly stated, "We are not just rich, we are extremely provided. By the way, I am a real elf of capitalism." She was delighted, because after the Theo gained glory, the orders came to the workshop without stopping, and finally began to talk about it. The daughter was sincerely enjoying. Listening to the fascinated voice of the mother is an incredible joy when happiness can be divided with a native person. She believed unconditionally that Theo would cope. There was no doubt for her. However, there was a rebellious excitement inside. What if he received serious injury? Will he be able to withstand the pressure and counteract the resistance? All she had left was to wait. She has made every effort, and now she was only watching the development of events. However, she sought to make a real contribution, to bring real help, to make something really important. Meanwhile, my mother announced from her back, "From now on, we will not only produce weapons. From now on, everything will be available for sale, from accessories and jewelry to the smallest details. And as a result, The strategy of increasing revenue 10 times seemed absolutely real. Suddenly, her daughter quietly turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, did you ever make prostheses?" The man laughed loudly and said with a smile, "The future head of the family. Your determination is really impressive, Theo." "I understand your excitement, but even parents should not interfere with the dreams of their children," he added, acquiring more seriousness. "Especially when it comes to a youthful passion, nothing can stop it. We once experienced this unbreakable passion. Namely, the place where he was now located was the name of the Grave of Swords, the best confirmation of his words." When he spoke all these words, even the crow sitting nearby, she could not restrain her laughter. However, the man turned to her with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I just want to see Ragnar blossoms. If something gets up on my way, I will immediately understand it, as with everyone else. Although, honestly, the final decision has not yet been made. It is enough time, so now it is worth watching and patiently waiting for a favorable moment." Meanwhile, the Theo was moving forward with perseverance, quickly and confidently, as if an arrow that had finally chose its path. He headed the Ragnar clan, and was known as Kyla Ragnar, a formidable leader whose name was enclosed by legends. Suddenly, a meeting with his father, which he did not expect. Theo rose within 4 hours, although it was usually enough, an unknown force, as if the vertex itself severely tested its strength. The father reached out as if inviting him to reflect and asked, "Do you know what is this place?" The Theo confidently stated, "This is the hall of Polomikiv, a place where the swords of the warriors, whom the head of the clan, has been manifested personally." The father nodded and said, "This is a heavy burden for the head of the clan, to remain lonely in the fight against endless trials and threats, unable to fully give their trust even to the closest. True power is only your personal power that determines whether you are worthy of this place." Looking straight to his son, Kyle asked directly, "Do you really feel that you deserve it?" Theo, not hesitating for a moment, resolutely replied, "Yes." But his father stopped him. "Do not rush to answer. Thousands, and maybe tens of thousands, have already fallen, fighting for my place." And at the same moment, the space stunned voices, full threats, cursed, and rage. The ghosts of the past rushed to the feasibility study, but it remained unwavering, filled with unconditional determination. "Why?" the question came. The answer was crystal clear. Theo rose here to get revenge for the past and break the cursed circle of struggle for power. For this purpose, he was ready for the last step, boldly and decisive, knowing neither fear nor doubt. He pulled the sword and asked permission not to answer with words, but by the power of his weapons. My father agreed, but warned, "From now on, you are not just a son, you are a contender." "We see why she taught you that," Kyle said. His words, like a light air lace, gave space for a subtle surprise, which was reflected in the eyes of Theo. The uncertainty that surprised the eyes of Theo had a good reason. He realized that his father knew about Rodbrok. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, Kyle waved his sword. His blow was incredibly fast. "Did I... died?" This thought performed the consciousness of Theo, like the last bell, which announces the onset of relentless darkness. He did not even have time to realize what was happening, because the world around instantly acquired a foreign and incomprehensible appearance. The world was dissolved, like a paint that spreads in water. The perception was slowly destroyed. Kyle used the technique of heart sword, drawing ruthless and accurate blows. It was at that moment that a crow suddenly appeared behind his back, and smiling he said, "It is a pity? Can a speaker die?" In response, only a muffled sound of a puncture sounded, as if death had refused words. However, Kyle did not delay and added, "The trial of the sword under the only one who carries true will and unbreakable determination. A merciless test, especially for those who just passed the ritual of awakening. With such doubtful determination, it is better to give life now, to neglect the soul. After all, the one who has been revived and becomes a burden for the clan remains unnecessary." At that moment, Theo felt something unusual, elusive, a strange feeling that the space itself had a change. His body was slowly dissolved, as if warning him of the inevitable loss of existence. He realized that his time had passed. It seemed obvious that his fate was decided. His own father became an instrument of his death. Without any regret, he gave everything he was capable of. However, despite all the efforts, the Kameli Palace was conquered, and Randon and the Axion were ruthlessly destroyed. Is the last chapter of this story really? However, Theo saw in everything that happened a sign of his own happiness, as if fate suddenly turned to his favor. Does this life not give happiness more than the past? Does it not shine brighter? Does not shine with force, and is not more true than everything before? His heart, like melted, completely dissolved. Suddenly, in the middle of silence, he heard a loud voice of a huge bird who asked, "Is it time to stop?" And at the same moment he whispered to himself, "No, it cannot end. Not time now." He remembered the promise given at the beginning, and his body immediately plunged into the reincarnation process. Its silhouette gradually came to life, acquiring clear contours, which restored the once lost shape. The sword was in his hands again, and having spent his last forces, he inflicted a decisive stroke. Did he not swear to go through all this, despite any pain? Did he not swear that he would never break or overcome his will, even when the deadly shadow is approaching? And after these words, another confident stroke of the sword, filled with faith and unbreakable stubbornness, was heard. The blinding flash covered all the space, as if blurring the usual outlines of reality. The space began to disintegrate, and the world around the crack as if it was torn from the inside. And so reality comes back. Theo slowly opens his eyes. He steadfastly holds the sword in the same pose in which he was in all events. The father did not expect it at all, and a warm smile suddenly blossomed on his harsh face. The week has passed. Finally, the day when the central administration distributes the task. Halkus and Aaron were among the crowded crowd who forced Halkus to barely hold back his anger. He was on the verge of an explosion through a closely compressed crowd, while Aaron remained calm, like a quiet island in a frantic storm. "Calm down," she said. "No one even cares about you. You have not yet received your protective sign." However, these words only undermined his anger, as if adding oil to the already incited fire. An annoyed Halkus impatiently invited, "Tell you that the head of the clan was handed to you during the third round." Aaron just smiled slightly and said, "It's only a secret. No matter how circumstances, the link is intended to become Ragnar's living sword. This means that you will have to sacrifice the lives of one of the parties. The smartest choice is to choose the one who has unsurpassed force, influence, and ambitions capable of leading others." Halkus ambiguously outlined Theo as the ruler of extraordinary power, unwavering authority, and the character of a true leader. He sought to put his fate in his hands, sincerely addressing him as "our Theo." Suddenly, an unexpected remark was set up. "Do you act so from your own desire?" But Halkus did not even take it as a real question. The only way out is to stand on one line with it, no doubt. In addition, the leader of the clan officially stated that Theo would not find a place in his detachment. The choice becomes obvious. At that moment, a powerful blow of the drum was a majestic and solemn sound that instantly forced everyone to die. The mustachioed man boldly went forward, inviting everyone to listen with vigilance. This is the solemn distribution ceremony. Initially, the title of the best graduate, which Theo Ragnar won, was announced, a perfect leader in every round. He was immediately invited to come to the fore, and the students around the ovations around, raising their hands in gentle grip. Under the loud applause, the feasibility was confidently moving forward, slowly stepping as if a real character. All the views gathered around the young owner. He became the real center of attention in the hall. The younger sister was holding a breath, covered by the anticipation of the choice of the row he would make. If he joined the detachment of white dragons, it would be great. Although, I confess, it seems too self-confident, the idea ran. "We sincerely congratulate the first place, the feasibility study," the presenter announced solemnly. Incredible how you succeeded in all directions without leaving the opponents of any chance. He was barely prepared to renew the ceremony, as he was unexpectedly interrupted. The other was forward. It was E.D. Trojvan, the head of the Central Intelligence Department and the head of the anti-ranking detachment. Does he really intend to take revenge on the Axion? The participants began to discuss in a whisper. After being lost, his mustache addressed him. Please sit down. Let it be unclear what that means. However, E.D., while keeping peace, added, Our Central Intelligence Management, he said with solemn respect. At the same moment, the Theo realized that the death of the Axion, no doubt, had a strong influence on Ed. But will he really find the strength to arrange a scandal just during the ceremony? Ed smiled unexpectedly and announced, The CIA head offers you the post of deputy chief. Although the proposal sounded extremely serious, Theo did not feel instant admiration, because it was difficult for him to grasp how to properly perceive such an unexpected turn of events. The success of Theo became unique. It was a breakthrough that no one even presented faith. It was the take off of the one who was once considered the lowest among all, an outsider without any chances. Finally, the moment of breakthrough came. The shell has crackled and the egg split. Among the deer, a real dragon climbed into the sky. Many still difficult to perceive the fact that even the most powerful newcomer has been able to overcome the Axion himself. The story of the Theo, which came from the deepest abyss to the top, moved the hearts of both students and examiners. At the same time, the number of its connoisseurs increased rapidly. Views filled with disdain retreating, giving way to the views that were breathing true admiration. No one called him Ragnar's bastard. Now he is the winner of the awakening ceremony. He successfully completed the plot quest number 3, winner of the awakening ceremony, and won the airtime as a well-deserved award. The artifact instantly appeared in his inventory, though Theo did not even know that it was a miracle. If the task is so complicated, the reward undoubtedly deserves attention. But here, again the same, well, bastard, if you can say so, from the central administration, tirelessly reminding of the promised position of deputy director. Theo replied again, not saying a word, but only gave a calm, casual smile. However, this time he chose to use the so-called analysis technique, the art of care. By activating the object, Theo immediately watched the inscription, Crazy Dragons. From under it, talents stretched, cunning, strategic thinking, intrigue, ability to two-faced, and extraordinary ambitions. The status is evidenced. They plan to use Theo as a key tool to reveal the secrecy of the relic of the ancient dragon. Theo has finally confirmed his suspicions. Ed hardly hunts for the relic of the ancient dragon and is already sure that it belongs to him. However, from that moment, he abandons any actions that deviate from his carefully thoughtful plan. Theo was standing on the verge of final destruction of the enemy, ready to strike on his own. However, the moment has not yet come. At this point, One-Eyed came to the director of the central administration and sharply addressed, "What do you do? Do you really consider everyone fools? Do you think that no one guesses that your actions only want to pay off for your nephew?" Ed only barely smiled, answering, "I understand your suspicions. Of course, as a person I feel anger, but as a leader, I want to involve a truly talented specialist in cooperation." However, the attendees did not quite convince the sincerity of his statements. They immediately felt in it the nuances of manipulation. The mustachioed finally intervened, asking Ed to stop, explaining, "I understand your desire, but the procedure is not yet complete, so a little patience is needed." Then he looked at Theo and said, "Well, have you decided?" Theo openly replied, "Not at this time. That is why I am interested to hear what offers you are ready to put forward." A hand rose in the hall, and it was Ragnar Lunis. She suggested not only to become her student, but also promised to appoint him to the post of younger head of the Yard of Flowering Plum. Anyone who heard this news immediately revealed the mouth with surprise. No one expected such an unexpected offer. The proposal seemed incredibly generous, almost fantastic. Blondin, standing behind Theo, added, 2 of 9 dragons have already made their way, and Mr. the Theo is really impressive. His brothers were amazed. They could not believe how far he advanced. Suddenly, the hall covered loud words, I also want to join this struggle. And immediately behind them, a mighty explosion. A mysterious figure in the mask appears on the stage, immediately attracting all the views. With lush white hair, he sank to the ground majestically, creating a real enchanting sight. A black dragon appeared in front of all, Robir Ragnar, a steadfast head of the black snow. He rose to Theo to confess a few words. He watched his wakening ceremony carefully. I agreed with Kyle, recognizing Theo really has something unique and deserves attention. Robert directly invited him to join the ranks of Black Snow, promising to get the highest internal rank, Musol. Musol rank is the highest status in a secret organization that gives the right to openly reveal its personality and officially receive honors. In his past life, when Theo was in Black Snow, there were only 8. Then he did not even dream of this title. And today, this opportunity sounds extremely tempting. At this point, the old man, conveniently settling in his usual place, suddenly coughed, as if he wanted to bring something important to hearing. It was Faril Ragnar, the owner of the pavilion of the Eastern Dragon. He noted that the 3rd ceremony made an unforgettable impression on him, and added that the doors of their pavilion were always open to the feasibility study. After these words, there were even more open their mouths. The feasibility study was inhibited by exclusive invitations on all sides. But it was only the beginning. Another rival, demonic dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of a detachment of White Postakif, came into the arena. Julius said, Our detachment will not provide any special privileges. And it was predictable from him because it is he who is a commander who firmly believes in the principles of honor and justice. He frankly admitted that he was eager to see Theo in his detachment, but immediately emphasized he would not do exceptions, so as not to diminish the achievements of other soldiers. The only thing he could promise was his dedicated support and dignity of the Dragon Knight. This is what he believed was enough. Finally, a minute of truth came. Everyone froze, waiting for whom the feasibility will choose. The choice itself can radically change the course of events. The wasp watched with each other movement. Her eyes were looking forward. Suddenly, in the middle of the silence, strange sounds came from the unexpected question. Are you a regressor? The feasible has been frozen for a long time, fully covered by misunderstanding. What was the strange sound? Who said this question? And here, unexpectedly, everyone noticed that one of the places of commanders was empty. Only a moment ago, Hilda sat in this place, the former head of the clan. Theo could not understand where her language leads. Her words were heard and foolish. Boy, I am not able to believe how you survived the past cycle, but your game is really incredible, she said calmly. Cycle? Theo is frozen, silently asked, Is there a few cycles really happening during regression? Even the mustachioed felt that something was wrong with Theo. Everything is okay? He asked. Theo only asked for a minute to streamline his thoughts. However, Hilda did not seem. She began to convey her thoughts directly and confidently to his consciousness. Don't worry. Be yourself, do not hide the truth. I am also a regressor, though my cycles have already ended. At that moment, the Theo understood everything. The cycles mean numerous returns, and she said it is not just. However, he was tormented by the question, how could it be? Besides, how many more regressors are there? He decided to act without delay. Tell me, does this mean that you can regress an infinite number of times? Hilda smiled gently. Apparently, Kyle did not tell you anything. In her eyes, a shadow of old memories flashed. He hates regressors. Not fully realizing the meaning of the conversation, Theo only suggested that everything could be caused by the difficulties that he had passed. Hilda immediately noticed embarrassment in his eyes. His view was full of numerous questions, but there was no time to talk. She proposed to return to the conversation later. If he sincerely wants to reveal the secrets of this world and clan, let him turn to it. During the third ceremony, the head of the clan was never given specific answers. He limited himself to the transmission of the spiritual sword, although it soon became clear that he was passionately hated regressors. The feasibility was vividly remembered the powerful power of Rodbrock, which he felt during a collision with the chapter. However, the most important thing is her heart, which carries the same pain that has forever noted in his soul. Did the leader take his heart from Rodbrock? Or maybe it happened because it is a dragon that accepts regressors. For an ordinary person to overcome the dragon is a task that goes beyond the possible one. However, the head of the clan, which is called the Half, no doubt had the force of coping with this task. There is no alternative. If Theo seeks to find out the true nature of the clan and solve the mystery of regression, he needs to meet Hilda. It was he who became his chosen. Reincarnated made his decision. He joined the Dragon Hall. From now on, he studies under the guidance of the dragon's master. Perhaps that is why they show the same style of battle. In his past life, Reincarnated returned to the Narzio family again. Having gained power, he last challenged his enemies. However, this time he remained next to Ragnar is another example of the changes taken by the feasibility of Tep. Finally, the moment of farewell has come. They sincerely and decisively shook their hands. This time, they assured each other that everyone would give everything in their business so that the next meeting is distinguished by even greater achievements. Both are with great inspiration and were looking forward to this meeting. They thought with close interest when fate reconnects their paths again. Rei, as expected, returned to her renovated palace, the home where her mother lives, an ice dragon. There is no better room for Ren. Her home and roots are here. Sybil and the boys from the 4th detachment sought to go with Theo, but unsatisfactory grades were interfered with their plans. Although parting with comrades caused pain, everyone has the opportunity to prove themselves in a new environment. It was when Theo stayed alone, the figure unexpectedly approached him, politely overlooking him with his greetings. He never imagined that we would find ourselves in this detachment, said a familiar voice. It was a Chalcus, and there was Aaron nearby, who, as always, considered her brother a real psych. On the horizon there were new faces that caused great joy in the feasibility study. Its circle of allies was expanded. He felt true joy, meeting Halkus and Aaron, and sincerely thanked them for their invaluable support during the Second Awakening period. How not to look it was then that they truly incredibly helped him. And suddenly everything froze. The guy in front of it loudly called for silence because the commander was approaching. Despite all the circumstances, the decision was already made, and everyone understood. We are waiting for a real test. They were in the dear detachment of the 1st rank, the perfect start on the way to the role of their family leader. The White Dragon building, and here, right in front of them, appeared his own commander, whose appearance immediately started a chain of quiet conversations in rows. He sought to hear the ambitions of recruits, to understand what everyone who entered the bench of his elite detachment. Halkus, without hesitation, exclaimed, "I seek to become a majestic dragon knight." Another newcomer sought to enter the annals of stories, permanently perpetuating his name. Aaron strongly declared, "I seek to become the most powerful among all my peers." Someone sought to obtain approval directly from the commander of the White Dragon Corps. However, this guy's response made others look surprised that they were instantly exchanging his views. No one in dreams imagined such an answer. She stunned everyone like a thunder in the middle of a cloudless sky. And here, among all, with adhesive confidence, appeared it, Theo Ragnar. He said the only word inadvertently, "I ... 5 years later I will win over a large combat detachment," he continued. His dream is to lead the White Dragon body. Everyone was amazed because Theo has boldly demonstrated his ambitions. For many, such a statement was a manifestation of true boldness. It says it right in front of the current commander. The commander just smiled and noted, "Excellent. It is necessary to dream of great." No matter what motives were guided when joining the White Dragon Corps, remember one thing. Each drop of sweat and every drop of blood you spill will inevitably enter the majestic Saga Ragnar. Today's trials will turn into tomorrow's pride. Our shields are adamant, and blades are invincible. A true friend always protects your back, and you, in response, are always close to protect him. At the finish of this thorny path, laid with blood, and then you will only meet you. And this is solely honor, the commander said. Looked to the sky where the dragon was majestically spreading. He smiled widely and has announced it gently. Welcome to the family of the White Dragon Corps. It was at that moment that a mighty dragon suddenly appeared behind his back, lifting a crazy wind and causing boundless respect. A mighty dragon appeared in front of all, a reliable ally of the White Dragon Corps commander. The commander solemnly presented him. Glada is a flying dragon, an infinite symbol of dragon knights. And here, unexpectedly, a few more dragons appeared along one by one, lifting a powerful wind. The commander ordered the senior knights to take seats on their dragons. The solemn ceremony began. Thus began the majestic dedication ceremony when beginners were greeted on the threshold of the elite world. Here is the moment when everyone had to choose their dragon satellite. The commander raised his hand and ordered, "All the dragons immediately to the nests. Get ready." From this point, the feasibility study will take the title of a real knight. Soon he will receive his own flying dragon. One of the girls also took a place on the dragon, and after turning, though gently, but decisively paid their attention to the feasibility study. He locked his gaze on it, but a word did not come out of his mouth. Meeting with Evelyn in this place was an absolute shock, like a thunder from a pure sky. Why did she come back? Why right now? She was silent without giving any explanation. Only her mysterious look, as if torn from another world, remained. Theo inadvertently cast his gaze on her hand and immediately noticed the prosthesis. But a sincere, bright smile shone on her face, one that remained in his memory all his life. She recently came to her gratitude sincerely. Seeing Mrs. Camellia and Lord Curson in one place was a real shock. No one could expect. In response, the young lady said in a calm voice, "If it comes to a young owner, everything is fine. When you are genuinely recognized and supported when a reliable person is near, it fills you with a force that exceeds any witchcraft," she said. Evelyn was said to be the person who could rely on, a true support in the darkest times. However, Evelyn did not recognize this. She always considered herself only a retired, one-handed sword. However, the light that paves the path through darkness rarely realizes the grandeur of its own radiance. They were convinced that the flower was embodied in Evelyn, so they tirelessly sought to support it so that its glow would be even brighter. For this purpose, an individual prosthesis was made for her. She nodded her young owner infinitely, because she heard that it was thanks to his efforts that she managed to return to the ranks of a White Dragon detachment. She felt a great joy. Theo was convinced that he should be the first, because he felt that his mother undoubtedly contributed to the case. It is incredibly reminiscent of her, he flashed in his thoughts, crowded with sincere gratitude to his mother. At the same moment, Evelyn swore constantly to serve her young master with unconditional faith and devotion, defending him with his own sword. The Theo felt a deep gratitude and could now trust her fully. Soon they got the nests of the White Dragon. A new stage of their adventures opened on the threshold. It is here that there are cells where the White Overlord lives. Evelyn added, "As you already know, a White Dragon detachment performs its tasks next to the Viven, so the selection ceremony is happening in this place." Theo was well aware that without a partner he would not be able to participate in combat operations. His thoughts were constantly returning to how Aaron and Halkus were eating. He imagined how they were skillfully shaking in the Viven. Then Evelyn suggested that you go for a walk. Usually you feel at once what Verna will become your partner. Continuing his way, Theo suddenly came across Opterex. A real epic unfolded in front of him, a massive giant with brown scales, reminiscent of Ramorous armor, a huge predator more than 15 meters long. Next air, this poisonous dragon strikes with its purple fog. His serpentine body, long tail, and deadly poisonous sting give the impression of a real living toxin. Sigia is a dragon with human traits. He is a peaceful herbivorous creature that hides underground and suddenly attacks the enemy, feeling dangerous. And also, a cycling. It is a small, lightning, smart, and extremely resourceful hunter who, acting in a flock, not only catches prey, but also amazes the ability to produce flames. Soon the Theo and Evelyn were on the back of one of these dragons, preparing for a significant ritual of consecration. Currently, in the detachment of white dragons, Overns are divided into 4 main categories. Evelyn looked at him kindly with a mysterious smile and gently asked, "Did you feel a special attraction to someone?" Theo took a close look. He felt some unusual energy, but the dragon to which he was so buried was still elusive. It was here that the spooky events mentioned 6 years ago. At that time, the mutated Vivena suddenly rose against the white dragon's nest, ruthlessly destroying more than 100 dragons, which were grown with love. 8 settlements were destroyed that day, and dozens of swordsmen gave their lives. Her unjust power began to know under the name of the Dragon Ghost. The Ragnar clan, recognizing the Dragon Ghost with a second-level catastrophe, immediately ordered its destruction. It was only through the intervention of magical and blade dragons that it was possible to catch a ghostly dragon, which was named after the ability to merge with the shadows. Undoubtedly, having such a companion, a creature endowed with enormous potential, would be really incredible. Especially when I met this dragon in one of my previous reincarnations. It was at that moment that Theo finally found the object of his search. His gaze focused on the steep slope of one mountain, where several Overtons stood quietly. On the opposite slope, the commander himself was safely guarded with his dragon, watching the events carefully. A familiar figure appeared to him, which, smiling gently, said, "You look happy." "How can you not be happy," he replied, "if the dragon comes to your arms?" "Everything is fine," she said. "This is the perfect moment to discuss it in more detail." Her question was as direct as possible. "Do you really intend to assign the feasibility to the key figure of the detachment in the future?" The commander looked at her silently without saying a single word. She just sighed quietly. It was absolutely expected. The White Dragon Corps commander is always restrained in words, because language is the root of all misery. However, the silence and the insightful look revealed to her the truth. He was much more grand than she could imagine. However, he finally violated silence, firmly stating, "I said nothing." Further, with cold confidence in his voice, he added, "Don't worry. I have an offer for this guy." Theo could not contain curiosity. What did she think? He had already chosen a white dragon detachment and was unable to join the yard of blossoming plum. Which, so, could this proposal be? However, she stated that it is a proposal for shared training between detachments. Instantly, on the face of the commander, there was a clear surprise. He did not expect such a course of events from her. Suddenly, a few dragons flew to the rocky performance, immediately attracting the attention of all present. "Again, she," said Evelyn quietly, so far next to the feasibility study. He wanted to find out what secrets she was keeping about this white-blue ovarian. Evelyn explained that this Overna had always been pushed. Others tried to get closer to her, but all attempts were in vain because she was constantly traveling. Perhaps this is because she is not really a real verm. "Not Overna? How can it be?" the feasible said with weirdness. "She is a descendant of the female Valerna and the male Bifer," Evelyn explained. "However, the Bifurus is a creature of the first class, a real demon. He lives in the deepest sea waters. How can it be?" "It's a real secret," Evelyn said. "According to all the laws of nature, such a child did not have to be born. But it exists. The first-class demon is a natural disaster compared with destructive typhoons and floods. Only if one of them broke through a large wall would the inevitable catastrophe already have come to us. Bifer is one of the most powerful ghostly creatures that will inhabit the mysterious shadows of forests. Its essence embodies the true danger. Finally, everything has acquired its logic. It seems that it was from a Bifer that inherited the striking forces of the ghostly dragon. Her appearance of the world once raised a real storm of events. The department has accepted it to the nest for careful observation, but even now it remains alienated from the verms. Absolute isolation is also not a way out, so the position becomes not only complicated but also extremely delicate. "What is her name?" asked Theo, with the glitter of curiosity in the eyes, not looking from the mysterious creature with a white-blue tinge. "Her name is Umbar," Evelyn said. "This is an ancient word that means shadow." "Shadow," said the feasible. This name contained something mysterious, forgotten, but incredibly close to his soul. His eyes were lit. He began to sink smoothly, taking the position of squat on the back of the dragon, preparing for a decisive jump. To the surprised question of Evelyn, "What are you doing?" he answered calmly, "I want to make it my partner." Without any delay, he went to flight. Only a moment later, his body plunged down, heading to the one who was thrown away, Umbara. This time, Theo sought to give her a second chance, an opportunity for a new life, similar to the one that once opened a new fate. Because he, like her, was once those who were repelled and humiliated, so he knew perfectly well what to start again. And so, on the slope of the mountain, a bright lightning unfolded, a moment which changed everything irreversibly. Already in the air, without losing a moment, Theo instantly pulls the sword from its inventory. Every movement is full of stunning speed. Activation, synchronization with blades. Teknez, as a masterful sword management tool, is already aimed at the chosen purpose. One of the swords, like an arrow, breaks forward, marking his path. Theo is skillfully supported for a flying sword, as if based on a stable platform. He descends down, step by step, as if he would dream of invisible stairs, sharp, like a blade. "How can it be?" Evelyn exclaims in surprise. "How can he master Teknez so much to use it with such incredible accuracy?" For her, his speed seemed incredible. His eyes were barely behind the movements, and below the dragon had already unfolded a fierce battle. He broke forward, roared restlessly, and tirelessly encountered others. He roared insanely, challenging anyone who dared to approach. Theo went down to him with incredible confidence. A cold look spoke about lack of fear and doubt. At this moment, memories of the past life broke out when they were mercilessly mocked, humiliated, and trampled. This is what became his fuel, an unquenchable source of force. No matter what, he continued his way. "Lightning light technique," said the thought like a bright lightning. Without a moment, he immediately activated her. The swords, like perfectly aimed arrows, directed directly to the dragon. Behind them in the sky stretched a bright trace, a hatch flash of light that cut air like lightning. After that, Theo turns on its unique technique. It opens the so-called dragon gates, and the surrounding space instantly captures a dazzling glow. One of his swords has fallen with perfect accuracy, like a key that is perfect for the castle. He was followed by a few blades which, like perfectly selected keys, opened the same gates and awakened something unknown at the very depth. Others all the overknees engraved fear. Frightened, they flew and flew to all sides. All, except for her. "These pants seem brave only when they are humiliated by the weak," thought Theo, watching it remained in place. He sought to make sure that she was all right and that she did not get any injuries. However, there was no trace of a smile or the slightest gesture in response. She only quickly waved her wings, and like lightning, she left, leaving no trace. The girl who was nearby explained, "She is incredibly aggressive now. It is better to return later when she calms down." Theo firmly stated, "No. Right now," and, in a curious leaning, asked if she knew why this creature was still circling around the nest, despite the fact that the flock rejected her. "She feels loneliness," he said to himself. "The pain of the soul is much deeper than the bodily suffering," he added, and in his voice he was heard. That is why he asked the girl, asking, "Help me, catch her!" The creature hid somewhere among the secluded, quiet rocks, a place where no one can find it, where you can cry freely without worrying about other people's eyes. Cuts were clearly made on her neck, the testimony of ancient clashes or attempts to demonstrate her own power. As soon as she felt the approximation, the body squeezed instantly, overflowing with uncontrollable anger. She was ready to fight, only to prevent pain. Many warriors have already tried to put it on, but each attempt was failed. Umbar shows extraordinary distrust, especially when he is in such a wounded and destabilized state. Theo quietly appealed to the girl to bring something to eat for Umbara. "In the meantime, I will try myself," he added, because it is his special rite of dedication. Suddenly Umbra rushed into the attack, radiating horror, rage, and hopelessness. She used a technique known as the fear of a small dragon. Her rick, similar to the roar of thunder, spilled over the space, insanely loud and savage, forcing her whole body to tremble with the power of this sound. However, Theo, like lightning, immediately rushed to it and began to pour an unknown fluid on her neck without hesitation. It was a real elixir who immediately shot pain, gently flew painful wounds, and restored some of his vitality. Umbar turned literally into her eyes. In her eyes, an unusual glow, which was not before. In her look, a bright light of hope broke out, a gentle, calm ray that promised boundless trust. Perhaps it is because of the dragon's heart that pulled into Theo. His mighty energy woke up something unusual in it. There may have been another reason, but he was inherently felt. There was a real, living connection between them. In her heart, the anger to the flock that she was thrown away, but the unquenchable longing was throbbing, a painful desire to feel belonging and be among them. It radiates an extraordinary loneliness formed by years of isolation. Even to Theo, she felt something ambiguous. At first it was a suspicion, because his unexpected arrival raised doubts. However, she soon felt a real, sincere warmth that filled her heart. The irony was that at this point she did not want to go. Theo gently ran a hand on her head, quietly assuring, "Don't worry, I will always be there." He soon leaned into his inventory, looking closely at every detail as if looking for something really important. Finally, he took out one decoration, knowing that she was fascinated by shining things. She was depressed by beauty in all its manifestations. It was an exciting amulet with a silver tinge that flicked with a gentle glow and decorated with a refined pattern. As soon as her gaze met him, Umbra opened her eyes wide, and at one point everything changed. When Theo asked, "Do you want him?" Swing. She sharply turned her head away and suddenly exploded with laughter. She closed her eyes. It was very painful to contemplate something that seemed incredibly good and wonderful, for whom everyone had once rejected. However, she later opened the eye again, now not covered by fear, but burning with curiosity. And at that moment, she realized that the amulet was already flashing her neck, because the feasibility was put in silence. It was a gift, a manifestation of care that melted the strongest barriers of protection. "If you come with me, you will be waiting for many such gestures," he said gently. "I am convinced that she has already made her decision." Theo carefully asked, "Well, what do you say?" Umbra only prophesied silently, but her eyes shone with a gentle smile. It was the first time she really smiled. Already mentally, the Theo imagined how to create a cone and a saddle for her, and how skillfully he would decorate it all that she glows brighter than all. "Apparently, I will need a little borrow the materials from the grandmother," he thought, smiling cunningly. At the same time, the grandmother suddenly lifted her head, covered with a spooky anticipation, as if someone were planning to steal a real pile of precious metal. So all the formalities are completed. Theo tamed the Umbro. Her rick was heard for him like the most charming symphony, which prevailed any tune. She was wild, proud, and really sincere. The evaporator finally recognized him as his master. It was not just an act of acceptance, but a conscious choice. At the same time, he mastered a new skill, the art of taming Vagn, 1%. The higher his skill, the more confidence is shown with domesticated dragons. One powerful wingspan, and they rose into the infinite sky, leaving behind themselves rocky fragments, thick fog, wrapping fear and bitter loneliness. Meanwhile, Evelyn brought food, but she has already met an unexpected surprise. The impression of what she saw has penetrated the depth of her soul. Theo has fun with Umbra, laughing at her soul, to which she answered gently. Everything seemed incredible. This creature, which always kept others at a distance, suddenly opened its warmth before him. The Theo was pleasing to a baby. His smile was frank and sincere, one that he had not felt for a long time. "What a pleasure to see how Umbra really enjoys food," Evelyn whispered, barely believing her own eyes. She tirelessly asked the same question. How did he do it? How did he succeed? Theo replied concisely, "I just took care of her soul. The gift, presented at the time of inner vulnerability, always opens the path to the heart, even if it is a dragon's heart." Umbra became so gentle that it began to share slices of meat with others, a really rare and unique moment. Evelyn just sighed. She had no doubt about the young owner. Theo not only attracts people, but even Overna was able to fascinate. When Theo is comfortable on her back, Evelyn solemnly greeted him. After all, when Overna opens her neck and back, it is a sign of the highest level of trust in her world. Suddenly, Evelyn called, trying to stop him. "What are you doing? Directly during the meal?" Theo calmly replied, as if it were the most fully fulfilled, "But she asks to ride." "Even if she recognizes you with her partner, you still only without flight training, without a saddle, without a kid, is a solid suicide," Lunko shouted Evelyn. "Such a fly is equivalent to death." However, Theo just smiled and said, "I have a solution. Don't worry." After spreading his wings, he rushed into the flight and skillfully activated the skill of the taming of Overna, which partially balanced the lack of experience in the supreme ride. Evelyn remained behind, silently escorting his eyes filled with anxiety and sincere respect. She watched carefully how he was getting taller, confidently and easily, like an eagle that was freely conquering the endless spaces of the sky. Flying at Umbra gave incredible pleasure, a flurry of fresh air and a rush of power. But when she was stuck, Teknu immediately realized she has a clear goal. Without hesitation, he instantly agreed to follow her, ready to go wherever she called. "Freedom!" Umbra confidently waved her wings and went forward, rushed with excitement. However, in the depths of the fever, the unusual question swept. How can such a devoted, gentle Vivenna be a demonic creature? The mystery remained unsolved, but he felt that something extremely important was hidden. In just a few minutes, they flew to a grand waterfall, which fascinated with their grandeur. But it was here that there was an inevitable transformation. The air filled the spooky vibrations of dark energy, which slowly but persistently broke through the shadow. In fact, Umbra was not alone here. On these slopes, a countless horde of dragons gathered, and their presence broke through every fluctuation of the air. Theo once was convinced that he thoroughly studied the winter mountains, working on black snow. Who could imagine that just such an incredibly mysterious one is hidden next to this waterfall? After taking only a few steps, he suddenly came across these impressive flowers. Finally, all the threads of history have joined. Now we know why Umbra has turned into a ghostly dragon. It seems to have been nourished with this striking vegetable beauty for years. Wow. Theo immediately recognized this amazing plant. Ghostly grass, saturated with pure magical force. It grows only in the deepest corners of the magical world, feeding on the shine of the moon, and is an invaluable source of healing for magical animals. But as yes, dragons and magic seem completely different worlds. So how did Umbra get the ability to absorb this power? Indeed, this is a real secret. Despite this, the place remained extremely dangerous. Theo made the decision to burn everything without exception. However, contacting Umbra calmly added, "Don't worry, I will not touch the crystals that you like." But in a moment, his face changed dramatically. Before his eyes, a man appeared to the wall with powerful chains, and around him danced mysterious symbols carved perfectly in a stone. I would like to call it a person, but more like a skeleton. Is he still alive? As he approached, the Theo realized, no, it is not just a body, but a corpse whose life stopped at least a decade ago. However, the body was hardly destroyed. It was obvious. Not only the effect of cold was guilty. During his life, he gained incredible magical power. Theo stopped for a moment, staring closely at the body, which shone with unchanged eternity. Did the master of such a scale really meet his death here in lonely imprisonment? It seemed incredibly suspicious. "I'll come back here and investigate it later," he decided. "However, you should now focus on the main task, to deal with ghostly grass." Only for a moment did he look away, as a sharp, spooky cry that resembled the sound of the skeleton came everywhere. The Umbra immediately responded, and relying only on instinct, with determination, rushed at him. She confidently stated that she was now managing the situation. However, instead of the expected flash of the fire, only a shrewd, loud rick was heard. Her action did not result in burning, but became a decisive warning. With her mighty paw, she mercilessly squeezed the dried body, completely conquering it. From the dilapidated mouth of the skeleton suddenly came the word, but it was not just a word, but a name. Kyle ... And suddenly, his jaw closed sharply, and his teeth clung to the feasible hand. The skeleton was growling, firmly brushed by his teeth. "Kyle, Robert, it is not ill." Theo felt a light shrig. Suddenly it became clear. These were names: Ragnar's family head and Black Dragon Robert. "Who are you really?" The feasible man. The mysterious prisoner clearly had too deep knowledge, and it was at a critical moment that Evelyn appeared, like a lightning flash of light, the embodiment of the technique of the White Dragon. Multiple strokes of her sword instantly cut the space, creating a real storm of energy. She struck decisively and without hesitation, which was released by Theo from the captivity of the dead jaws. Theo fell to the ground. Lying, he whispered immediately, "Forgive. It was my mistake, a solid stupidity on my part." The wave of pain covered the feasible so mightily that the outside world gradually immersed themselves in the darkness, and his eyes could barely remain open. It was a murderous bite, soaked in magical energy, which instantly exhausted the forces, and without the antidote of survival was impossible. Evelyn instantly made the decision to immediately deliver it to the headquarters. "Put a little swing," she asked, realizing how much he suffers. Suddenly, Umbra began to approach and touch her. Although she was barely aware of her actions, she felt that he was sincerely seeking to help. "Stop, Umbra!" Evelyn shouted sharply. "A little more, and I will have to give up the conviction that you are a partner of a young owner." But the feasibility was broken. His voice is quiet but confident. "Stand, give her a chance. I want to try something." He turned to Umbra and asked, "Do you know how to save me?" She nodded silently. Without any doubt, Theo immediately decided to fully surrender to her, leaving no room for hesitation. Evelyn could not accept the situation in silence. "It's too dangerous. Magical energy poison requires immediate intervention. You need to contact the medical department immediately." Even with proper treatment, the likelihood of survival does not exceed 30%. This is confirmed by official data. Theo has always believed in Umbro, which, thanks to local plants, turned into a second-rank monster. Undoubtedly, she has repeatedly encountered corpses, poison, and magical energy, learning to live with these dangers. That is why he was ready to give her his trust, and asked Evelyn to do the same. Umbra gently lowered her paws on his chest, as if tingling and soothing. Her gaze promised, "Everything will be fine." Suddenly, she made a sharp movement, grabbing one of the bushes of ghostly grass. And according to the plan, she instantly crushed several magical crystals with her paws, freeing up powerful energy that was instantly blown by air. The petals, leaves, and fragments of crystals formed a bright pile that gently settled on the ground. "Mix this and give it to him?" Evelyn asked herself thoughtfully. Umbra nodded, confirming that it was what she meant. Evelyn glanced down as if immersed in his own thoughts. She carefully examined her own created cocktail, an unusual mixture of flowers, leaves, and carefully crushed magical crystals. Then she turned her gaze on Theo, which was silently lying side by side. There was no choice. Time was relentlessly pouring, and the situation required an immediate reaction. You need to act, and immediately. It was not, she said quietly, after which she began to mix all the components into one whole. The moment of combining elements brought an outbreak of energy. The mixture came to life, pulsing like a living heart. She cautiously lifted to her mouth Theo elixir, which combined the stagnation, warmth, and light smoke. Theo lay with his eyes closed, and the liquid slowly flowed down his cheeks, gently penetrating his lips, a drop by a drop. Evelyn and Umbra have frozen, looking closely at him, hoping to see at least the slightest hint of life. They so eagerly sought at least for a moment to hear the word, to catch a warm flash of a smile, any sign that life still lasts in them. And now, unexpectedly and barely noticeable, the heart of Theo is inflamed with a gentle light, which, as if a light breath, pierced it from the inside. Everything seemed incredible, but it really revived, starting the change from the inside. The energy that filled his body has grown constantly, penetrating the veins and exacerbating each cell. Only when the power pulled in the Theo reached its climax did it immediately change the shade from the radiant white to the rich dark, barely noticeable black. It penetrated to the soul of Evelyn, sending ants throughout the body. She has never encountered such a phenomenon and did not even hear about the similar. However, it was at this moment that the awakening began. Theo acquired the strength and abilities, a cherry dragon. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the White Dragon detachment, a deep, almost indivisible silence prevailed. The commander repeated his question. "Are you sure of the accuracy of this information? Her really confirmed the black rosette?" The guy who stood in front of him nodded and replied, "Yes, the cross-check was completed. The level of reliability is 79%. "Damn," the commander whispered, strongly struck a mighty blow on the table. The papers and crystals immediately flew in all sides. Something evil is hiding behind every bright sign, he thought, and his heart squeezed from the anticipation of the inevitable misery. He barely believed his own ears. Breathing became difficult, because this news exceeded all the worst fears. Who could predict that at the very moment there would be something that exceeds all expectations, directly in the center of their territory? Coach Isbin, the 5th detachment of White Dragons, together with all 15 members of his team, did not live to dawn. None of them made a choice in favor of life. First, the ritual of body cleansing, the primary stage, reminiscent of forgotten art, is able to remove the slag and prepare the body for the perception of magical energy. Activation of this process will require several days of constant work of the most powerful magicians, and even then, the effectiveness of the method is limited to children under 5 years. The event that Theo was beyond logic, a real miracle created by a number of incredible circumstances. The most powerful poison has penetrated into his body, finding not only a deadly threat, but also a source of innumerable magical power accumulated over decades. The holy herbs, the power of Umbra, and a deep understanding of the antidote have come to a perfect harmony. Instead of destruction or absorption, the feat of the fever has impartially absorbed the essence of this incredible force. Evelyn, who kept faith until the last breath, finally heard her name. He was pronounced by Theo, quietly but incredibly clear. He looked at her and said quietly, "Forgive that made you worry." At first he discovered his statistics, and what he saw made him literally froze. He received the nucleus of the spirit, which serves as a source for the formation of the first dragon of the spirits. However, this force is extremely dangerous. Without proper control, a completely different dark spirit can be born. The increase in characteristics has reached incredible +85, true madness. All the caves, the purest clots of primitive energy, merged into it. This force not only removed the poison, it revived his body, turning it into a living potion. Now he was absolutely sure that the trust in Umbre was a step that has irreversibly changed his fate. Ragnar's body was not just cleansed, it has acquired a new essence, a cherry dragon, or can be said, the dragon spirit. It is almost impossible to grasp at what lightning speed it is gaining strength. However, the main question is still unanswered. Who was this old man? And here Evelyn approached the wall. Her gaze stopped at the ancient, almost erased inscriptions, cut in small letters. It was like a message, a mystery left forever. This place is perfect for planning the revenge of Kyle and Robert, after they have overcome me. But my body is already... Evelyn spoke out of these words loudly, reproducing cut phrases on the wall. It was further reported that despite the regular use of sacred herbs, he never started revenge. His forces were constantly extinguished, and every day he became weaker. He was increasingly immersed in his own awareness and lost his mind. In the end, he acknowledged that there was no way for him. Disappointed, he decided to leave everything behind, melting his precious sword and, along with the mysterious green serpent, fenced away from the world. In the final part of the message, it sounded, "I hope that someday will open this place and embodies my desire, will pay off, will surpass them. Here, I leave my karma." After reading, everyone stopped, as if every word stole the ability to speak. However, a real shock came when the story went to a description of combat techniques, a flying sword and a thunderous lightning. These were legendary techniques belonging to the master who once managed the wind. Undoubtedly, we have the posture of the real wind of the wind, Hector Ragnar. The feasible heard of rumors of his death. Could he all this time stay here, abandoned by all, quietly fading in loneliness? Evelyn slowly sat on one knee, gently putting her hand to her heart. Her eyes filled with tears were silently talked about the unspeakable sadness. Even if he gave way to the incumbent head of the family, the winding of the wind remains the legitimate heir to Ragnar's, she said in a trembling voice. For the Vassal Ragnars, the murder of the heir, a crime punished by death. Her voice was filled with an inner struggle, as if every word had echoed with deep confusion. However, Theo gently interrupted her. "Stop. You have not destroyed Ragnar. You put an end to the life of a madman, doing so to save me. There was no other choice at that moment." He assured, "Everything we have opened here will remain our eternal secret." Having taken a bold step forward, he added, "If your heart seeks to know his secret art, it now belongs to you. Take it, learn and honor the memory that embodies its essence." Evelyn nodded silently, realizing that the vision of the winding of the wind is equivalent to the power inherent in even 9 dragon. However, Hector Ragnar most wanted to see her even more powerful, because she was chosen by his heir. The most important thing is that she accepts his inheritance because it is her legal right. Only then will the Windman be able to feel calm. When she becomes his student, she will no longer be burdened with the consequences of sin, because the blessing will turn old guilt. "Didn't you promise to become my sword, Evelyn?" Theo asked, smiling barely noticeably. And further, like a real ruler, he called her Ragnar's senior sword, Evelyn Unrevated. Evelyn dropped on her knees, vowed loyalty, and sincerely addressed the great and wise lord to accept the promise of her vassal. Theo accepted the promise, carefully braiding it in his heart and soul. He swore that this promise would be his first sword on the boundless paths of life. Meanwhile, in the main base of the White Dragon detachment, Halkus was eagerly expected to appear. In the meantime, he enjoyed the view of his fluffy dragon, thinking thoughtfully, "Will I be able to surpass the Theo in the ability to tame? Look what incredible mimicity." However, as soon as the Theo appeared, the Chalcus stopped instantly. His jaw fell to the floor. You could expect any turn of events, however not. She appeared next to Theo. "Umber?" The voices cut silence on all sides. The whole base is frozen, shrouded in unspeakable surprise. Soon rumors spread. This is a ghostly dragon. The Halkus was instantly hidden for his loose dragon, trembling with fear. She would not eat. And so, with irresistible seriousness and confidence in the onset of a historical event, it came. Evelyn's senior siege, together with the younger sword of Theo, report that the compatibility test has been completed with brilliant success. As soon as Evelyn solemnly proclaimed the final words of her report, she suddenly realized that the commander disappeared. One of the fighters, attractive to the untouchers and with a light smile, explained, "The commander had just received an urgent message and has already returned to the office." And so, in an instant, the sky seemed to break when a huge dragon, releasing a crazy roar, went straight to the square. A powerful blow gave rise to clouds of dust, and the earth stood from its significant energy. On the back of the dragon was a commander himself, whose strict face mask radiated unbreakable determination, and his eyes were cut as if the blade. He arrived with an urgent message, an order that was not in doubt. "Everyone, we immediately go to the shrip of the form." The order sounded so decisively that everyone at once, as if even a breath seemed too loud. It began. The feasibility of the fever flashed. In his opinion, the events came to life. The capture of hostages of the trade company Service, directly within the walls of the fortress of the form. Traders aimed to get a sword of a dragon killer, a true symbol of power, capable of radically changing the balance of strength throughout the continent. Ed Trojvan himself stands for all events. "Commander, what's going on here? How can a mission be considered uniquely important if it is sent to beginners who have not yet passed full preparation?" asked one of the recruits, holding back the excitement. Then the commander with great solemnity opened the truth, and the events that took place instantly made everyone dead. Trainer is the oldest knight of a white dragon detachment. Even Julius himself once turned to him for advice, but now he should disappear. It is impossible to overcome this person without deep effort. Theo was well aware of it. Her victory has always been no accident. Is it not the result of the butterfly effect that I started myself? He was concerned about, in his thoughts, he was grasped by the anticipation of danger. The commander continued, "According to the last report of Black Snow Intelligence, survival chances are almost absent. 89% say their death. Even in the case of individuals, they are no longer able to continue the task. Therefore, all available fighters immediately combine into a temporary 5th detachment, which is instructed to complete the mission by the end." The captain of the newly created detachment was appointed by Evelyn Unrai. The mission will start 3 days in 3 days, and by this term, each participant must successfully take the basic training course, the commander said. Despite the official reports, he strongly stated, "I do not believe that they have died. But, if so, we will definitely take revenge for everyone," he strongly added. Having straightened his wide wings, the commander rose into the air and soon merged with the infinite sky. The official report testified that the members of the service stole the bandits of the Black Skull. However, due to the coordinated actions of the White Dragon detachment, there were no victims. But maybe it was just a veiled task. In fact, the case concerns the abduction and transportation of the legendary Balmung sword, a ruthless killer of dragons. Ed Trojvan planned to use this sword to organize a coup. However, unlike the past life, this time everything went completely differently. If all this happened because of me, then I have to finish our history on my own, Theo decided. And it was at that moment that a hidden quest was activated. Take a Balmung sword, a killer of dragons. And here, for 3 days they passed. The White Dragon detachment raced forward at a dizzying speed. The sky was rolling from powerful wings. From the top of the tower, an alarm was heard, powerful, long, and capable of causing the heart to beat more often. The sound was so powerful that it is almost impossible to stand under the tower. Everything was trembling. Evelyn did not delay for a moment. "Drop the bombs!" The order sounded as if a mighty roar of thunder. And so, powerful bombs moved immediately down, leaving behind a bright trace of burning fire and thick smoke. The atmosphere in the castle was gaining momentum. Explosions were heard everywhere, and the moral advantage finally turned to White Dragon units. The Theo confidently stepped on the ground. His cold look and perfect movements testified to the full readiness for battle. Destroy everyone without exception, Evelyn said strongly. Immediately, the detachment rushed into the battle, like a formidable avalanche, which is constantly gaining force. She sought to make the enemy forever etch in her memory, which means to stand against white dragons. The battle unfolded at incredible speed like a lightning. The swords flashed from the harsh glitter, and the volans were growing, creating a chaotic storm of sounds and radiance. Meanwhile, one of the enemies, breaking through the chaos of battle, clenched the sword in his hand. He knew that if he had been staying at least for a moment, he would already become another victim. The task was invariably unambiguous, to deliver the sword, and only that, no more, no less. By this point, he was convinced that everything was under his control. Even a little relaxation seemed an opportunity, until he appeared. This meeting was deadly. In a moment, his head seemed to stop in place, while the body fell defenselessly. The mysterious stranger leaned calmly and raised his sword, for which all present gathered, Balmung, who went down in history as a killer of dragons. That's exactly what they were looking for. Balmung's sword was in the hands of those who wanted to use it not for protection. The mysterious leader, lifting the sword, addressed to his own. Prepare the next stage. It is time to start the real part of our plan. His gaze was driven to the tower where the explosions were constantly echoed and the fierce battle reached its climax. All you have to do is eliminate pests, he said coldly to himself. His associates got weapons, powerful artifacts, guns that promised the merciless death of enemies. Meanwhile, from the other flank, the White Dragon Squad has already won the opponents. The events unfolded incredibly easily, almost suspicious. Theo could barely believe his own eyes. Have they really been able to demolish the original 5th detachment? To get more detailed answers, he turned on the ability to read the memories of the prisoner. And again, a familiar story comes to life. The prisoner knew that the sword had been stolen, but did not see the eyes of the one who committed the crime. I would understand everything if I was talking about ordinary pawns, but even their leaders remain in ignorance. What do I miss? The feasible sighed thoughtfully. One of the girls from the detachment, noticing his conceived face, leaned closer and carefully asked, "Everything is okay? Are there any problems?" Another warrior, trying to support a friend, smiled sincerely. "Do not worry. At the first mission, everyone is a little nervous. It's absolutely natural." Even a white-haired group member has openly admitted that he was most striving to return home as soon as possible. He spoke straight, without unnecessary decorations. "It is enough for this gray powder," he muttered, carefully shaking his clothes. But only a moment later, the Theo suddenly threw forward, without any warning. His intuition signaled loudly. Something is wrong here. Theo, without thinking, rushed forward. His unexpected reaction left behind only one question. What happened to him? A girl who everyone knew under the nickname Malashka, in a light joke, said, "Perhaps he just doesn't like the aroma of this blonde," trying to discharge the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Theo has so tight his sword that his fingers whitened with tension. Then, with a decisive and rapid movement, he waved his sword so that a radiant wave of mana flashed in the air, illuminating everything around. Yes, it is, Zrenia Theo thought, realizing that his assumptions were accurate. The danger was very close. Others still remained inattentive to all the details, and the silent predictive tension prevailed around the inevitable storm. Up to the moment when it is literally close to them, a dangerous explosion was burning. The whole barrels overflowing with gunpowder were waiting for their moment detonation. "You can't waste a minute. Everyone is in immediate evacuation," said Theo, looked carefully at all the field. He was already aware that their stay was too long. The whistle of the cartridges was relentlessly approaching, lightning as a predatory beast and incredibly deadly. And here, unexpectedly, an explosion. His powerful, deafening sound and blinding glow instantly swept everything around. At the same moment, the enemy calmly and coordinatedly recharged the gun, as if he had accurately worked out every action. From a height, their leader watched carefully, controlling the situation. He strongly waved his hand, as if he were instantly decorating the canvas. It was a harbinger, and immediately after him, another mighty explosion. "Destroy everyone! No animal should survive. It is cold as a strict order of the weather," his voice was heard. However, each of his act was directed exclusively for her. At the same time, at the other end of the fortress, the woman was sitting near a huge window. She gently pressed the headless body of the Axion, gently combing his hair, as if she could still come to life, and quietly asked, "Did you hurt?" Blood poured out of her eyes, and tears were not water, but bloody. She desperately sought to fulfill the sole purpose, to bring her head to this ruthless murderer. Therefore, the dirty freak. At that time, Theo not only reflected the attack, he kept calm and opened the gate of the mind, which instantly expanded the limits of his consciousness. The speed of thinking increased, and the sensory perception became extremely sharp. He immediately saw, heard, and felt every sound and every little thing about the world. Suddenly, the Theo began to perceive even the smallest details, every movement, energy wave, glow of magic, and positioning of enemies. What he saw instantly enveloped him with cold ants that ran into the body. Suddenly, Evelyn appeared behind his back. "Theo, it is not time to give up now," she exclaimed, complete determination. "We need to leave this place immediately." Strongly grabbing his hand, she quickly pulled her because every second was crucial. "What are you looking at? Why are you standing?" Her voice sounded sharply, with waves of confusion. The time was in vain. Theo, while keeping calm, replied, "No, we need to enter inside. There's a key." Her eyes were wide open for a moment, but she still decided to obey. The instinct gently stood. It is worth trusting. In a matter of minutes, they were in a hurry to approach the main entrance of the fortress, just where no one had to step. Other members of the detachment followed by them were clearly excited. What is nonsense? Why do they turn back? Here every moment you can lose life, and we have as much as 21 lives. However, Theo immediately explained, "Outwardly, more artillery awaits us. The ambush is already waiting here. All this was arranged as a trap since the beginnings." He immediately launched a special technique, synchronization with hatchling, which allowed to read the memory of the building itself. And then he realized, the enemy is sure that survival inside the fortress is simply impossible. It is on this belief that his plan was built. However, thanks to the most modern synchronization of consciousness, Theo realized that the discovery of the gates of the mind has greatly increased their chances of success. To the left is the inflamed explosion, to the right, an air attack. The enemy steadily increased his pressure, as if he were gripping. The only way out was the descent on the stairs, a sight that the guns have not yet been covered. Without waste for a minute, they escaped forward, plunging into the deep darkness of the staircase. Behind everything was constantly falling apart. The walls crackled, the floor was scattered, and the burning fire devoured everything in its path. Suddenly, everything turned to a dead end. A formidable wall appeared in front of them. There is no back, because only the fury of death burns in the hellish flames unfolds on the horizon. The ceiling began to collapse. The fragments fell on top, the stones rushed, and the fire raised unrestrained. From the outside, the fortress turns into a huge burning torch. The militants dealt with all the available arsenal of shells. Due to the powerful explosions, the earth shuddered for a long time. Even after all this, the commander stated coldly, "Never forget. This is a retribution for the mistress of the Axion, and I do not care who will have to be eliminated for this plan. Let everyone gather. However, I demand the head of each of them, without exception." Meanwhile, when they were in a closed space, our heroes almost surrendered, accepting the inevitable death. But at the last moment, the floor under their feet collapsed. They fell as if they dug into flight, and immediately found themselves in front of a group of people who could not restrain the surprise. "Who are you? Where did they come from?" It turned out that it was a detachment of the Fourth Skull, another hostile tuned group. They were also not ready for attack from above. But it was this path that was chosen by Theo, because even earlier he noticed the free space under his feet. Looking forward, Theo sharply noted, something moves in the dark corner behind bars. Yes, they were still alive. The prisoners were also the captain of Tainer, coat into handcuffs. His cold, empty look gave the traces of the one who saw too much. In just a few minutes, the boys had already released the prisoners, quickly ripping the locks and squeezing shackles. The worst thing was obvious. Behind the all, the reconnaissance administration of the Ragnar clan, the CIA, the same allies they once trusted. Slightly ringing handcuffs fell hard on a cold stone floor. Tainer turned his gaze on Evelyn and immediately realized her facial expression did not give a drop of surprise. And she frankly said, "I have long suspected, because such a large-scale ambush cannot be arranged without the participation of someone from the inside. But did they really dare to turn their weapons against their own? No, possibly, or if, so the real essence was betrayed." But Tainer added, "The enemy's strength should not be diminished. They knew about our approximation, and with our current state, it will be extremely difficult to win. We need to be twice as careful." One of the liberated suggested, "Let's find Black Snow. They can provide support from the outside." However, Theo stopped them and said, "No. The fact that they did not even try to help us testify to one thing. Their detachment has already been destroyed. The enemy left no chance, which is why I have overcome the way inside." However, he continued, "We still have an opportunity. The enemy is not mine to bury us, along with his own puppets. Their goal is to completely replace this case without leaving any trace. This means they will come to check whether we are really dead. While they enjoy victory and dig among bodies, we should ambush." According to Theo, the smartest step is to hide among the ruins. The narrow aisles and the confusing structure of these places create the ideal conditions for the organization of counterattack. Only in this way did they stay at least some hope of victory. And it was this plan that was skillfully worked out by the feasibility study, clearly and with careful processing of details. Considering him, Tainer remarked with surprise, "This guy has already punched the gate of the mind. And all this at such a young age?" He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I really changed. As soon as I face the first obstacle and I already give up instead of moving forward." However, he now saw that these beginners have not only strength, but also common sense. Slightly leaning, he reached out to his stick. She became his unbreakable support, a living proof that he is still fighting. "You are absolutely right, boy," Tainer said decisively. "We are a white dragon cavalry, and we have no right to put up with such an end." He officially approved the Fee's strategy, being completely ready to accompany it until the last step. And here, hardened, inflamed with new faith and determination, all the series of the White Dragon Cavalry were absolutely ready for battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the front, among the enemy's ranks, one Insidious was already squeezing a dagger. His look was cold and devastated emotions. "If necessary, I will betray anyone, even my friend,